What's up, YouTube? It's Logan, the drunken metalhead who muses, and tonight I'm back for round two of our seasonal metal and beer pairing. I feel like we're just gonna have to make it a full year, for
Yeah.
for every season at this point. But we're coming up on winter, and I'm once again joined by Tyler over at Alaskan Berg Wandering, and currently he's the black metal dork. So, spoiler alert for some of the picks and stuff. What's up, man? How's the winter been?
So far so good. I went out hiking / snowshoeing this morning,
Dude,
and it was fun. I mean, I saw your post and 75 degrees where you're at right now, and I'm
yep.
just like, it was 17 here.
See, that's what I was gonna ask. We're both experiencing very different winters currently. I sandals, shorts, and short sleeves all day. I'm overdressed right now, but god damn it, for a winter stream, I gotta be wearing a black metal beanie and long sleeve,
There you go. Oh,
But
speaking of long sleeves, I
what you repping?
got the new.
Oh, Valdrin, right?
Yeah, I got this in the mail today.
Nice.
I was fucking pumped. I was like, yes, got armor for the show.
Fuck yeah. I've heard that album once, and it's one of those where it's like over an hour long. So it was a little tough for me to dive in. I think I was listening to it in the middle of a work day, and I was not giving it the right time.
Yeah, you got to sit down with it, dude. It's pretty incredible. It's honestly
End of year stuff for you?
Yeah, somewhere on the list. Like I don't know if like top 10, anything like that, but
Mm-hmm.
I will say that album is what I wanted the Moonlight Sorcery album to be.
Oh, so you were a little disappointed by the new Moonlight Sorcery, the power metal sorcery?
Yeah, I mean, I liked it, but the EPs were like leading up to I was like, oh man, this is gonna be just some blow your socks off, like just epic, epic, epic black metal. And then it's basically it was Finnish blackened metal, like Northern and those kind of bands back in like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
a little more black metal edge, like a little more blast beaty, but it's those real clean riffs. And I was just like, what the fuck? I mean, it's still good.
Yeah.
Still a good album, but not like those first two EPs.
Yeah, I thought the title was a bit goofy too. Was it Horn Lord of the Thorn Castle?
Which, I mean,
almost a little too rhymey.
Hey, if it came out the gates as just a raging ass black metal album, like we thought it would be, fuck it, it'd be great.
Dude, yeah, that's true.
But yeah, that Valdrin, that was incredible. And then I also have Ancestral Blood, I think is what it's another American band that's playing like a similar style, like really deep in fantasy and super shreddy guitars, but very much black metal.
There we go. I'll have to check that one out. Okay, already getting recommendations. We're ready, and we got. What's his name? I should know.
Oh, Russell.
What's up, dude? Sorry. What's up, Russell? Seagull, right. Erica, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining us on this not quite wintry night for me, but definitely for Tyler over there. So let's do a brief introduction, like kind of an establishing question, since this is our second seasonal beer stream. Let's talk about how it compares or is different from the fall one. So let's see. What was different about like your prep for this stream and kind of like the albums that you picked? Like what elements did you kind of look for your winter albums?
Honestly, man. So this is my season. Like this is like the last stream I struggled to find albums that I felt represented fall. But I mean, I'm not going to get through all these albums. I pulled like 2 huge ass stacks of shit just to have anything and everything at the ready. I mean, I got like 40 something CDs stacked up on my desk right now that I can pull from. So like this is the season for me. But anyway, as far as what I would expect like a wintry black metal album to be, it comes down to a couple elements. One is I picked bands that historically, have a kind of winter theme, through their discography. There's a couple different ones that do that. Other elements I look for is the color scheme that they use on album art. You have your classic like Necrolord style artwork, on the seminal albums like, the Emperor album and among others that, that have the blues and the purples and that kind of thing, which I see those kind of colors up here in the mountains all the time, in certain lighting. So it's very fitting. And then really it just comes down to like, well, album titles go in with that. And then really just the sound. Like if I hit play on a CD and I feel like I'm getting blasted by a snowy windstorm, then I feel it's pretty appropriately a winter-like album.
Yeah, that wall of sound effect I think is appropriate. But it sounds like we kind of switched from the fall stream because for me it was harder to find the albums to pick. I've definitely felt a lot more in my element prepping for the fall one, and I had, just like you tonight, I had like 40 plus. Like I didn't even get to all of the albums that I picked for that previous stream, but for this one I had to actually like try out different albums like during the week, and to determine if I thought it was actually something I would specifically think about for winter, or if it was just a different kind of album. And I think it's because just being in the South, really, like even when I was in North Carolina, that's still technically like the Southern United States, you just don't experience winter as definitively as you do like in fucking Alaska, for crying out loud. Like there are some years in North Carolina where it wouldn't snow, and it would probably only snow like a couple times when it did, and it would only be like 2 to 3 inches typically. And to me, that's a pretty key element for what makes winter. That and like sub 32-degree temperatures, and that would really only happen for a month or so. So I think my albums are just not. I just don't have as many albums that I immediately think of when I think of this kind of winter weather, But I definitely think of that wall of sound, like the blizzard effect. There's definitely certain emotions I would relate to winter.
Okay.
Like
yeah.
I would say there's an amount of bleakness and just a feeling of kind of uncaring. I think really albums have to have like a certain level of hopelessness and kind of loneliness and solitude to them as well. Like there's not much warmth here. And
Yeah.
there was a couple albums which I almost picked, which I decided to not go with because they almost sound a little hopeful. Here's an example. Yesu, if you know Yesu, side project from Godflesh. This is his album Conqueror. Yeah. And like I was originally thinking that this would be great because it's kind of a little bleak. It's got like the, industrial British kind of vibe to it, and it's kind of dark, but then at the same time there's an uplifting element to it, and it's kind of beautiful, and that made me be like, all right, no, this is not a winter album. It needs to feel more downtrodden and depressive. Like honestly, that makes me think a little bit more of like a early spring kind of album, like
spoiler.
Yep.
Feature preview.
That's what and that's kind of how I'm the dividing line I'm feeling like between like the even fall to winter to spring is winter is just so focused on loneliness and just not much hope. But it's I don't know, it's still it's just a great time for music, and these albums that I've picked are definitely pretty important to me. Like I love winter as a season as well, just because I don't get to experience it 9 months out of the year, like Tyler over there. Doesn't mean You know,
Feels like it.
yeah, I'm sure. Do you get the 30 days of night thing over where you're at?
No, like
Okay.
I'm not that far. I'm not that far north.
Okay.
I mean, I'm well. I mean, shit. I mean, I guess when you think about it, it's relatively close. But I'm like, what, like 800 miles below the Arctic Circle. So I
Okay.
mean, I'm
I mean,
so
that seems
I
close to me. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, it's less than 1,000 miles. So I mean, yeah, that's close. But no, that where you get that 30 days a night, that's the stuff like no, that's the people like way in the northernmost villages of Alaska, or
Okay.
like or like Svalbard in Norway, the
Yeah.
northernmost island. Yeah,
Yeah.
they experience that because they're above the Arctic Circle.
Ah. Okay.
But
I
now
was
you're
curious.
talking
Yeah.
about you're talking about the snow, and yeah, it's snowing outside right now. And last
Fuck
month,
yeah.
the month of November, we had a record-setting year for snow already, like record-setting month rather. And yeah, we're just making up for lost time because last couple of years we were actually below average a little bit.
Dude,
But this year,
nice.
yeah. And then yeah, I had to pour my next beer already because it was being a little lively and wanting
Yeah,
to come
dude.
out of
Let's dive into the beer then. What's different about these beers? What do you look for
well,
winter beers?
so I'm a big fan of stouts, obviously. I'll drink them year round. I'll show up at a July 4th barbecue with a fucking imperial stout. Like that's my beer. That's the kind of shit I like. I like winter warmers, because of like the spice notes and that kind of stuff. Honestly, like a lot of Belgian ales kind of could fit into like a winter
Yeah,
drinking.
like
Uh,
the quads or triples.
yeah, I was gonna say like pretty much anything that Unibrew puts out, up in Canada, like pretty much all their beers are winter beers as far as I'm concerned. But no, this is my season. Like all the local breweries, they pull out the big bodied stouts and porters and whatever, and yeah, I'm in hog heaven as it were.
Well, cheers to that, man. What you got?
So for my first big beer of the evening already, figure I'd pull a little solidarity. Yes, sir. You casually mentioned it. You're like, yeah, it's like Dragon's Milk's about as much of a stout as I can get. And I was in a store and I was like, oh shit, look at that. Dragon's Milk.
Yep.
I'm gonna get some of that. And it's good. It's good stuff.
It is. Honestly, it was like the first super heavy beer that I became aware of, as like a bourbon barrel aged stout. I think it's pretty well distributed. Where's New Holland from?
Shit, I don't remember.
Yeah. Michigan. Huh.
Okay.
But I always remember seeing these guys in the store and always being super curious about them. And then finally, after, working my way up from porters and stuff to regular stouts, just going for it. So yeah, this is gonna be my first beer of the stream, and shit, let me join you.
All right, man. It's kind of funny because usually most people I know that really get into the heavy stouts, their introduction to those kind of real heavy duty beers is the old Rasputin.
Yeah, I mean,
I
definitely remember seeing the old Rasputin.
Other than Guinness and the like, but
oh yeah,
like your true blue barrel aged type, heavy stouts or Russian imperial stouts. Like I know pretty much everybody I know up here that really got into stouts, old Rasputin was the gateway.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's distribution, but I don't remember seeing them in grocery stores as much. Like here, in North Carolina, I'd walk into like the Food Line or the local grocery store, and they would have the Dragon's Milk is the one always there stout throughout the year, like bourbon stout.
No, I mean,
just the name sounds imposing, and cool.
Right?
I'm like, yeah, I want some Dragon's Milk. That's some real man beer right there. I want that.
It's funny.
Some
like
manly beer.
the first time I saw Dragon's Milk, I thought I thought it was like a milk stout, like something that
Yeah.
had a lot of lactic qualities, but no, that's just the name. Because I saw a golden ale in one of the stores I was at today. It was a Dragon's Milk Golden Ale, bourbon barrel
Yeah.
aged.
Have you had the white stout, the Dragon's Milk White Stout?
No,
Where
I didn't know they made one.
it's a blonde stout or something. Which
Mhm.
I got a blonde stout later on, which I think that's an interesting kind of beer.
I could have bought one today, but I was like, nah. Since 98% of what I'm going to show tonight is black metal, I'm just going to keep it. I'm going to keep it dark.
Okay, I had to put a little light in there. I had a little bit of variety, but
well, actually, no. Another point I was going to make about stouts and dark beers is, as I get older, I'm finding that these kind of beers actually sit on my stomach better. Like real hoppy beers and like real like wheat heavy type beers tears me up.
It's gotta be the acidity, right? Of like the hops and stuff and just the bitterness.
Yeah, the IBUs, the higher the IBUs, the higher the chance that my guts get tore up. But dark beers though, no. They're kind to my stomach. So
but what about the weight of them? Because that originally, when I first got into craft beer, it was all stouts and porters all the time. But then as I got older, they're just too heavy. So I would have like one or two, and then boom, I was it. I could I just felt full. Like I had 2 loaves of bread, and kind of because that's what they are. They're like a 350 calorie loaf of bread in liquid form. And so that's what made me gradually get into like lagers and stuff. It's just because it was the beer, the stouts and porters were just too intense.
Nah, I get it.
But I break them out now for special occasions and when the weather is right. Which tonight the weather's not right, but I'm gonna imagine. I'm gonna pretend.
You got to make do, right?
Mm-hmm. And before we get into our picks, if anyone has Untapped, the app, follow me on Untapped. I'm checking in all these beers on there. My tag is Axe to Fall, or Logan DR, the name. But yeah, I'm
on
post
Untapped
too much on there.
Dude, you have an impressive amount of stuff that you've posted on there. I'm still under 300 myself.
Yep, I am over 3,000, I think.
Yeah,
I've been using it for 4 or 5 years, and unfortunately, I'll post almost most beers that I have. I've checked in PBR as my beer 200 times, so it's not all quality. The check-ins are not all quality, but
I try to keep it. I try to keep it pretty even keel. Like if you look at mine, which by the way, my tag on Untapped is AK Drummer 78. Like the number between what I've checked in and the unique beers are actually they're pretty close.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly. So you only do it for new beers. You're the person people should follow. Versus like if you follow me, it's just the same beer I've had over and over again.
If I do have multiple of a certain kind of beer, that's because a brewery put out a brewery put out like a New Year's version or a new version of that same beer for that year. So like the special release stuff. Like one of the breweries out here where I live, they have a whole vertical going as far back as 2017 of an imperial stout that they do, and so they're actually here like February. I think it's usually February they drop the new one. So 2024 is out soon.
Nice, yeah.
Maybe I'll pull that out. I have a 2017 in my beer fridge right now.
Oh shit, that would be cool to hear how that's aged. What that's like 6 years, man.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, go for it. But you ready to get into these picks? We've done our beer introductions and I think our music introductions, and
yeah,
I think we're ready for some metal, dude. Let's I'll let you kick things off, man. What's pick number 1? No pressure.
All right, man. Actually, I want to start off with a band who is very popular as far as like, epic pagan metal goes, but this is very much their black metal roots. That'd be, I don't know if you can see that, Moon Sorrow.
Oh, nice.
So this is like a re-release of their second demo, I think. And I don't know if Roger's watching, but he can hear us mutilate Scandinavian names, right? I think it's pronounced Tama Ikuinen Talvi, and it's the eternal winter or something to do with winter. Talvi is winter. I know that much, but yeah, it's very winter themed, and it's for people who are used to, the more modern Moon Sorrow, like the real big, epic, melodic, not necessarily fast paced, but just cinematic type stuff. You should probably check this out, and you'd be very surprised. Like, they started off as very much a black metal band, and very cold and very frosty, but still with the epic qualities. I mean, there's not a short song on that. It's like 5 songs, and I think it's still like a 50-minute album.
No, dude, that your Moon Sorrow will actually be brought up later on.
Okay.
And it's probably be in between, but I was introduced with their 2017 album. I forget. Well, I mean, it's in it's in Finnish or whatever. So
I mean, this is probably the easiest, or Sudanuni is probably like the easiest name to pronounce for them.
So I'm used to them being the grandiose and epic and sprawling with all the symphonic and folk elements kind of merged. So I'll have to dive deeper into that.
Yeah,
you said that's their second demo?
Yeah, and like I said, it was. So this is on. I mean, this shit, for all I know, this could have been their own. This might have been like a self-released version of this, like Sagittarius Productions out of Finland.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, same here. But now I know at this point it was just the two brothers, the two main brothers. The Servali, I think the Servali brothers. But it was just the two of them. So it's programmed drums, and they're a little dated sounding, but it's okay. It's still good stuff. I still really enjoy that one a lot.
I bet.
And I don't even remember when I got that. Like, I got that a long time ago.
Cool. So for my first couple picks, I'm kind of theming it with the beer, where like this is my introduction to like darker, heavier stouts. These albums are my introductions to pairing specifically black metal with wintry weather. And honestly, I'm kind of repeating myself here. If anyone watched the Black Metal Island stream on Metal Madness, Gas Masks and Hand Grenades, Jeff's channel, I essentially already talked about all these albums. Myself, Tyler, and Peter in the comments were all on that stream too. It was great. Go check it out.
Dude, that was a fun one, man.
That was, man.
Fucking Peter.
So,
God.
Yeah, Peter with the most obscure picks. I think I knew 2 of them, 2 out of 10. So
and they're all
his 50 honorable mentions too. So
yeah, and they were all pre-1997.
Yeah,
that blew my mind. I was like, fuck. Anyway.
So yeah, not breaking any new ground, and I already am kind of showing it off. But let's see. Oh yeah, look,
dude.
First album I ever kind of associated with winter as far as black metal goes was just this one. One of the first black metal albums I bought. I originally hated it because, I mean, there's like not much. The production sucks. There's not much to it. There's 2 riffs per song. The riffs aren't necessarily too exciting. Like, I don't know. It was just not what I was looking for. But every time it would snow, and like every winter I would return back to this album, and over the span of like a couple years, I was all of a sudden just like, wow, this album might be my favorite Darkthrone album. Like originally when I went back through their discography, oh shit, what's their second album? A Blaze in the Northern Sky I was like, oh, that's my favorite because, you know, the songwriting's a bit more adventurous, and you can still kind of hear a little bit of like the death metal roots in there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say they were coming off the death metal.
Yeah, and like this was a step too far, but I think just because of how unique this album is and how they're able to pull it off, this is my favorite Darkthrone album, and is honestly a masterpiece. And guess what? The picture disc makes it sound better. No, I have no idea. It doesn't sound any worse, probably because of it being a picture disc. So, but
if I remember right, that was the album they used to get off of Peaceville.
Oh, really? Like
hence the Norse Erisk black metal that they had on the original pressing of it, because they don't actually have that kind of political ideology, but they were just like I think they were tired of Peaceville, but yet it seems like the next few releases after that were on Peaceville. So I don't know. That's just
I'm not sure. This one, to make matters worse, it's a picture disc and it's on back on black. So the probably does sound worse than the actual recordings. I gotta say, my favorite song on here, track 3, Scald of Satan's Soul. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's that riff right there. The dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
So all I'm gonna butcher right there. But I had to gotta start with the beginning, and it's Darkthrone.
So yeah, that's kind of it's gonna be kind of my approach. I'm gonna ease into the more obscure stuff.
Yeah.
But as far as
first picks.
Goes, as far as Darkthrone goes, the Under a Funeral Moon is probably still my actual favorite album of theirs. And that's the one in between Ablaze and Transylvanian Hunger. I mean, the production is not much better on that one than on Transylvanian Hunger, honestly. But there's some really, really killer songs on there, and it's a really cool atmosphere. But anyway, now you're talking about going back to your roots here. I'll go ahead and let's get this out of the way. Iconic cover, iconic album. Like, they did no better after this. I mean,
I knew it.
Come on. Like, I previewed it I foreshadowed when I was mentioning Necrolord artwork. I have that version too.
This is going to be my my next pick, but the pick after my next one was going to be this.
Oh well, my bad. I didn't mean to steal your thunder,
we're on it, dude. We're on it.
But I have that version too. But this is the OG first press, and then I got like every other press that came out after that, because I was like, oh, bonus tracks and this, that, and the other. But I mean, what is there to say about this album that hasn't been said already? I mean, it's just
seriously.
I mean, everything was in place perfectly on this album. Perfect storm. The riffs were on point. Ole Omen's drumming was on point. Everything's on point. And just riffs on top of riffs on top of riffs. And, a riff I think of like that winter storm vibe. Soul Reaper, dude.
Yeah, Soul Reaper is so sick.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Night's Blood is like the quintessential song, and Where Dead Angels Lie and all that stuff.
Unhallowed, man.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
all the songs. But yeah, when you think of that winter feeling, that wintry storm, getting blasted in the face by freezing winds, Soul Reaper, dude. Matter of fact, that's kind of why when I hear that song, when I hear Soul Reaper, I picture that front cover because of the Reaper guy, obviously. But that's just kind of. That's what makes it think. I was like, oh, the song's about that guy, like about that character.
Yep. Might be my favorite Necrolord artwork. I don't know. There's so many good ones, but I
mean, that's the one that really put him on the map. I mean, he had done other covers up to that point, but that's the one people are like, yeah, Necrolord.
I mean, Nightside Eclipse too, but
yeah.
I don't know, something about the central figure of the Reaper and then all the detail on the back. But yeah,
that color scheme, keep that color scheme in mind, because I have a few albums that utilize that color scheme. So
probably one of the more influential albums in black metal and just metal in general. So, yeah, I feel like this is one of those universally appreciated black metal albums where it's a pinnacle for a lot of different people. And this will go and be my pick as well. Like, as far as other songs go, I want to mention Thorns of Crimson Death. That's probably one of my favorites, along with all the other ones we've mentioned. But yeah, I have distinct memories of hiking through the snow. Like where I used to live, there was like a little lake and just creeks branching all off. And I used to love doing snow days, just hiking up and down, the lake and, following these creeks to God knows where. And man, this was definitely a killer soundtrack for like the wintry landscape while the snow is just hitting you in your face. And
absolutely, man.
You're just, feel like you're battling the elements a little bit, So this is a top tier album for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like an all-time top 10 album for me. Very influential.
Nice, yeah.
I mean the drumming on that album is extremely influential for me.
Yeah,
like
dude, I bet.
I mean I copied so many fills off that album on everything I've recorded.
Yeah, what a good album. I'll send it back to you though for pick 3.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull a Rick here. I'm actually gonna show 2 albums, but not because
if you got 40 waiting in the wings, man, you might as well start getting them out of the way.
There's a few of these bands that I have that are going to be not because I want to break down each individual album, but I mentioned like a band that carries a theme throughout their entire discography, and this is one of those bands. Going back to Finland and Catamania.
The Wolf Band.
Yep. I mean, every album cover is like something to do with wolves or snow or winter, or like the first album is like Halls of Frozen North. I mean, they're the embodiment of winter. Maybe not to the extent of certain other Norwegian bands, but they're there. They're up there. So for people who don't know Catamania, they're extremely melodic. They're extremely melodic form of black metal. They have a little bit of elements of melodic death metal at times. Just real bright, melodic, kind of lead type riffs. Not really lead solos, but just real noodly, melodic bridge type riffs. Like I really don't know how to describe it. Like they use a lot of synth, but they're not really a symphonic band. They're just exceedingly melodic. But yet you look at their band photo, like let me find. I mean, you see that? I mean, they're corpse painted up and like.
Oh yeah, they got swords. Are they wielding swords there?
It's like little, like costume store, like
little
clubs.
Stabs.
There we go.
Okay.
Focus finally. But like, actually, we were talking about Moonlight Sorcery. Moonlight Sorcery is like the new version of this band in a way, except they went way more power metal. These guys still stayed pretty black metal, but this album in particular, Escada, and particularly the title track, is one of my all-time favorite riffs in a black metal song. There's just something about it that's just, it's very engaging and it grabs you. First 2 seconds, you're hooked on that song and on those riffs. But you're talking about, here's one thing I can say about Catamania. You were mentioning earlier how a lot of your picks, like you want it to be like downtrodden and not really uplifting. Catamania is very uplifting music at times, with the melodies they use. And it reminds me of like, you know, you go out on a snowy day, but with like bluebird skies, and
Yeah,
everything's
like
just
after the storm's kind of through, and it's
yeah,
just
and
yeah, right.
everything's perfect and beautiful, and like,
Yep.
you know, it's one of those days like you don't care that your post holding up to your nuts, like sloshing through snow or anything, because you're just like, it's so beautiful out here. That's Catamania in a nutshell. Like it's cold, it's frosty, but it's beautiful and it's uplifting and it's great. If you don't know Catamania, like Peter said, like the early Catamania albums are worth it, and I think Escada is their best overall album, and that was like album number 4 or 5 or something like that.
That's funny, man. I will say I've never tried Catamania, and I've seen their stuff used in store for like, you know, affordable prices. And truthfully, the reason why I never purchased it were because of the fucking wolves. Like it made me think of like Wolf Goth Girl or something like that.
It's a
Like,
little
man, like this is gonna sound like fucking Moonspell or something like that, or like sound like later era Sentenced. Like this is gonna be like Cold White Light.
Oh, I get it. You
So
probably
I assumed incorrectly, I guess, because
you should probably not look up the album cover for Halls of Frozen North, because it really gives those vibes.
dude, that's definitely one of the ones I've seen, like in the store with that one, and then
it has the
Morning
topless girl.
Morning Crimson. This one right here.
Yeah,
like I'm like, God, I'll just listen to Evanescence instead. Like I'm
it's funny. It's one of those things where the chick has absolutely nothing to do with the music, so it's not like it's not
even,
like you
even like this album cover is fucking stupid. Like what?
Oh, dude, nobody said that they had great album covers.
This is fair,
but the music contained within it's worth your time. It's worth investigating.
I will, because I've definitely passed up buying their stuff multiple times because of just it looked like a wolf t-shirt that, you know, an overweight like 50-year-old hippie would wear or something.
Dude, fucking Alaska merchandise. There's a lot of Alaska shirts that have those fucking wolves on it, and it's like
looks like an Alaskan shirt.
It's like you're showing an animal that resides like in a very remote part of the interior of the state more often than not. But anyway,
tourists.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, I'll be happy with my 80-degree weather. It was apparently 108 where Simon is at. Which Simon, if you hang out, I'll show off a poor Australian who is trying to make black metal in a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly it. That guy wears Mystic Wolf shirt. That's exactly why I have not gone into what Catamania. I can't even remember what their name was.
Catamania.
Catamania. Yeah.
No,
all right.
Yeah. I love that band. I have a lot of their albums.
That's cool, man. I would not have expected that they were, you know, a legit like good band. I will have to check them out. So another band and album that I have to talk about every single time, no matter what. And I said I mentioned this on the gas mask and hand grenade stream. Agalloch. And now I know, Tyler, you said you haven't gone into Agalloch, but
I got because of the resurgence and the reformation. Actually, I've been meaning to make a post. Like Jimmy actually sent me copies of the first 3 Agalloch albums.
Good on Jimmy. Yes.
Like he's like, I got 3 extra copies, dude. You want them? I was like, okay, sure. Like, and yeah, Agalloch is amazing. I think we talked about it on the stream. Like that was a band that I missed the boat on initially when they first came out, which is really unusual.
And I think you said when you finally got around to hearing them, it was almost like too late. Like they had kind of like, even on this album, they're not necessarily that black metal. There's so much other influences in here. There's like already some post rock in there, some like neo folk in here, some traditional heavy metal and melodic death metal in here. Like I hear a bunch of In Flames riffs on some of these songs.
And that was what was weird, because when that came out, I was into all that stuff. Folk, like, I mean, Imperium. Imperium is one of their big influences.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a couple of Imperium albums at that point, but I heard that and I was like, eh. But then I went back to it years and years later. I'm just like, I'm the dumbass. Like,
hey man, I think it's all about when you hear music sometimes. And maybe if you'd already heard Imperium, you know, this would sound like a lesser version, maybe, or like they're throwing in more commercial elements. I'm not sure. All I know, like, this was the band that actually made black metal click for me. You know, like Darkthrone was that band that made me realize that, oh man, black metal's a thing, and I don't think I'm ready for it yet. But Agalloch with this album made me actually want to listen to black metal, and specifically like that Cascadian and atmospheric black metal kind of sound, which I feel like is typically the entry point for people. But this is one of the end represses, which, well, I guess it's not recent. This came out in 2013. Holy fuck! A decade ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
But man, no, this is might be my favorite album of all time. Honestly, it's with She Painted Fire Across the Skyline. 18 minutes, 3 different parts. The guitar melodies and riffing there is just perfect. And then they do bring in like a little neo-folk elements in there as well. And I don't know, just the songwriting is perfect. Hallways of Enchanted Ebony and Dead Winter Days are both great, more straightforward Agalloch songs. And then to me, the crowning achievement of Agalloch, and maybe their best song, As Embers Dress the Sky. I just love that. It opens up with like this discordant piano playing, and then you plunge right into some of the most like epic, just very triumphant but still sorrowful riffs, you know. And then it closes with the Melancholy Spirit, which is beautiful as well. So I don't know. I first time I heard this, it was probably winter of, I think, 2012, and I just, once again, the lake outside, out back from the house, just hiking through there, just made it click. Just, it felt right at home, and I don't know. And that was a time period of my life where I was my first year in college, and I was feeling very, very lonely, and like, you know, just didn't know what to do with life. And this album was kind of a bit of a place to go to just find solace, because it feels very lonely and isolated as well. So I think that's another reason why I kind of latched on to it. So, but yeah, Pale Folklore is amazing, and I had to mention it.
Oh no!
So getting the obvious picks out of the way.
Yep. So I'll do another one, and so this is one of those things where I thought of this album initially because of the album title, not necessarily the music. But then I went back to listen to the music, and I was like, yeah, it's winter appropriate. Catatonia, Dance of December Souls.
Nice.
The first album is like the most melodic doom metal album, like seemingly ever. But there is definitely a blackened element to it. But it's like, this is why this album invokes the feeling of just, you know, you're done with shit and you're sitting outside in the snow, you know, unprepared for the elements and just awaiting your demise. Like that's the feeling that this has. And it's a great album. I don't listen to it as often as I should, but I do like this album a lot. I think this and Brave Murder Day is probably my favorite era of Catatonia. I mean, yeah, the black metal guy likes the most blackened albums of a band. Surprise, but really though, like, I forgot how insanely melodic this album actually was. I listened to it earlier today, and I was like, holy shit, dude, it's like melodies on melodies, but just downtrodden and just I'm done with life, but I'm happy that the end is coming. You know, but
See the bleak nature of the winter albums. You know,
yeah, I mean, it's just
peace in what you can control.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. Brave Murder Day is a great album too, but it was one of those albums where someone pointed out how basic the drumming was to me at one point.
Oh,
And then,
every song sounds the fucking same on there.
And now I can't unhear it, and it's kind of ruining the album for me. Like every time I listen to it, all I'm hearing is
well, let's see, what was the Brave Murder Day, those are the first 3 tracks.
Yeah.
Brave, Murder, and Day. But it's just a straight 4/4 rock beat.
Oh, yeah.
But real bouncy melodic riffs over the top of it.
But the beat doesn't do anything. It's just
no. But it establishes a vibe, and that's kind of what carries you through the album.
Yeah, that's an album where I've gone from like loving it to being like, man,
I need to go back.
It could be better. So
I haven't listened to it in a while, but that was one of those deals where beers are already working their magic. But
that's the thing with 11%, man. doesn't take much.
Lead singer of Opeth. Why am I brain farting on his fucking name?
Michael Ackerfeld.
Thank you. Anyway, I like his vocal performance on Brave Murder Day.
Me too.
Yeah,
he's a great. His death growls are some of the best. Like, some of the stuff he's done with Bloodbath, and especially like fucking My Arms Your Hearse. His vocal performance on that is, amazing. Which that was an album I picked for the fall stream right there.
Yep.
Speaking of albums that were picked for the fall stream, this is one that you picked, and I personally associate this with winter.
Oh.
And actually, I also associate this with summer too, somehow. I think it's because of the cleansing song where there's this piece where there's a fire. It opens with like a fire roaring, like in the back, and it just sounds like you're in a very open field or meadow. And I envision that either like in the middle of a snowy night, kind of, or in the middle of like a hot, warm summer night, and it's almost like the summer solstice or some shit like that. So I could listen to this for summer or winter, but honestly, the highlight, I will lay down my bones among the rocks and roots. That song is spine chilling. It's one of those
that's
like
the song that got me into that band.
Goosebumps. Yeah, I would say me too. Honestly, like this was the first album I got, and I don't think they clicked with me until I got to the last 8 minutes of the song. It's that guitar melody played beautifully, and it builds throughout the ending of the music.
Well,
but then
that's just a band. That's just representative of the Pacific Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't matter the season. Like the vibe is still the same. Like they're
I think that's it.
In the forest, the temperate forests of the Pacific Northwest.
Yep. So, it's green. It's kind of, there's just a lot of moisture and yeah. But
no, that's
I feel like this album had to be mentioned in Wolves in the Throne Room. Definitely had to be talked about, and I'm happy they're popping up on both of the streams so far. This album especially. I mean, Diadem of 12 Stars comes close, but this is the definitive Wolves in the Throne Room album, in my opinion.
Yep. No, I fully agree. Let's see here. Do I stick with the common?
Hey, man. Yeah. If that beer's hitting you and telling you to go exploring, do that.
Nope. We're going to do one more established band now, and then I'll start diving in. But these two albums in particular, so I'm pulling another two for here. Both of these invoke winter feelings to me. And that is these particular two Borknagar albums.
Nice.
Golden Domain and the self-titled debut. Like, this is just absolutely savage black metal, and then this is just beautifully melodic and, whatever.
Yeah,
but
they already incorporate a lot of like the progressive elements almost on the Olden Domain.
Yeah, the Olden Domain is actually, I think the Olden Domain is my favorite album of Borknagar. Quite honestly. There's a lot of songs on there, like the opening song, the Eye of Odin, the outro instrumental, the Dawn of the End. I love that. A Tale of Pagan Tongue. This is actually one of those albums when I got into it, like I was really getting into kind of the whole paganism thing, and they just had real heavy pagan themes all over this album, and it resonated with me, so it really stood out. But this one though, like I said, it's just beautifully savage Norwegian black metal. I mean, you see naysayers like in the reviews, like, oh, it doesn't do anything new or established. It's like, fuck that. You see the lineup in this band? It's an all-star band playing what they like to play.
And that's kind of how they've always been, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
They're such a unique and cool band, like with many different eras. Yeah, they will pop up later on as well.
They've had an absolute who's who of like awesome artists come through the lineup, like Garm on those first couple albums, ICS Vortex on those middle albums, like Vinter Sorg on those later albums, like shit, man.
And one of those where it's
those are three revered Scandinavian musicians, and like they've all spent significant time in that band. So I mean,
do you feel like they're underrated still? I always feel like they're slightly underrated as a band. I mean, you're talking like three of the best musicians of the scene have been through it, but I still don't think they get talked about as highly or as often as like Enslaved or Immortal, Mayhem, Emperor, like the other bigger bands.
Yeah.
But
now,
I mean, their discography is bigger than I think all of those, and probably more consistent, truthfully, in my opinion.
That's a good point. I never thought about that, but yeah, but I guess people don't really don't give them their due credit, which is,
I sometimes feel like that. Like they're respected and well liked, but man, Immortal gets talked about all the time, friggin', Mayhem all the time, but it's less often than for Borknagar. Yeah. So
I agree. But no, those two albums, well, as it turns out, those are the first two albums. Mm-hmm. Those are definitely my favorite two albums. But nice. I have a chunk of their discography. Quintessence is a great album. Like,
I haven't heard that one.
What was the first one with ICS Vortex? The Archaic something. Can't remember what it was called, but that one was a really good one too.
Yeah, their discography, I think, is just such a trip, and they go so many different places with it. The Archaic course with ICS Vortex, but I will be mentioning them later on.
Excellent.
For my next pick, still focused on like some of the earlier albums that got me into black metal and that I associate with winter. This is one I brought up during the Black Metal Island stream as well, and also one that this band gets a bad rep, probably deservedly so, and it's fine for people to hate on them or whatever. But I will always have a soft spot for this band, and specifically for this album right here. This is Becoming by Abigail Williams. I mean, whether it be like the name, I mean, that's like a metalcore name. I mean, fucking that
Actually,
does not sound like a black metal name. I mean, like
I'm
when you think
surprised you
about
didn't
the
pull out the
root.
first album of theirs.
Oh, I have it back there, but this is the first album from them I heard,
Okay.
and
Excuse me.
this is the one where they're worshiping and aping the sound of like this band
Oh,
and all the other Cascadian black
1000%.
metal bands. I mean, like this is why I understand where the dislike for this band could come from, because no band has changed their sound as consistently and as with the trends as Abigail Williams. That first album, which the Land of a Thousand Suns or something.
Yeah.
I have it right over there on the shelf.
I think it's more of an EP. More of an EP than an album, but I mean, fuck, they got Trim to play drums on that one.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
but it's like straight.
It's very Emperor inspired, and
Yep.
like they got
It's like the symphonic.
Guy, and they got the drummer for Emperor to play drums on. I was like, shit, good on them. And you know what? Yeah, like their identity crisis that they established from album to album.
They absolutely do. They have not failed so far to jump identities from album to album.
I was, once upon a time, I was definitely one of those guys like, those guys can't stick on a sound. Me. But, when I think about it as a musician, it's impressive that they can change their styles on a whim and still be convincing.
And yes, I think so. Convincing. I mean, I feel like maybe the musicians themselves, I think, come from more like hardcore roots. And I feel like that always can, sometimes have some, bad stereotypes with it. But the hardcore guy to black metal guy pipeline is a legit thing that exists, especially in the United States somehow. But
yeah,
this album right here, where they're going after that Cascadian atmospheric black metal sound, is just perfect. Some of the tracks are absolutely spine chilling. The final track, Beyond the Veil, is a top tier song to me. It's got like these still like symphonic and like string elements too, but then it still very much is in that Cascadian sound. It's very, very haunting. But yeah, Ascension Sickness, track 1 is great. Infinite Field of the Mind, great song as well. So I will always like Abigail Williams, specifically because of this album, and kind of because they're just an interesting band to follow, Like the follow-up to this album, I don't know if you've heard it, The Accuser. They kind of dive into almost a more scar-sided, like Leviathan kind of sound. It's
oh wow, really?
Yeah, it's a lot like more abrasive and in your face and like just pissed off. I know it's an absolute jump. Like it doesn't even sound like the same band. And then to jump from that to their next album, I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's got the Maurice Landowski artwork on it. I'll look it up, but that's more of a almost progressive kind of black metal sound. They're literally a different band on every single album. Yeah, Walk Beyond the Dark came out in 2019, and that one's good too. I mean, they're all good albums. They're just not the same band. Yeah, that's why.
Most of the same musicians on all the albums, right?
I am not sure. The main guy.
Yeah, I think they've changed drummers at least a couple times because obviously Trim didn't play anything after the first EP album. Whatever.
We got Zach Gibson on drums for this one, but Ken Sorceron is the main guy, and he's the consistent member. He's also a member of Wolfhammer. If you're a fan of that band.
Yeah, Wolfhammer's good.
Yeah, I love Wolfhammer.
All right. One more obvious popular band. So, we talk about bands that consistently have winter in their theme, right? And I don't care what the haters say. I love the new era of Immortal.
Sweet.
I love the new era of Immortal. People are like, oh, it's not the same with the Bath and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you know what? This and Northern Chaos Gods reminds me of the pure Holocaust to Blizzard Beast era of Immortal when they're absolutely at their most savage. And I mean, is it innovative and groundbreaking? Like, are they kind of retreading old ground on these albums? Yeah, but fuck, dude, I enjoy the shit out of it. I mean, it's absolute savagery. And Demon Ass is riffing. I mean, Abath is a great guitarist. Abath is a great songwriter, but it was Demon Ass that really gave him that forceful, wintry vibe.
I mean, he was the original riff writer for the.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, I mean, their fantastical world of Blashyrk, which is basically a glacier that has ravens all over it or whatever. But yeah, this album though, like, I really like this album a lot. And you know what? No Sun on this album. This is actually, it's one of the best Immortal riffs ever. I said it in their whole discography. Shit. No Sun, that main riff on there, fuck, it's killer. It's absolute killer riff. And I love how they go back to the riff at the end of the song. I mean, because the middle part of the song is kind of boring, but it's bookended with like one of my favorite Immortal riffs now. But I mean, Return to Cold, like Nordlandir, like, I mean, 3/4 of their song titles have something to do with like winter, ice, or ravens, or whatever. And it's like they embody. This is the embodiment of like the cold North, in my opinion. And like I said, say what you will about the new era of Immortal, and say what you will about how each member has been trying to backstab the other. Like when Horg and Demon Az slyly kind of kicked the Bath out and like took the name out from under him, and then Horg tried doing it to Demon Az, and all the drama then ensued. Whatever, I don't care. They keep pumping out albums like this, I'm on board.
Yeah, I'll have to try it. I'll have to try it again.
Well, if you're not a fan of those particular stretch of albums, especially like Blizzard Beasts, then I can see why people really wouldn't like this and Northern Chaos Gods, because it's really back to that more chaotic, riff structure. I mean, honestly, I don't know how much of the riffs Demon has actually recorded. I know he's playing again. I know his like hands are good enough to actually like play enough to record a little bit and write songs, but I'm pretty sure Icedale is the one that's actually recording all the guitars.
Yeah.
He's
just doing the writing, and then he's the one actually pitting.
I mean, he can play, but he's playing again, and that's why people were excited when Northern Chaos Gods came out. They were like, "Oh, this is actually Demon has on guitars," and he is credited on guitars, but Icedale is credited with like lead guitar work on this. But I think Icedale did a little more than just some lead solo stuff, because Icedale's always been involved in. I mean, he was involved in Demon Ass solo album. He did all the lead work on that.
Mm-hmm.
And, and again, like you said, Demon Az wrote the riffs and Icedale recorded the guitars. I think that's a similar thing here, but fuck it, whatever. I don't care. It sounds savage and I like it a lot.
Nice, dude. Nice pick. Nice argument on that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not my favorite Immortal.
I'll revisit it for sure.
It's not my favorite Immortal album. No way. Pure Holocaust is my favorite Immortal album. I saw that you posted that, and I was like,
it is coming up, man. It's yep.
Pure Holocaust is the shit, dude. But actually, what's funny? Up here, me and a couple other longtime friends, like we argue like which Immortal album is the representation of the beginning of winter. They always pick Battles in the North, and I'm like, Pure Holocaust, man. I mean, Battles in the North, yeah, they're posing on a glacier or whatever, but Pure Holocaust, like.
Pure Holocaust is just, it's intense. It's like,
it's pure Holocaust.
It's
it's in the title.
To me, that's the most, I would want to be in the middle of a blizzard while listening to that album for sure. Oh. Like hiking up a glacier, like I could be dying walking up a mountain But if that album is on and I'm happy, in the middle of a blizzard. So yeah, we'll talk about that one shortly. I'm gonna get another beer. Probably don't need one, but
I'm almost done. But like I said, I'm trying to take my time with these because I don't want to be on my lips. Like, I mean, we're an hour in and I'm already feeling it.
Me too, man. And we got James here, and James, I love all the hipster black metal. Kind of, maybe not. Maybe Liturgy is a step too far, and most Death Heaven is a step too far as well. Honestly, I like New Bermuda. New Bermuda is a good album, but
no, I don't care. Like,
yeah, fuck it.
yeah, I mean the Liturgy, like, it's not because of the lead person.
Yep.
It's nothing to do with that whole journey. I just.
But it could be the pretentiousness though of the music.
That's the word I was going to use.
It is.
Their music is extremely pretentious, and it's like, and it's not good.
It's not good. I try never to leave a live show, but I went to see a post-metal act called Big Brave. They were opening for Liturgy, and I was like, oh, all right, I'll stay for Liturgy and see what happens. It was awful. She was just screaming, and like the guitars were so loud and like disconnected from what the music was doing.
I mean,
I left midway through their performance. It was not good.
I get the appeal of bands like that. I mean,
I like certain other bands that are like that. Like literally what I just said, for other bands, it would click with me. I mean, Krallice does not sound, great, really.
Well, Krallice is a little more structured.
I think that's why I like Krallice versus Liturgies. Krallice I can like latch on to.
I mean, it makes sense, but there's bands that's up here, not on the level of like Liturgy. Like they're not playing like just this extreme symphonic orchestrated black metal, post metal chaos, like whatever you want to call it. But these musicians, they're extremely artistic, like they're extremely adept. They're actually adept musicians, but they're wanting to play music that's just. They want to play music that's challenging, like that's that challenges how you view music. And so really, I should say I have nothing against the band. Mm-hmm. It's the fans that ruin the band for me because everyone's like, "Oh, you just don't get what they're trying to do." And it's like, I don't think you get what they're trying to do. You just think it's cool, and you're trying to latch on.
That's
so. I mean,
yeah.
It's music made for art snobs. It's basically what it is. And like not even like real art snobs, just like the guys that like they hang out at art events and they might go to like a art co-op thing and do a little bit of art and they're just like, oh, I'm in the art scene and blah, 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 blah.
Like metal music is not necessarily meant for art snobs. So it's like funny when there's a band that's trying to appeal.
And hey, I speak from experience because my wife and I, we were actually we were board members of an artist co-op up here in Alaska. So I'm not hating on that scene because I was in that scene. I was involved. So I mean, but I definitely
James over here is a fan of Liturgy, so maybe I don't know. I'll have to retry, but their newest album they released this year did not click with me. And as I said, I saw them live, but here, I need another beer.
What you opening up? All
right, we're taking a break from the stouts and the dark beers. We're doing a winter or a holiday ale. Let's see. We got Christmas ale from Abita Brewing. Abita is our local brewery that you can find in all the gas stations and all the grocery stores and stuff. Okay. They make good, serviceable beer. Nothing to write home about, but nothing that will offend you as a beer drinker either. So, and with the opening of this Christmas ale, I want to talk about a certain album that I will always reach for every Christmas season. My inner edgelord comes out, and I want to pull the most satanic and like war metal kind of sound to
Sorry,
celebrate.
my beer fridge is making a lot of noises back in the background.
Well, you're organizing. It's all good.
Well, I'm joining you. I'm gonna open up a winter ale myself.
Yes, I do love a good winter ale. Like with it's got the spices. There's like some cinnamon and nutmeg, and yeah, this makes me think of just Christmas, which these albums do as well. So I'm about to pull some war metal and some just black and death metal of the best style, like some what Chris Moyen art, right? So yeah, as I said, the Inner Edgelord comes out. I would on Christmas every year I'll listen to at least a couple war metal albums, and this was I think last Christmas or maybe before that, but this is Archgoat's I think return to the scene EP, Heavenly Vulva, Christ's Last Rites, and goddamn, that is a album cover right there. Like, and it gets better when you open it up.
Oh shit! Actually,
yeah, we got actual boobs. Yeah. So,
but I don't know the main cover. There's something cool about that visual. Like,
I mean, I think it's sick. Like
the skeleton on.
We got the lamb down here.
Yeah.
Skeletal Mary Mandolin or Mary Madeline or Mary or whatever.
But that
however you want to interpret it.
Yeah, that inside cover is like what you would expect from a band like that. It's like, oh, it's shocking, and there's titties.
Yeah, that's almost like the Cradle of Filth, like
Yeah.
Or I guess Marduk too, right?
Oh yeah, like
fuck me Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
and in some degrees, Obedience, the Obedience EP.
Mm-hmm. But no, I do like this album cover and really most of the Archgoat covers and stuff. But the thing with this genre, war metal, and I'm definitely interested in you weighing in, Tyler, and anyone in the comments too. But I could probably take about an album or two per band and be good. Like I don't know if I need to get the whole discography, but just an album or so, and then I'm kind of set. So for Archgoat, it's this one, and then I would take what's the one with nuns, cunts, and darkness on it? The Grand Triumphator.
Oh, I'm
the
not
Apocalyptic Triumphator. Yeah, I would take those two. And
okay.
I'd be good with Archgoat. Like that's about it. But like, do not need the whole discography because it's something that I would only pull out a couple times a year.
Yeah.
I guess on Christmas for me. But
I mean, honestly, like probably the only true quote unquote war metal CD I own is, and actually it's kind of coveted. It's the Black Witchery Conqueror split.
Oh.
I got that like way back in the day from Redstream, but apparently now that's hard to get and it's quite coveted. And I'm like, I listen to it like once every million years. But there is something about that style where it's simplistic, but it's so fucking savage at the same time. And it just bludgeons you to death. But no, you're absolutely right. Like I think that split, I'm good. Like I can listen to that and be like, cool, I got my fix.
I think it's because all the bands they're all just trying to do the same thing, which, as you said, is bludgeon you to death with, not trying to write the most unique music or have the most unique message. It's just everything louder and more extreme than everything else. It's that, which I am absolutely here for, and I love that strategy. But it's just not something I'm going to spend my money on every single time it comes out. I
always felt like Archgoat had a little more of a death metal edge compared to their contemporaries.
I think so. Like, especially in like the riff writing they do.
It's a little more down tuned, just a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway.
So what beer did you pour, man? You said you got a warm?
So Bear Paw Brewing Company, and it's their, where is it? The Jack Frost Winter Ale. Except,
nice.
Yours looks more like an ale. Mine's still sticking with the theme. It looks like a fucking porter. It's black as shit, but it's all right. I think it's time to pull one of the first more obscure picks. So this is a U.S. band from New York. They only released a couple albums, and I want to preface it with saying that people are really celebrating the new Panopticon album because how excessive the song lengths are. The opening track is a 20-minute song, right?
Yeah. So
this band here, and this is a band that it fits in my theme of using cover art to establish a sound on an album. But it's a band called Night Conquers Day. And this is their first album called The First Snowfall. Right? But this is like a 72-minute album. Like the shortest song on here is 12 minutes.
Damn it. That's
and this came out.
That's tough.
This came out in the late 90s. This is the 15th release on Hammerheart Records. To kind of give you an idea of the date. I don't remember exactly when this came out. So this album is very good and very awesome Christopher Wimp artwork. But the follow-up album to this is Rebellion is the Art of Survival. It had a lot less of a winter-themed artwork, but it's probably the superior album. But this is just absolutely epic as shit. American black metal, like early American black metal, that didn't sound like a death metal band trying to play black metal, as was the case in a lot of the 90s US bands. So it's unique. But the songs are long and they go through a lot of passages. And like I said, the shortest song, well, there's an intro track, but 11:48. And then you have like a 14-minute song, 12.5-minute song, 10-minute song, 10 minutes. So it's and of course Peter, I'm sure Peter has this. I'm sure he has both the albums.
I'm betting.
But no, like I said, it's very unique. Like it's a band that's it's not talked about in the early US scene. People talk about like Bloodstained Dusk or they talk about like Judas Iscariot, or they talk about like Averse Sephiria. Like there's a lot of US bands that get talked about like fairly often that the names come up, but Night Conquers Day does not ever come up. And it's worth investigating. It's worth your time. But like I said, it's just they're very drawn out, and it's not really symphonic, but every song has like multiple passages, and I don't know, it's killer stuff.
I've never heard of that band. That's that's a new one for me. And honestly, it's been tough lately to get into those albums that are like over an hour with 6 songs that are 15 minutes. I kind of feel that about the new Panopticon. Like I really think I like it, but I haven't been able to give it enough attention to truly, click with it.
Well, my initial listenings on that album, and it very much goes against the grain, I think, but I think it's very bloated. I think.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I think there's a lot of stuff he could have made a very impactful album at 50 minutes. It didn't have to be a 75-minute album.
So maybe that's what I'm, feeling, which is why I haven't been able to click with it, because
it's not a matter of long songs. Mm-hmm. Like the third track, I think it was on there, the Cedar Skeletons. That was I
really like that one. It's
a 16-minute song, but the ebb and flow in that song is great. Like it doesn't feel like a 16-minute song, but excuse me, the Winter's Ghost. Now I get like establishing the atmosphere and
Oh, with the
using like,
opening part of it.
yeah, and I get using like, the ambience and like, using like that kind of but the parts never go anywhere. Like you got you got a guitar and fiddle passage that like it doesn't progress for 4.5 minutes. And you're just like, it's like, come on, man. Like you could have trimmed this down a lot. But I'm kind of in the minority on that opinion, it seems like. Because
a lot of praise for it, for sure.
But I mean, the black metal moments, I think that's some of Austin's most savage black metal. Like when it really gets going, like you're just like, he's letting some shit out on that album. But the whole theme of the album is about death and dealing with death, so it makes sense, right?
But, I read the write up he did for it.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Yeah. I loved it, and it made me. I really want to like it, and I think I do. As I said, it's just I haven't been able to digest it properly, and
yeah,
as I said, the bloat could be keeping me from.
I think it's one of those deals where it's not. I think it's one of those albums like, the people that are heaping praise on it, like, I don't think they get outside. Like, it's not an album that's meant to be like, you're not supposed to be sitting in your room zoning out to it. I think you're supposed to be like outside experiencing shit while listening to that album. And I think that's what I need to do. I think I need to listen to it in that kind of aspect. Like I need to get outside with it and just be in nature and just be with the elements and listening to it in that regard. So I am not a Panopticon hater. Austin is a fucking brilliant musician, and he's a great drummer, and he's great everything.
Oh yeah.
But
we can be honest about,
yeah. But part of me feels output. Like I think part of me feels like the album is as long as it is because it might be an exit album.
Shit, really?
Think about
because of the themes and stuff, or like
the themes of death and the fact that he makes it a length that maxes out a CD like 75 plus minutes, and that's a max like amount of information you can put on a disc, like, and people call it the magnum opus, and so it's like it makes sense to me. It's probably not the case, but if he was to like lay the project to rest and close that out on an album with that kind of epic scale, it would make sense to me. But like I said, that's an extremely hot take.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. This is
and I'm sure there's people watching, maybe not necessarily commenting. They're just like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like blah blah blah. It's like it's just an opinion. I gave it a go, and I was like, a lot of the songs didn't need to be as long as they were. But I digress. Oh, there you go. Speaking of black witchery.
Sorry, you mentioned them already. So.
Oh, that was one of your picks?
Yeah, no, this is my next pick right here. This is.
Oh shit.
yeah. This is probably like the first war metal album I ever picked up was this right here, Upheaval of Satanic Might.
Yeah.
The Chris Moyen artwork. I mean, look at that shit. This is just, peak. Christ crucified on fucking Satan's head, and then we got the just God. It's so ridiculous and stupid.
There's absolutely
I
no
love
hiding
it.
What they're about. Like
no,
like what you see is what you get.
I think that's why I do love the genre. I mean, they're just so it's so obnoxious and just over the top. Like its strengths are its greatest weakness as well, just because of that. And here's for another. You can see the inspiration maybe for the Archgoat artwork that Moyen did, but look, we got
look at that.
fucking
Oh, you
Brutal.
want a body and an altar?
Yep.
I am a master of that.
And then I love the over the top band photos too. Like they just go out to a church at night and pose in like these ridiculous.
With the bandoliers of like
Yeah,
of,
I mean like this dude with
ammo.
like burning crosses and stuff. And I think these guys are from Florida, right?
Black Witchery?
Black
No,
Witchery?
I thought they were one of the Canadian bands.
Oh, they might be a Canadian.
The
band.
Ross Bay.
Oh. Well, that's.
I thought they were part of that whole Ross Bay movement.
Like I know they're probably closely aligned. I just thought they were actually in the U.S. I'm pulling up the Oracle now to try to see
The archive.
the archive. But I don't know if Upheaval of Satanic Might is their best album. Simon, you say you love Black Witchery. What's your favorite album by them? This is so far the only one that I've purchased or found kind of in the wild. But yeah, Winter Springs, Florida. That's where they're from.
Shit, look at that.
Yeah.
So who am I thinking of that was like part of the Ross Bay thing? Was that Conqueror then?
Yeah, Conqueror are definitely part of it. Conqueror and Revenge and Death
okay.
Worship and yeah, a whole bunch of bands.
Yeah, my old bandmate in Ruizal, like he is all about those kind of bands.
Yeah, they're as I said, they're fun. They're just
yeah
in small doses. Small
like
doses.
I said, what you see is what you get. I mean, it's like buying a Cannibal Corpse album. Like you see the album art and you're like, yep, it's gonna be some bludgeoning, gory death metal. Like,
yep.
So for my next pick, this is actually this is gonna be one that I think it's gonna be somewhere on my year-end list, and it's pretty obscure. And so, hailing from Japan, of all places, Daemonian.
Oh, I've not heard of this band. This is a
Frost
2023
Spectre's
album, huh?
Early 2023, like January, February, beginning of the year. And I had to show it with the Obi strip. Like it comes with the Obi strip, and I was like, "Fuck, that's cool." But no, this guy, it's a one-man band, and as you would imagine for a Japanese band, like the musicianship is just out of control. It's like just absolutely over the top musical ability, but the influence on that is very much your 90s, like no fashion, blackened melodic death metal type stuff, heavier on the black metal elements, but just that kind of precise riffage, the production, like you hear it and it's like, oh, it's a Swedish band, but then like he goes ripping into some absolute like fully super technical guitar solos, and you're like, ah, yes, this is a Japanese band through and through. But he only has a couple albums under this project, but what's the main guy's name? Like he goes by something goofy. Lord Metal is the name. But he has like multiple projects of slightly different genres. Like he has one that's like more like kind of trad heavy metal, and like others like more death metal type stuff. But no, this is a fun album, and I've shown, we were talking earlier, like color scheme. I mean, the album title, The Frost Spectre's Wrath, but like, the purples, like it just has like kind of a cold vibe to it, right? But this is a really fun listen, and I really suggest that people try to track this down, especially if you like that, 90s, early 2000s, extremely guitar-driven, melodic, black and death metal type stuff. But yeah, it's over the top and it's super good. And actually, ordering direct from him from Japan is actually pretty cheap, surprisingly enough. And he always throws in bonus stuff. I got like 2 or 3 extra CDs of his with my order. So yeah,
I love it when they do that.
But no, that's a fun band. Like I really like that. That was a really pleasant discovery early in the year.
Could you type that one in the chat for me? Like,
yeah. Let me.
because I already forgot the name. Like you said the Winter Spectre is the name of the album. But here, I'm gonna go for one more war metalish album. We got Diafago.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Right from Brazil, I believe, or is it Colombia? I don't know. It's one of those. And this is Satan Alpha Omega. And these guys always kind of, they're like war metal, but I feel like there's a bit of that Brazilian thrash craziness, like that early Sepultura on there that just makes it even a little bit faster and not quite as one note as some war metal bands. And this is my favorite thing that I've heard from this act. It's super simple, super to the point, and once again, you already know what you're getting. I mean, like, I just love the presentation of these guys, and they're one of those where, yeah.
I mean, there's like a level of grime.
Oh, absolutely.
To their sound that you can't easily replicate.
I think it has to be tied to their location, wherever they're from, which I feel like it's Brazil, but it could be somewhere else. But we got, I just love their names. We got V666 playing Esophagus of Death and Bass Bulldozers. Savnok. His instrument is, of course, Holocaustic Death Hammers. And then Siddhafa is the Crasher Axe is his instrument of choice. So
I thought it was gonna be something about chainsaws.
Man, talk about a missed opportunity. Look at that.
Yeah, dude.
Just him chilling with Jesus with his chains. I don't know. But like, it all ties into the enjoyment of the music with war metal, I think. Like the presentation and the just obnoxiousness of it all is a part of the final product, and kind of why I like it. As I said, I'm not going to listen to this all the time. It's a every now and then kind of thing, but when I want that just super abrasive in your face, one note kind of blasphemic sound, this stuff does the trick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Merry Christmas. And I'm gonna take the first bathroom break. Honestly, I'm impressed. An hour and a half in, like that's not too bad. I don't feel like.
No, that's pretty good.
I'll be right back. Putting you in solo.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get going on my next pick then. So, a lot of you out there are already very familiar with this band. I picked these 3 albums in particular because of the cover art and the overall aesthetic. And that band would be Grima from Russia. So I picked Tales of the Enchanted Woods. What was the second one? Will the Primordial and Frostbitten. Because all these have that full-on, very wintry vibe. And Grima plays a style that it's very much on par with what you would expect from Russian black metal. Just very cold, very driving riffs. These guys are obviously a lot more melodic and a little more busy than, say, like your Blazebirth Hall inspired bands. But these are super enjoyable. Like Frostbitten was super awesome. This is probably my favorite so far of theirs. Now everyone talks about, was it Rotten Garden or whatever, but yeah, Grima, Russian black metal, always good, always worthy of checking out. So just to show you, since you're back here,
Oh, you
Get the
got
first three.
multiple. Yeah, I've only heard
Yeah,
that one that's on top currently. That's the only one I've heard. That's
this one
yeah,
here, really?
yeah.
Like this is
Now,
the one that came out. This is the one that came out, I think, last year. The
I
frostbite.
missed that one.
But no, just extremely melodic. Just very riff heavy, but like still has that Russian feel. Like there's something about Russian bands that just, and actually really just Slavic bands in general, that just really capture kind of that bleak landscape, and just they do cold riffs better than a lot of other regions do. And actually, I'm going to have a few more Slavic entries over the course of the evening.
Sweet. All right. So for Christmas, for me, it's not all edgelord war metal and and anti Jesus shit. Gotta mention this band, and specifically the band that kind of was spawned directly from Sabotage. But this is Dead Winter Dead, their concept album about, I think, a city in Russia, right? Are you familiar with this?
I haven't listened to that in a really long time.
I'm pretty sure. Well, especially now that I'm looking at the inner part, because it's got a quote from Joseph Stalin, of course, right there.
Of course.
A single death is a tragedy. A million is a statistic. Kind of shows where they're coming from. But it's about a revolution, and I think a crushing of said revolution in Russia. And I don't know if it's based on an actual historical event or not, but so it is a concept album, and it's a bit heavy-handed and very over the top.
But it's theatric.
It's very theatrical. I'm not sure if I'm as big of a fan of the theatrical Sabotage. Like this is definitely good, but not something I return to that often. Versus like the earlier Sabotage, like the Dungeons are calling.
What was the one? The Hall of the Mountain King.
Hall of the Mountain King is killer.
But I think so. If that's a concept album, that was probably because they're on that kick from, because I think, was it Gutter Ballet was a concept album?
Yeah, Gutter Ballet. Or the Streets is like the first one. Yeah.
I had a couple of those on cassette way back in the day.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, dude. Some great riffs and great songs in here. Like the track I Am is killer. And then, of course, this is the introduction of the idea of making like metal Christmas music. That, of course, spawned Trans-Siberian Orchestra, which you want to talk about one of the most successful bands in the world.
Oh,
it's the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It's fucking crazy. And it's a bunch of metalheads. Of course, dudes from Sabotage. I know people from Megadeth are in it and stuff. But one of the highest grossing touring acts in the world is Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And I think it started here specifically with tracks like Mozart and Madness, and then Christmas Eve. Some Russian city. Sarajevo? 1224? I don't know.
Oh, Sarajevo.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's not Russia.
Oh. See? Damn it. Oh, well. But, yeah. Sabotage, Dead Winter Dead is definitely a Christmas album and links directly to Trans-Siberian Orchestra, which we all hear, whether we want to or not, every single Christmas, every single holiday season, we hear a bunch of Trans-Siberian Orchestra songs because they're just that big. And
yeah, absolutely,
money making machine.
Yep.
All right, what we got?
Thinking. Actually, you know what? Let's do this one. So I'm going to step away from the black metal for just a moment. So I'm a big fan of certain neo-folk projects. And when I hear albums like this, bands like this, now I don't think of like, winter being like bleak and desolate. Like this kind of makes me feel like, no, maybe I'm in a cabin or just in a very small home with like a wood fire going and just, watching the weather outside. But this is a UK act called Vulcansman. And Songs from the Firgen is, this is one of the best modern neo-folk albums ever, hands down, period. Like you got artists like Vintergrav, Ossie and the Jupiter, bands like that. They're like very inspired by Dan Kapp and what he's done with this project. Very pagan themed. He's very much into like the Anglo-Saxon heathenry. But all these songs are based on just traditional old English songs. And just his voice and the music is just absolutely amazing. So this is the original. This one right here is the original pressing from Devil Forest Records, like 500 copies. And then Indie Records in Norway got their hands on it and actually did a reissue of it, and included an EP called Songs from the Mirror, which is also excellent. Everything this guy's done has been nothing but like God tier as far as like neo-folk music goes. And it's very much, like I said, now granted his inner artwork is very much like, actually this would have been a good fall pick, honestly. Like when you look at like that band photo with him with his dog, it's very green and lush, but very damp, very, very English. And actually, fun fact, his dog has the same name as my dog, Runa.
Oh.
I found that out. I sat in on, he was doing a live stream thing on Facebook, and he mentioned, he was calling for his dog, and I was like, whoa, that's the same name as my dog. It's like, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool little connection that we have there. But anyway, if you're a fan of like acoustic music, neo-folk music, Vulcansman, excuse me, especially Songs from the Firgen, I can't recommend this one enough. Like it is one of the best neo-folk albums like to come out in recent years.
Put it in the chat.
Yes.
Thank you. Now is when you're gonna have to start doing that. Sorry.
I'll do it. So I'm doing it in our private chat, but I'll put it in the main chat on the stream as well.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. For me, it's time for another beer, and
damn, already?
Yeah.
You're going for it, bro.
It's because this one, was only like what 5%. I was used to the 11% of the dragon's milk. So,
I mean, I'm still working on this guy, and I think this one's like 7-8% something. So
I'll slow down. I'll slow down with this one.
Yeah, I'm not in a hurry to, like we said earlier, I'm not in a hurry to finish these.
All right, I'll try to pump the brakes, but we gotta get up to get down, and this is a
right.
Yep, coffee milk stout. So,
is that the one you posted about earlier?
Yes, this was a part of the earlier Instagram post, and I'm about to copy that post verbatim, basically. So, I do love a good milk stout because it's typically about 5 to 7%. It's kind of on the lighter side, and it's very just smooth, easy drinking, and especially when you add like the notes of coffee in there, man. Because I love coffee. I'm a big coffee drinker. So, wow, shitty pour.
Same.
But yeah.
Now, one of my, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I think my next beer after this, I'm gonna swing for the fences and go for one of my big beers.
Yeah.
And it's very much a coffee beer.
All right, and I left my albums over here. One sec. I got so many I had to space them across the room. But yeah, I did the Instagram post already. Speaking of for the gram, yeah, I think this is my favorite Immortal album, and I guess not just mine, but others as well, Tyler.
Dude,
and I think
it's
Peter
so
said it
good,
was
man.
his favorite. It's just, it's. I think it's the most intense, but also the most like riff driven. Like, well, you know,
Yeah,
demon as riff driven, like specifically, like it's those kind of like very loose kind of riffs that he would write, and it's got some of their most iconic songs to me. The Sun No Longer Rises, Eternal Years of On the Path to the Cemetery Gates, and then the closing song is my favorite track on the album, title track, Pure Holocaust.
Yeah.
But do you hear the Star Wars march, the dun 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 dun, the Imperial March on that song?
Shit.
I hear it. That's
I've never really thought about it.
the main riff just makes me think of the Imperial March. But yeah, this is the Immortal album for sure, and I will have to check out the newer Immortal again. It's on Tyler's list, but
I mean that, like I said, the new Immortal, it doesn't touch that album, but it takes you back to those days anyway. Like it's a lot. It's it's funny because they're on a label like Nuclear Blast now, right? And they have been for a while, and it's like, but yet the last two albums is like the least commercial sounding Immortal albums.
What, since these? I mean, I feel like it's still a little more commercial than if you compare it to like All Shall Fall, I guess, or
oh yeah, All Shall Fall sucked except for the title song. I still have it though. I still bought it. Like, I still have all the Immortal albums. I mean, come on. But no, like because I mean they made that jump from Blizzard Beast to At the Heart of Winter, and you're just like, oh, big production. Demon Az is no longer playing the guitar, and like Abath is like
steps in. Abath, steps in.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, I'm still a fan of those albums. Like, I like all eras of Immortal pretty much, but like I said, that's the thing I've really liked about these last two is just like it's Demon Az's attempt to bring it back to those older days, but with a lot more money for production. Like I
can respect that. Yeah,
they're well produced. They're well produced albums, but they have the riff styling is very much like that. Just very like in your face.
I do like these riffs. They're very unforgiving.
Yeah,
very relentless.
It's definitely one of those albums. It just, I mean, what was the opening song? Unsilent Storms of the Northern Abyss, I think. And it just comes like there's that real brief like boom bam 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 bam, and then just off to the stratosphere. Like they hit the gas pedal and they're like, all right, that was as atmospheric as we're getting. Like we're tearing your ass up for the rest of the album. Said all these fucking CDs I have stacked out here. Oh.
What's up, Jimmy?
Yeah. Oh shit! What's up, Jimmy?
Jimmy, I heard you sent Tyler the Agalloch albums. Thank you for doing the Lord's work.
You can't talk about Winter Vibes and not talk about. Actually, there's a couple albums that you can't talk about not establishing Winter Vibes. And this is the reissue of the first Aeternus full length.
Yeah.
Beyond the Wandering Moon. Dude.
Good choice.
All right. Like Aeternus is like, I don't want to say they're an all-time favorite band, because I didn't like any of their death metal output aside from there was Shadows of Old, Ascension of Terror. After Ascension of Terror, I didn't get to any of their shit except for this newest album that came out, The Philosopher.
This year?
Yeah. It came out a couple months ago.
Yeah, still haven't heard it.
It's shockingly, it's not as good as the older stuff. Like, it's not as good as, this or really like the first 2-3 albums, but it harkens back to those days. We talked about like with Immortal, like kind of taking it back to the old school. On The Philosopher, it reminds me of albums like this and So the Night Became, but a little more of the modern Aeternus vibe. Like the songs aren't as long, they're not as epic. Like they still have a little bit of the death metal edge, but very good. But anyway, forget about that album. But this here, though, I mean, you got White Realm, Winter Tale, to Enter the Realm of Legend. That's one of my favorite Aeternus songs, period. Like, this album is just essential. Like, if you...
Agreed, yeah.
Actually, this, Dark Sorcery, this, and So the Night Became. Like, if you have those in your collection, you're good. You're good. Like this is just... The atmosphere that's created on these albums is something else. It definitely is cold, wintry type of vibes. But with Aries like doing the most insane guttural vocals.
Yeah, their vocal approach is very not black metal. Like it is indeed almost death metal, but like, and even like the riffing, like the tone of the guitar too.
Yeah, well, that's why they always
they write songs.
They always called themselves dark metal, even those first albums, they weren't black metal; they were dark metal. And I think it was for that reason. But no, those early Aeternus albums. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up Rubizol. A couple times tonight at least. But the early Aeternus albums were huge influences on the Rubizol material.
I mean, yeah, it's a very unique sound for sure.
I would like to hear more bands doing that kind of thing. Honestly,
I don't think it's not what's in fashion currently. I feel like.
Yeah, fuck fashion.
Everyone, I know. Someone's got to get out there and start making it again. Someone's got to reignite Rubenzol, or did I say that right?
Well, Rubenzol still exists. I'm just not in the band.
Oh, are they still putting out music?
They're going in early this upcoming year to record a new album. Because the main guy, he moved from here down to Chicago to be with the other member.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and actually I'm going to be doing some work on some stuff with the main guy, but not Rubizol. Like he wants me to go and record a couple tracks with them. So
dude, look forward to that. That'll be
fun. Mm-hmm. I need to really start playing again, get back up to stuff. But other than that, I'm looking forward to it.
Dude, for sure. So let's see if Hope Simon's still somewhere lurking around here, but so the albums I'm showing right now that are tied to this beer, they're the ones that would go marching out in the snow, like as it's coming down, kind of holding invisible oranges the whole time. But this is my Louisiana response to that, because there's not going to be any snow at all whatsoever. It's going to be just misery the whole time. So I'm going to have to find some way to listen to black metal and still be okay with it being 80 degrees outside. And you know what? If this guy from Australia can do it, so can I.
Man.
If this fucker from Drowning the Light can do it. And look, he's posing on probably what is a pristine, beautiful beach. I bet this is paradise right here. Look at this fucking water. Look at this back over here. We got like some beautiful hills, kind of, and a sandy beach, I'm sure. But he's still just miserable.
But hey, man, you put a black and white filter on it, it looks cold.
Look, he's like standing probably at like low tide, you know. Like just
Dude, that's
the most black metal thing there is.
I want to get into that band more, but his output is insane.
It's a bit much. He's definitely one of those bands where I'll tell you the truth. I've only heard a couple of his albums. This one is good. Drowned. I think this might be is one of his earlier albums. It came out in 2004.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was saying because he just released like a whole slew of shit in like these last like 2-3 years.
Yeah. Even this year, he's up to I think at least 2 or 3 albums, which I heard one of them, and it's what it is. It's Drowning the Light for sure. Yeah. Oh my God. It says he's put out 9 releases this year. There's a full length Haunter of the Deep, which is what I've heard, it's good, serviceable, and he's got like a compilation, a split, in like 5 EPs. So, but no, Drowned came out in 2004. It was his first official full length.
Oh wow!
So
okay,
it's good. I think for this band, you should just pick a couple albums to kind of get into and focus on them. For me, it's this one, and then I tend to look at the album artwork, and whichever one has the cooler album artwork, that's the one I'll latch on to. So, like the first one I actually heard was From the Abyss, which came out in 2015.
Okay,
that one is good, and then Cursed Below the Waves, which came out in 2018, is also good. And then the other 90 releases, I'm not sure, but these 3 I can get behind, and you can definitely tell it's a solo black metal project, but he ranges from being like lightly atmospheric to very in your face with the intense black metal riffage as well. So I think this one, the synths on here are the highlight to me, because how the production is, it's like in the sound you have all of the instrumentation over here, and then the synths almost sound like even in the background to that, and it kind of gives you like a Philosophim kind of vibe, which I really like that album. So Drowned is good in my opinion.
I admit I'm a Philosophim hater.
Oh, really? You don't like Philosophim? That's my favorite Burzum album.
No.
I kind of chose to make this a Burzum free stream. I could have picked some
of
it,
Jesu Todd, Dunkelheit.
Yeah.
Those are great songs.
You don't like the ambient pieces? Like the 30-minute like.
Well, here's my thing with Philosophim.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that got into Philosophim really latch onto it, not because of the songs, I think. Is because that was the album that was released after he was put in jail.
Oh,
but he recorded that album before Vislis at Taras. Vislis at Taras is like, I think that's his peak. And it makes sense because Philosophim was recorded before that album, but he put it out after Vislis at. So that's kind of my thing on that. I think Vislis at Taras is like the peak Burzum, and then Philosophim is like, and I mentioned those two songs specifically because I've had people come at me and like, in comments and chats or whatever. And I was like, all right, name me one song you really like outside of those two, Jesu Todd and Dunkelheit. And crickets. They never respond.
I'll respond in a second. I can't remember because that's when the names get long and I don't.
I mean, it's good for what it is for sure, but like I said, it's just I had higher expectations because of Vislicet Terras, and then to find out this is recorded beforehand, this, that, and the other. What? But whatever. Like that's I.
I don't mind this mess. Whatever the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the 25-minute long ambient song or
and
whatever.
It's like 3 notes for the whole thing.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. I'm not going to argue that, but it's I don't know. To me, in the right mood, I'm here for it.
Absolutely. Like I said, I get it. Like
that'd be a winter album for me as well.
So speaking of wintry albums, this is a band I wish that would have continued on in this style. And this is going to be the first album from Cethereal, Nord.
Did you pick that for the Black Metal Island stream, or was that someone else? Because I remember that popping up.
That was someone else.
That might have been Devin. Maybe Devin picked that one.
I was kind of pissed. I was like, fuck, I should have picked this one. But no, this, especially like In the Still of the Northern Full Moon, the opening track, it's like 14 minutes of blast beats and fury, but it's awesome. Like, I mean, they went from this to Lords of the Night Realm. So they went from it's high speed Swedish black metal. Like, there's no getting around it. But there's a certain level of atmosphere that they very quickly ditched after this album. But this album, you talk about albums that feel like you're in a winter storm. I mean, the whole artwork and the whole vibe is winter. It's cold trees and like snow falling and whatever else. But yeah. First Cethereal album. I mean, I love the first 3. Like this, Lords of the Night Realm, Hell Eternal. And then after that, every album sounds the fucking same. And not as good as those first 3 albums, in my opinion. I mean, if there's one thing that people will get from this stream is I'm crotchety with a lot of my black metal. I mean, I'm not as cult as Peter, picking like 30 albums pre-1997 that 2 of which I've only ever heard of. Like, I'm not that level, but I got into black metal like 1995. So I mean, I got into it like kind of on the ground floor of the popularity, really, within a couple of years. So yeah, it's certain albums that come out and I'm just like, man, it doesn't do it for me. But this, I don't get tired of this. Like this album here, and like I said, you're getting blasted by cold Nordic winds all up and down this album. And I mean, granted, there's like satanic themes and whatever as the case, but that was the focus on later albums and just insane high speed, just insane high speed. Just leave it at that. Like them and Dark Funeral were kind of competing for like putting out like, albums with like the fastest shit.
But they're better than Dark Funeral though.
I'd say, yeah, I like
because I've probably tried the wrong albums with Dark Funeral, but
Dark Funeral, like Secrets of the Black Arts, and what was the second to last album that The Shadow is Over or something? Like those are the 2 albums I really like from them. Although I have like half a good chunk of the Dark Funeral collection, even the DVDs.
Oh yeah, really.
So I mean,
I would not have pictured you as a Dark Funeral fan, honestly. I assume that would be one of those bands you'd be like,
Secrets of the Black Arts and Vobiscum Satanas are like I like those two a lot.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. But yeah, like I said, these beers were kicking in. I can't remember the name of the one album. And it very much was a call back to
what the not the most recent one, but the one before that.
Yeah.
Where Shadows Forever Reign, 2016.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're getting off track here, but the thing that bothers me with Dark Funeral is they'll release a seminal album and then they just shit the bed with the follow-up.
That's I think James is onto it. It's the color schemes.
Yeah.
If
but
it's
like
blue,
so
if it looks like Necrolord, it's okay. If it's the red,
yeah, where Shadows Forever Reign, it reminded me a lot of Secrets of the Black Art. But then the newest album, they win that fucking trend with modern metal where the vocals are absolutely in the forefront and dominate everything else. The vocals and the drums. And I'm just like, but it's Lord Armin, like Dark Funeral is kind of based on the riff. And all I'm getting is vocals and drums. And I'm just like, it sounds like shit. Like I'm just not into it. Especially in black metal. Like, and that's a modern trend in black metal that bothers me is like they want to do this modern metal recording trends where the vocals are very much in the forefront, like a pop album, right? And it's like, no, it's my opinion in black metal is like every aspect of the band.
I feel like we could blame Behemoth for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. but black metal is like I think all instrumentation is supposed to be cohesive. Like there shouldn't be anything that really jumps out to the forefront. Like everything should be.
It's just the wall of sound, really, where you're just picking out.
It's the atmosphere. It creates the atmosphere. But like when the music's like way far in the background, and it's just some dude with like shitty screaming vocals like in the forefront, and I'm like, I'm not going to listen to your album.
Man,
you know.
Speaking of wall of sound and atmosphere, that's definitely the theme for this album right here, which is I want to try to highlight, local acts when I can, but I saw these guys up in Charlotte at a small venue called the Milestone. It was a fun performance because it was like the middle of July, and I was, seeing a bunch of like hardcore, kind of grind death metal acts, and then there was just this one black metal act where the guy was in corpse paint the whole night, just walking around in like, full get up of long sleeves and, leather, everything. It was like 85 degrees at, 10 p.m.
I was saying, how much of that corpse paint was left in the night?
He was wearing chains. Yeah, not much. It looked like he was, weeping his makeup off. But this is from Atlanta, Georgia. This is Internment with I think his first album, Chained to the Moon. So,
dude, that looks cool.
I would check this one out. I mean, it's not going to be anything like mind-blowing or new. Nothing exciting, but it's honestly, it's pure Holocaust worship.
Okay.
Immortal worship. Done serviceably, done well. I mean, it was fun. It was fun to watch, and yeah, as Simon points out, got the pearl necklace out, the chains of the moon, if you will. But dude, literally, awesome. The dude looked like this when he was playing live, and fucking 85-degree weather in Charlotte, and I respect it. And he didn't talk to anyone or anything, and was very just stood in a corner the whole night for the other bands and stuff. But yeah, in tournament, this is a good album for sure. It's one of those where it does not overstay its welcome. It's about like 35 minutes. Like 8 songs. Okay. 2 are like kind of the interludes where it's just mainly ambient instrumental, and then everything else is just blistering like wall of sound kind of stuff. So yeah,
nice. Yeah,
check it out.
I'm on the archives page for that right now.
Oh yeah,
I like his band photo for for that.
Do they like them on the archives? I'm not.
I mean,
I
there's no
could see them
reviews on
either
any of
like
the shit.
tearing them apart or just like maybe
But
there's no reviews or anything.
No, there's no reviews. But it looks like he found snow in the one photo, unless it's like, he's standing
Yeah.
on.
I have no idea. As you see, it says he's in Atlanta, Georgia. So I'm not sure where.
So I'm gonna go on to the Bandcamp page. I'm gonna follow it, and I'm gonna wish list that album.
Do it. Chain to the moon.
I remember to check it out later.
Let me know what you think.
Yeah, definitely, man. That looks awesome. All right. Actually, you know what? Just because of the album title, we have to talk about this one. I'm pretty sure this one came up during the Black Metal Island, but it's my favorite album from this band, and that would be Frost.
Yes.
And it's funny, like this album is such just a blistering album. Like, take no shit and just, Trim was like, oh, I can play really fast. So I'm going to play really fast in this album. And like I said, there's just there's a vibe to this album that I don't think they captured on many other albums of theirs. I need to show this off, but this is the first press. So the logo and the album title are embossed onto the cover. And I was pissed because the cover got cracked because I can't replace this album cover.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Damn, I've never seen that. I didn't know that the first press was like that. That's cool.
Yeah, because what you see on later pressings is this. You see the image of the fjord. But no, there's something about this album though. Like, I mean, even the even the instrumental, or it's not really instrumental, but like the folky song, the Yggdrasil song, like there's this I don't know, there's a cold vibe to it. I don't know, like this and Bloodhem are probably my two favorite Enslaved albums, quite honestly. But this one is just such a once again bringing up the whole standing in a blizzard and just getting bombarded by winds. That is this album in a nutshell, especially like Loki and Jotunblood. Like you get your ass kicked on this album for sure. And then you always gotta love like Ivar Bjornsson, like in the
oh yeah
in the fucking gimp outfit for the
right there. I mean, how even the dude with the staff, Gelson. Yeah.
I mean, at least he's wearing a Viking helmet,
especially
since they were calling themselves Viking metal. But I don't know what Ivar was on. What his shtick was on this particular album. But no, I remember when I first got this. I got it shortly after it came out. I bought it as an import album from a local store, and I saw that picture, and I was laughing in the store, and I was like, "Oh my god!" But then I listened to it, and I was like, "You know what? I don't care. He's amazing. He's an amazing musician. Like he could dress as a gimp all he wants, as long as he's putting those kind of riffs out."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, dude, like I don't know. I mean, everyone talks about Trim on the Emperor albums, but like his Fast to Faster blast beat on Loki specifically still blows my mind to this day.
Yeah,
he was already playing fast, and then he was like, "I'm going to kick it up like 6 gears," and they weren't. I mean, there was a little bit of triggering that existed back in those days, but Mardrum is good, but Bloodhem and Frost, that's what I'm about.
For me, it's that early stuff, and then I do like their more progressive, like Retier and Odini Axima
Axioma
Odini.
Ethica Odini.
Yeah, I really like that one.
As far as their proggy albums go, that one does it for me. Like,
Yeah,
that album, like,
that was my introduction to them.
oh wow, that's a hell of an
was
introduction.
that album, and it was like Tool mixed with black metal. Really,
Yeah,
you know, like the clean singing and but yeah, still like that black metal backbone.
mm-hmm.
Man, even Vertebrae though, I do really like Vertebrae. Like the
Vertebrae was
Watcher
good.
is man, the Watcher makes my hair stand on end. That song is so good.
I like all eras of Enslaved. So don't get me wrong, people in the chat. Like, I'm not a hater of the later Enslaved album.
Yeah, they're like Borknagar. They're that like super consistent band that they do so many different sounds, but none of them are bad. It's like probably more consistent with members too. All right, so for my pick, another one to walk around in the snow too. We got this is Nadinger.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you know this band. This is their album Wolf Father. So this is like 25 minutes long. It's not really an album. It's more of an EP, but I don't know. They market it as an album, and it's essentially a death metal album. Really. Yeah. But it still has like the black metal subject matter, and like some of the melodies are very much more black metal oriented, but then just how the riffs hit and the vocals hit, it's just death metal. But I think it fits with a winter landscape, just because of that, and because of the subject matter and really the tone of the music overall. Even though it is really a death metal album pretending to be a black metal album, and I think the band overall is kind of like that. Like I do like this band, very unique.
I mean, later releases by those guys were a little more on the blackened scale, but they're also like very technical and kind of progressive, and the
production's a lot more cleaned up too, for it.
I need to check that one out specifically because I got a couple friends that are like real hardcore into that band, and they talk about the later albums. So I need to.
Yeah, this one's good. As I said, it's like 25 minutes long. Like it's not going to take you that long to listen to. So I would definitely check it out. Track 2, Baldur's. I don't know. You're not going to be able to read that. Baldur's Drummer. I have no idea. It's a good song. The Death of Baldur. Thank you. A Monomarth song, which I like. But yeah. It's great, and this is killer album, and just kind of easy listening for black metal, just because of the death metal elements that are in it.
Ooh, actually, you know what? Let's pull this one out. Let's have me try to butcher some French.
Ooh. We haven't done that yet this stream. So far, it's just been Norwegian.
Yeah. And so, going back and kind of re-listening to a couple of these albums, because I was like, I'm looking through the covers. It's like, oh, this like looks like it will fit the theme. So this is a band from France on the Antique label. Called, I don't know how to pronounce it. Le Prochain, or probably Prochain Hiver. It's like the Eternal Winter, I think, is what the band name translates to. And then Talvi is the Finnish word for winter. Like, so this band is like all about the cold elements, right? They have a song that's called Facing the First Snows, right? So this album, this is a 2023 album. This is going to be somewhere on my year-end list, quite honestly. It's French black metal, but it's not the hyper melodic, real razor sharp and like super tight type of French black metal that you would expect with like Sunopfer, Alderon, like bands like that, right? But this is like it's really dramatic music. Like one of the band members is a female operatic singer. It is not there for show. It's not there just to have a female singer doing operatic vocals, right? It's very much key components of the song. As a matter of fact, that facing the first snows, it sounds like a Heilong song. Some of the stuff that she gets off into. And then I mean, obviously there's synth work on it, but it's very much like it's dungeon synth type of synth tracks, but slapped on top of melodic French black metal. Like the combination is kind of unique. But then you find out that the main guy behind this band has like 2 or 3 dungeon synth projects, and you're like, oh, okay, he's playing what he knows. But yeah, the whole vibe in the album is very cold and just very atmospheric and very, like a word I like throwing around a lot for these kind of albums, cinematic. Like there's a grand scope to the music. It's a unique listen. I will say that, because I've heard plenty of. I mean, you think about like the early days, like Cradle of Filth, like when they had, Sarah Jezebel Diva, like doing kind of the operatic type of thing. But this chick is like straight opera. Like it's very. I don't know how to really describe it, except just very kind of eclectic French black metal. And it's pretty profound stuff. Like I said, listening to it again, I was like, I've been kind of sleeping on this. Like I liked it well enough to buy it, obviously, but I didn't really pay a lot of attention to it until later. And I was like, I made a mistake. Like I need to be paying much more attention to this album. So I'll put this one in the chats.
Yeah, thank you. You beat me to it, because I definitely want to hear it. Especially as we're winding down 2023 and I'm trying to get the year-end list together and stuff. All right, while you do that, my next one is going to be Black Salice release. This is Banished from Time. Came out in 2019, I believe. So Black Salice, that like kind of harsh noise black metal, abrasive black metal. I don't know, but there's a lot hiding behind the abrasiveness of the songwriting here, and of like the atmosphere. Like there's some beautiful melodies in here. There's some really big earworms, honestly, on some of these tracks. But it's also real haunting. Like I like how buried everything is in the noise and in the mix. It sounds like literally being like trapped in like a snowstorm or like an intense fog, or just kind of wandering aimlessly, but you're still picking out different things to latch onto. And that's kind of Black Salice in a nutshell. This is my favorite album from them, I think. And
if that's the album I see people talk about the most.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, this is the first one I heard. So
are they Portuguese? Are they part of the Portuguese scene?
I believe so. I think it's a one man project from Portugal. I'm checking right now.
Yeah, it's funny.
Portugal. Yeah.
Okay. So this year in particular, I've been finding myself finally kind of getting into a little more of the raw.
Yeah, the raw black metal sound.
The more raw side of black metal, and liking a lot of it, but it's particular albums that like it needed to click. Like there's certain projects that like that I need to delve into more. Like I'll admit I haven't heard too much of it. I just see the name a lot and I know the name and I know enough to know that it's a Portuguese band apparently.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I probably would pick this album to start with. Their album Mysteries is good too.
okay.
But I think this one is a bit more straightforward with like the hooks, if you will.
Okay.
And saying that there's hooks in raw black metal is kind of ironic, but
yes and no. But think
yeah,
of like the early days. Think of the early days of black metal. Like, I mean, not every album had like really pristine production. Like a lot of albums were pretty raw, and it was very driven by the almighty riff.
yeah.
I mean, a good example would be the original version of Gorgoroth's Under the Sign of Hell.
Oh, yeah.
That album is raw shit. I could have picked that one that's a fucking Winter Blast album.
I almost picked
But,
Pentagram. That's yeah.
But that album in particular, Under the Sign of Hell, I mean, it's abrasively raw. But Infernus's riffs like jump out and just they punch you in the face. Like they're so catchy and there's so much hoof to it. So yeah, I get it. For sure.
And I also like the kind of isolation gimmick that he kind of does with the physical media and stuff. Like, for example, we got a bunch of inner writing here. Which I'll read some. So it says, "Keep this record to yourself. If you fail to understand this, the war is also against you."
Sorry, my dog's drinking out of her water bowl in the background.
Oh, you're good. If this record doesn't mean anything to you anymore, just destroy it. So,
oh, dude,
words of wisdom from Mr. Black Sleece guy.
That's pretty fucking cool. I like.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think it's neat. I like even on the back here, he says, "Like those unrested spirits, I roam, belonging to no place and no time, waiting for my final hour to become everything I summon." Oh man, yeah. There's just random texts and quotes on here.
That's someone that spends a lot of time by himself.
Yep. Those one-man black metal projects.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Gotta love them.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna do my next pick, and then I'm finally at that point where, like, I need to.
Dude, you made it 2.5 hours. I'm impressed.
I'm super impressed with myself because I've been drinking water too. All right, I'm gonna do this one because this was actually in my top 5 for last year for 2022, and it's a project that it came out of nowhere for me. Like I just happened to, I follow a certain Neofolk project on Instagram, and then it was like, debut black metal album. I'm like, the fuck? Like black metal, but very German. So Fearn, Frostfarts. Dude, this is so awesome. So, okay, so the main guy of this band, the guy with that's actually a beard there.
I thought that was like an arm.
Right? But him and his wife have a very heathen-themed, like, traditional folk band called Voltrain. And that's how I first came across this guy. Because they do very cool stuff, but it's very German. So it's like they're playing like this kind of cool folky music, but it's still very stoic, and they're still very like, I don't know. There's a certain level of like consistency, I guess. Musically speaking, that is just like you hear it and you're like, yeah, that's German. Like it's just very precise and just very like pounding. But anyway, this is very atmospheric black metal, and he uses elements from Voltrain, doing like the folky stuff, like especially in his clean vocals. Really good synth work. Like the riffs fucking shred on this. Matter of fact, on my on my Instagram post that I made, like I used one of his tracks. You know, I mean,
Okay.
you can't hear on the PC. Like, I don't get that. Like, you have the option to add music to a post, but it's only for your phone. It's not for the PC. But anyway, he's working on a new album, and I thought it was supposed to come out this year, but it looks like it's coming out sometime early next year. But yeah, I mean, like, frost is the theme. Like, cold is the theme. Like, you look at the inner artwork, it's like snowy realms and like just, and that it's that color scheme. Like, you look at it, you're like, yes, this is very much like wintry metal. And I've actually used some of this guy's stuff on my hiking videos on my YouTube channel as well. Like, it's just, I don't know, it came out of nowhere. It was a very nice surprise. I hadn't gotten a lot of people just, I haven't convinced them. Like, I tell them about it and they're like, cool, I'll check it out. And they're like, they don't. And I'm just like, makes me sad. But yeah, highly recommend this. Very good, very German, melodic black metal with a lot of really cool neo-folk elements and really cool synth work and just like very well composed. Like, it's shockingly great music, quite honestly.
Sweet. Well, I've downloaded it. I will check it out and I'll report back. I also definitely downloaded the Leproshian Hiver.
Yeah.
However you say that, that's gonna be good. I'm excited for that one too. That one sounded great. So, good recommendation so far.
On this Fear album, though, it people are gonna crack up because, I mean, even with like umlauts over the A, it's Frostwarts is basically what it reads, and you're like, okay, like
sounds great.
But whatever, it's all good.
All right, real quick, we got another blistering, well, kind of more chunky riffage here. This is the Howling Wind with Into the Cryosphere. This is another U.S. black metal band.
Okay.
Started in New York, or either New York or Oregon, or they have members in both states. But definitely that U.S. black metal sound, I think, with a little more focus on, as I said, like chunkier, more modern sounding riffage. It definitely sounds bleak, and I don't know, with it being called Into the Cryosphere, had to pick it. We got like a winter snow covered mountain right there on the cover. But yeah, this is a kind of an underrated band. One that I was a blind buy from a used bin for a couple bucks that definitely delivered on what I thought it was going to be. So definitely check out this one. I kind of hear a bit of Knock Mystium, a bit of other like US black metal bands. So definitely check out Howling Wind. I'm trying to mention another one real quick out of the US black metal scene while Tyler's out. We got Crabane. Oh, Tyler, you're quick. Have you heard of this band?
Right around the corner, dude.
I got you. Yeah, I gotta sneak across the house to get to mine. But have you heard of this band, Crabane?
I've seen that logo. I have not checked that out yet. But
the logo is fucking.
That looks
killer.
like it's
1,000%
up my alley.
I think so. I think this is like the US black metal's response to, once again, to bring up Immortal, but kind of to Immortal.
How do you spell that?
Crebain. You know what? I'll put this one in the chat.
Perfect.
Yeah. So they are also out of that California scene, like near where Leviathan and Rest and I guess Zasther were.
Okay.
And kind of this is like the main thing they've released. Like, they don't actually have really any full lengths. This is technically a demo, Night of the Stormcrow. But they have this a split with Leviathan, as James mentioned, and a bunch of other like kind of EPs or demos, but this is the main one.
That's pretty old.
Yeah. What is it? 2005 or is it older than that?
According to Bandcamp, 2003.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wow.
Because it said older, like U.S. black metal. Like, when do you think it really kind of started to take off? I feel like it was like the early 2000s or like at least late 90s. You know, like 98.
Very late 90s.
Yeah.
When U.S. bands stopped, basically when musicians decided that they would be black metal musicians and that they would not be displaced death metal musicians trying to get into something cool.
Yeah. So they actually wanted to play black metal versus using it as a last ditch effort to hold on to the fame and, you know. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely of that Leviathan sound, but I think it's a bit faster. I would definitely recommend checking out.
Is the sound like Leviathan?
No, I think it's a bit faster. I think there's a bit more Immortal to it, as I was saying.
Okay.
Like a bit
Leviathan
quicker.
is extremely hit and miss with me.
Yeah. Me too, kind of. Like I like Scar-Sided, I like Conspiracy Against All Life. But yeah, some of the other stuff is a no. But I like this one. By Our Talons, Heaven Shall Fall. Winds of Fury. There's some blistering tracks on here, I think. And yeah. It's definitely a part of the US black metal scene. Like the history of it.
So
and this is one of those like albums I found on sale for like $5. Like I guess whatever record store I was going to, it just was not moving any units. So
fucking lucky,
$5 pull, indeed, and I'll take it.
All right. Well, I'm opening my big boy beer now.
Mm. There you go.
Oh, this isn't that bad. Under 12.
Oh, okay. Is it over 10?
11.6. But I'll show this. Actually, you know what? I'll segue with. I'm going to do another twofer. We'll segue. We'll stick with the U.S. band theme, but first, let me show off the beer.
Yeah, what we got?
So this is my favorite local brewery, Bleeding Heart, and this is one of their 2023 barrel age releases called the Ambassador.
Okay, I appreciate the art and the just the design of it.
Yeah, this year's bottles they're pretty sick, man. Like
that's cool.
Like a lot of, and it's all local artists. So anyway, to give you a background on the Ambassador, and actually, you know what? Let me pull out the OG Ambassador. So what the whole premise of the Ambassador. So this is the OG one right here. This is from a couple of years ago.
Oh, that's cool too. Is that the one that's still bottled, or is that just is it empty?
No. I just pulled it out of my beer fridge. Like I'm refraining from drinking this, and because the guy that's on the label here, he was a very big part of this brewery, and he unexpectedly passed away. He had a heart attack or something of that nature, and he was very much like the specialty ale dark beer guy of their crew. So they started putting out a series of these beers kind of in his honor. So that one I just showed, it's an old-fashioned ale. Not an old ale, but basically an ale that tastes like an old-fashioned alcoholic drink.
Okay.
But this year's incarnation of the Ambassador is actually an espresso stout. pours like motor oil. Look at that,
dude.
Anyway, so yeah, they're gonna pretty much every year from here on out, they're gonna have a beer of some kind that he would have approved of if he was still alive.
And they're all just gonna be called ambassador in his honor, essentially.
Yep. Exactly.
Nice. I want to know how that one tastes because I love. Well, as I said, I just had the coffee beer, So
an
11% coffee stout. I am curious.
So Bleeding Heart Brewery, which is so this brewery here.
We could double as it.
So
that's a sick glass too.
Yeah. So shit, I forgot I was going with it. Oh, so Bleeding Heart, one of their flagship beers is a beer called Grounds for Divorce. And it is a coffee porter. So this here is a bourbon barrel aged espresso stout. So it's a stronger.
Yep.
So it's Grounds for Divorce is very much like it's your morning black coffee. This is like straight espresso shots, like just down the gullet. Like it's absolutely intense.
That sounds awesome.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh. Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
Anyway.
ASMR status achieved for sure.
So US bands, and these are two different projects. First and foremost. So we got Fellwinter and Athia Sophia. And both of these are 2023 releases. Both of these feature one musician called Taurus. And this one's completely solo. This one he has his own drummer, but this is some of the best US black metal I have heard in quite some time. And it's one of those projects, or he's one of those artists, I should say, that is putting out a really prolific amount of music in these last couple years. So he has Fellwinter, Gauntlet Ring, Athia Sophia, Arbor, and a couple other projects that he's pushing material out. But it's very second wave inspired, very riff driven, very fast paced, like very atmospheric at the same time due to the riffage. But I mean, I had to pick these dudes in the album titles. The Dawn of the Winter.
Yep.
Shadow Gave the Winter Spirit. Even though this one's pretty much just all anti-Christian shit, but they had to have a winter named album, right? But
funny.
This one's a little more, it's not pagan, but it's a little more like very much like songs all about like winter and the night and whatever. But all the projects kind of sound the same. They're just varying levels of production quality. Like this one is like pretty clean, but still raw. This one's a little more raw. Gauntlet Ring is a little more raw from that. And Arbor is straight like raw black metal. But riff structure, everything else is all very, very similar. Very adept. There's nothing sloppy about it at all. And then I'm pretty sure the label, the Blood and Crescent, I'm pretty sure it's his own label. So it's all self-release stuff.
Dang.
They have their own website. But
it's impressive for one guy, for sure.
Yeah. But if you like that kind of the modern day, more raw US black metal, very riff heavy black metal, like these are highly recommended. And all the albums are good from this guy. Like you really can't go wrong with any of these projects of his.
Sweet.
Yeah. Killer stuff.
All right. I'm going to crack another beer as well. I'm going to be I'm gonna be quick because, of course, when you break the seal, it just starts compounding. So
I'm waiting, dude. Like usually when I
I'm gonna
break
be
the
off
seal, it's
after
like,
this. But this is that golden stout I was talking about, where it's gonna be.
ooh,
Hey, look, this is a stout. Looks like a
dude, I love
golden
that
ale
style.
or IPA. It's a cool style. I haven't had one of these in a while, so
Well,
I'm curious.
what makes that style very unusual is like the mouthfeel
Mhm.
still feels very much like a stout.
It does.
Like it's thick, but it doesn't have all the malt in it.
Honestly, it's white chocolate versus dark chocolate. I feel like
Okay.
even with the flavor of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. All right, and then to quickly tie in some music. The albums I'm going to pair with this beer are stuff that I would like say are your snow day. Like it's as you said, it's that beautiful day after a storm, blue skies, the sun is shining. It's just a winter wonderland outside. I'm bringing Borknagar back. This is my introduction to the band,
Oh,
Winter
yes.
Thrice, which this is them definitely like progressive and not as black metal. I mean, I would still say there's black metal elements here, but they really
They
are
took it back.
more. Yeah,
They kind of kicked it
they
back to a more
did.
black metal-y sound.
It's intense. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some black metal elements. I guess I'm not too familiar with the middle period where they were like further removed from it. Like I know the two albums
Well,
you showed, and then I know
well,
this one.
they were never fully removed from it, but there was elements that some
Yeah,
of the later albums before that one, they're like focused more on the proggy elements. But
now
that one
I'll
though,
be right back. When you gotta go, you gotta.
all right, well, I guess I'll do my next couple picks then. All right. Well, so everyone watching, I'm sure a couple of you out there are a fan of the Ukraine black metal scene. A lot of great artists from there. Um, these two particular albums from one artist are albums I really hold in high regard. And the band is called Olveger. So this one is The Call of Glacial Emptiness and then Arctigaia. And these are the first, I think these are the first two albums. These two albums, how to describe it? It's intense. It feels like you're getting blasted in a windstorm, with snow and ice. You get the really repetitive riff structures that are still engaging, more of a mid-tempo pacing overall. Um, just yeah, it just extremely intense. And the two musicians that are involved in this band are also in chorus, and they're also live musicians for Nocturnal Mortem, among others. So I mean, there's pedigree in these projects. Um, Arctigaia is probably my favorite Olveger album because it really reminds me of Ig, which these two guys are also involved in. Um, just that pummeling, mid-tempo, double bass driven, extremely atmospheric, extremely riff driven, what have you. Um, yeah, this is my favorite era of this band. From here, they got decidedly a lot more streamlined, a lot more intense. Um, the last two albums they put out, especially Isblad from a couple of years ago, is pretty much it's a modern incarnation of like Panzer Division era Marduk, like very blast beat heavy, very extremely fast, and just it's good, but it's not the same. It's not the same vibe as the Call of Glacial Emptiness and Arctigaia. So yeah, if you like Ukraine black metal, especially like Ig, Cores to a degree, maybe the earlier Hate Forest albums, among others. That's some stuff I would highly recommend checking out.
Put in the chat.
And welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, that was oh, cheers, it happens.
Hey man, I'm gonna be right there here.
Yep.
In a bit.
Here, I'm gonna finish my thoughts on this one because I wasn't quite done. I
was like,
I do really like this album, and I was just oh man. Yeah, certain things you don't want to do on camera. Winter, the title track, Winter Thrice, and Rhymes of the Mountain, just epic. And maybe it's the intensity. Like the intensity of the tracks are definitely black metal. Cold Runs the River is my favorite song on the album. And then I think towards the end, it gets a little bit more progressive, which I like. The track Terminus and the closing song Dominant Winds. But I don't know. I think Borknagar, underrated band, because
that's one of
the older stuff.
The Vintage albums, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Man.
I think I gotta check the lineup for this one. I think that the lineup on this album is especially impressive. But let's see. So yeah, ICS Vortex is on here too. So Wintersorg, ICS Vortex, Oistjen on drums, but specifically those two trading off vocals, and then also Lars Nedland doing vocals as well. From Solefald. So did I say that right? Solefald? I don't know. But vocally it's impressive. Like you can tell there's these very distinct, clean singing elements that are just being traded off back and forth throughout this album. So,
dude, I love Wintersorg. Actually,
yes, check out this. Well, I guess you know this one, but yeah, this is
dude. That one's so good, but
yeah,
that reminds me. I could have very easily pulled Tilfjalls from Wintersorg.
Yeah, because
I mean, the fucking album
heard that one.
Is Snowy Mountains, and it's like perfect.
Man, some just great prolific musicians there.
Oh man, yeah.
And then let's see, another one I want to highlight. We got, you know this band, Belanos.
Oh, dude, I have that upstairs.
And this is a classic A5 right here. I don't have too many A5 CDs, but
I have.
You have this one?
I have that one.
Yeah,
dude, Belanos, that band or that dude,
yeah,
fucking rips, dude. He is so good.
Yeah, it's impressive, really, because it goes from being like a very blistering, like black metal to like these folk elements and these almost slightly symphonic elements.
Yeah,
and then back. I mean, it kind of ranges the gambit, but then at the same time, it's not as intense as the more like straightforward, blistering like Norwegian black metal. There's definitely some folk metal vibes here.
It's French back. It's at its
Is
core,
he French?
It's French black metal. Yeah, it's French.
Okay.
But
yeah.
So like,
I didn't realize that. That's awesome.
But the guitars, like it's very strongly French black metal. Like it's just extremely precise, extremely emotive. Like,
I guess that's might be it. Like the riffing itself is very like sharp and it feels aggressive, but then at the same time, the scope of the album it's okay like stepping back and being, more laid back and dynamic. at different points. It doesn't want to be intense the whole runtime. Like it'll take its foot off the gas from time to time, and I appreciate that. And I think that's why I would pick this as it's like a snow day album, like a more lighthearted.
Rules, man.
I gotta check out more of their stuff. I mean, honestly, this is what I think separates you from me. Like, I'm still like kind of figuring out where all this stuff fits into the scene. Like, this is the only album from them I've heard and own.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to admit I only own 2 Belanos releases.
More than me.
One of them is actually a demo collection. It's like a 2-disc demo collection in an A5 packaging. I can't remember the name of it. It's upstairs. Like all my A5 shit is stacked up in my DVD racks upstairs. But you know what?
I have this on my DVD rack as well.
You know what? I will match your energy here. I will also go with the French band with an A5 release.
Yeah,
or A5 packaging. And I'll put this one in the chats as well.
Thank you.
So this one, this hits home for me, man. So the artist is Vertige.
Look at that album cover. That's
dude. Like, here, let me
that's fucking neat.
Let's open the whole fucking thing up. So the chick behind the band, I think she got Brouillard or
it's a chick.
It's a woman. But she owns the Transcendence label, which is a French black metal label. Like she is the person in charge of this label. But so the reason why I say this hits home for me, so obviously the artwork, this looks like a lot of my scenery that I go hiking in. Mm-hmm. Like she lives somewhere, like she's hiking like in the French Alps is basically what it is. I mean, like, look at that.
Yeah,
but this beautiful. This is highly atmospheric black metal. Very strong riffs. And then, you see that goofy ass horn that she's holding? That horn gets played. Like, that's not for show.
So played on the album?
Yes. And it's very unexpected. Like, you're listening to it and all of a sudden this gigantic horn blast just comes out of nowhere, but it sounds so fucking cool. But anyway, her whole thing with this project, and I'm not going to butcher the name of what Vertige used to be called, but it's all about solitude, getting out in nature, and hiking, getting out in the mountains, and like just being one with nature. Matter of fact, the very last, like, I'm not going to try it. Like I said, I'm not going to try to read French, but like the very last song on here, it's a very ambient track, and it's a very emotional spoken word piece by her about how, you should get out of modern society, get away from the city, get out to the fucking woods, get out to the mountains, and just discover yourself. So I'm just like, dude, this is like the shit I love about getting out hiking and getting out in the outdoors, right? But it's like you said, we were talking earlier about the Panopticon album being like a little bit bloated, like long songs, just extreme amounts of ambience or whatever. But like, there's not one short song on this. I mean, it's 7 tracks, but I think it's about an hour long, and there is no wasted moments on this album whatsoever.
That's good songwriting right there. If you can make that work, an hour of songwriting.
Oh, dude! Like
no wasted moments. I mean, that's impressive.
And it's funny because so Brouillard, or her stage name, she has a project that's called that's released like fucking 7 albums, and it's all the same. It's all called Brouillard. Every track is called Brouillard. but it's a similar style. Like it's very atmospheric. The name means fog in French is basically what it comes down to. But I haven't gotten too much into that part of her discography. But Vertige, though, so good. And actually, that Transcendence label is so good. But once again, I will put this in
Thank
the
you.
chat.
It's another new one.
No, this is an album. Let's see, when did this? I think this came out 2021, and this was like top 10. Like this was like way up there on my year-end list.
I love that that album packaging. That is such a cool A5, and the pictures are so cool.
If they do it right, if the band like does the art right, like I love A5. Now I get the big beef on A5. It's like I can't put this on my shelf. I can't put it with my CDs, and it's like
it's the story.
I get it, but for guys like me who are not vinyl guys, like I don't have a vinyl player. Like I'm not going to invest in equipment. And I'm not going to get into another media to collect. It's like I like my CDs. A5 is close as I will get to vinyl because you have the expanded artwork,
the bigger artwork on it.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but guess what? Vinyl's a pain in the ass. You have to get specific shelving for vinyl. So
this is still smaller than vinyl, and guess what? I mean,
yeah, exactly. So
easier to pack away.
But yeah, dude, like if you like your black metal atmospheric, and this album goes by fast. Like I listen to it, and then it's like I'm on the spoken word piece. I'm like, where'd the rest of the album go? Like, holy shit. It just flies by, but it's so good and it's so engaging.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that one out because the packaging and the music itself sounds killer.
And
follow up on my golden. Actually,
real quick. So, are you familiar with the project? Project Deha? DEHA?
I'm gonna say no.
So I see that name a lot. So that is the one musician she has that she collaborates. He plays bass on her albums. And that's a name. It's a atmospheric metal project. I don't think it's strictly black metal. I think he has a lot of different elements. But like and that's the guy's name. That's his stage name. But yeah, he does bass on these albums. And the bass is audible, which is something I really appreciate.
That is
yeah.
That's unique.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. So follow up for this golden stout. It's almost a little too sweet, kind of. Like I find white chocolate to be a little too sweet. I kind of find this to be almost a little too sweet as well. Where I wish they had more of that like coffee bitterness or that dark like kind of chocolate bitterness to it, but it doesn't. It's just very bright and like the sweetness of a wit beer maybe, but with like the mouthfeel and the heaviness of a stout. So,
dude, I like that style a lot.
It's good, but this is a like a full 16-ounce can, and I feel like by the end of it, I'll be a little tired.
How strong is that one?
8%.
Okay.
So it's fairly strong. Yeah, 8%. It's got vanilla beans. We got coffee and cocoa nibs. No.
Nice. So pretty much everything that you would slap into a traditional stout, but without the malts.
Yes, and I think I missed the malts. I don't know. I don't run across too many like golden stouts in my. It's kind of a rare or a one-off. I've probably had like 3 or 4 total.
It's a style that I feel like it's one of those. Now, I'm not speaking from any kind of real expertise, but it's one of those styles I feel like that really has to be treated right. Like when you're doing the brewing process, like I don't think you can just like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking whip out a white stout. and and then do it. Like there's a certain level of care that I think has to go into that, as opposed to like a traditional stout where it's like as long as you get the malt content, like
it's easier to just like that
and it's like
that overpowers everything else, and then at least you have that malt backbone to
and then it's like
fall back on.
Does it pour black? Okay, we're good. You know.
Can't tell the wiser. But like the like your Borknagar pick, I'm gonna use a another band you already talked about. This is my Moon Sorrow.
Kevin Kintaha
for the night. Thank you for pronouncing that for me. I was gonna have an awful time trying to figure out how to say that. Say it again. What's it called? What's it called?
I'd say Kevin Kintaha, but that's probably not how it's pronounced. But it sounds great. That's probably.
Oh man, is this up there for you?
That's probably my favorite Moonstar album. That or Sudununi.
I don't know if I've heard that one.
Sudununi was the second full length. That came out after Sudununi. But Sudununi is like the album that like really kind of established like the really fucking epic like style. That was kind of the like there was like some kind of blast beaty moments on Sudununi or more intense moments, but it was mostly like just very like huge and atmospheric. But yeah, Kevin Kintaha though, whoo, I love that album.
This album is great. This is kind of the earliest I go back with Moon Sorrow, so that's why I'm not familiar with like the demos and stuff. And really, past this one, I've heard their two most recent ones the most. I will not even try to pronounce them, but this is just epic. Really, it's not really black metal at this point. I mean, what would you call this? Like, is it just folk metal straight up? Like symphonic folk metal? I would just say folk metal. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
or just
you just want to be marching. You want to be marching through the forest, just holding some kind of like spear or just anything, whatever these guys are holding. Just
spear, swords, chainmail.
Yep. Dude's got a shield over here. I mean, just anything.
I mean, I wouldn't go as far. I wouldn't call it Viking metal. I would call it pagan metal.
Yeah, like I wouldn't say
I love that runestone motif on that cover.
Yeah,
this so cool.
It's a.
Oh shit! What's on the second disc?
Dude, a live concert.
Oh shit!
Thunder in London, March 2008. So
yeah, the version I have is just a single disc.
Let me see if you can see the. Well, do you know any of the songs here?
I mean, it's all.
Yeah. Never mind. It's worth a try. I just we got a random quote here, of course. The way of a warrior is to bear his name, never to lower his sword. Nicely done, Moon Sorrow. Yep. So.
Yeah, I
pick these guys. I would definitely march through the snow listening to this album.
Because
probably most of their music.
I mean, I will admit, my CDs are they're not the most organized. Like you can see the shelves up there in the background, but
looks good.
It just I'll listen to some shit and I just slap them back up there. So I have certain bands that are in that I have order for, but not everything is in order for us. But the version of Kevin Kintaha I have, actually, there's the band's logo is not on the cover.
It's really? It's just the rune.
So yeah, it's just the runestone. So, on a clear jewel case like that, it says Moon Sorrow down the down the spine of the moon of the jewel case. But yeah.
This one is on actually, what the fuck? It's on with partnership with Universal Music Group and Spine Farm. So
yeah, the version I have, I think it's the first press from Spine Farm.
yeah, I don't know how there's literally a Universal Music logo on here, which I would never have expected on a Moon Sorrow CD. But it's
they probably do a lot of distro in Europe
pressing. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Nice.
Yep. Great band, and one of those bands that I just never see in the wild that much. Like a lot of these black metal bands, you really have to order their stuff online. Like I don't often come across Moon Sorrow or most of the other acts I'm talking about.
Right.
Which is a bummer because I typically buy stuff in store because it's cheaper, save on shipping.
All right. Well, I kind of mentioned the band's name when I was talking about 2 picks ago. I was talking about the Ulveger stuff and how 2 of the guys are in a band called Ig, and that's actually going to be my next pick. I think on.
Is this YGG?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think on the Black Metal Island, I think I pulled out the first album because that is an extremely important album for me, and it's still, of their 2 whole albums they have, is still my absolute favorite. But in the theme of winter and cold and just blasting fury and another A5 packaging, got the second album, The Last Scald. I mean,
that's
if this right here,
such a cool album cover.
So if that right there is not an embodiment of like cold weather, I mean, look at that. That right there. I mean, it's just like, I feel cold looking at that, right? So this album is very interesting. So the first Ig album had really kind of a warm tone, and there's a certain driving element to it that just, I don't know, it made it stand out, I guess. This album, because like the buildup, like when it was announced that there was going to be a new album, I mean, it was like, I think it was like 11 years in between albums. Expectations were high. I first listened to it, and I was like, it's not the same. But I gave it time, and it was like definitely on my year-end list, whatever year this was, it came out. But this is a very cold album, cold production, but very much in the same style that Ig established on the first album. It was like, it's very driving, like very repetitive riffs, very long songs. I mean, it's only 4 songs, but it's like a 45-minute album, one of those type of deals. And fuck, dude, like I literally bought every piece of merch for this album except for the sweatshirt. That's the only thing I didn't get, was the sweatshirt.
So what, you got like the regular shirt, the hat.
I got the t-shirt. I got this motherfucker. I got the box set.
What the fuck is that?
It's a wooden box.
Oh, dude, that's fucking cool.
So I actually didn't buy a regular version of the CD because I was like, I'm down.
Did the A5 come in the box, or?
Yeah, so I have a second. I'm such a fucking nerd for this band. I have a second unopened. And there it goes. But I have a second. So this one I haven't played. This is the one that's in better shape. But it also came with a t-shirt. But I was like, it's an exclusive t-shirt, and it's one of my favorite bands. Guess what? I'm opening this motherfucker up, and I'm wearing that t-shirt. Sorry.
Yeah.
But no, dude, like, I don't know. This band was like, I don't know what it was about this band because the vocal styling, it's not my favorite. No, it's more that kind of shrieky black metal vocal style. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but this is one of those bands I could definitely tolerate that style. Like, it
It's
is
the
what it is.
instrumentation around it that really
Yeah.
sells the band.
So what makes Ig kind of interesting, though, and the reason why so even though it was like 11 years in between albums, this is like their definitive final album because the bass player, who was one of the primary songwriters, and this is going to be, I wonder how he's feeling nowadays, given the current events happening between Ukraine and Russia.
Mm-hmm.
So the bass player for this band and one of the primary songwriters converted to Russian Orthodox Christianity. And this was like his farewell album. So it makes me wonder, it's like, given the events right now, it's like, how does he feel? Like what's going through his mind these days? In these last couple of years. And it's like,
yeah, when did that album come out?
2021. Or no. 2020. It was before the invasion.
Oh, so it was before.
It was before the invasion.
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting. Like,
but that was the main thing. Like, that was kind of like, this is their coup de grace. 2020. Yeah.
Also, I want to highlight how calmly your cat is just sitting right there. I don't even know what he's doing. He's just pondering something. Just.
I put that shelf up. I had a bunch of those shelves out in my garage. I put it up because I had stacks of, like I said.
Oh, and now he's gone.
And he dumping CDs, you asshole. But anyway.
They always are. Fucking assholes.
But I had a few of those shelves in my garage, and it's like I had these stacks of just CDs I hadn't been listening to, or I've listened to, that had just been piling up on my desk. And I was like, I got to bring one of these in here and just start stacking shit up, getting out of my way. But yeah. So yeah, Ig, The Last Scald, not as good as the self-titled album.
But still really good. I still have to check out Yig, or however you say it. It's not on Spotify, which unfortunately that is what I mainly use for like the checking out new music initially. So
yeah,
I'll have to try to find it on Bandcamp or something.
It's on Bandcamp, but through Archaic Sound, I believe.
Okay.
Or I don't know if Ashen Dominion got shut down or not, because a lot of those Ukraine labels, like they'll release some like kind of more sketchy bands, and then Bandcamp, people complain, and Bandcamp's like, no, get rid of it, kind of thing.
Yep.
But I would, you know what? If you have not really checked out Ig, I would start with this album, and then go to the self-titled album. I would actually like go in reverse. Because my expectations for this album are so high based on the self-titled album. Like, if they never released this, that self-titled Ig album would have been pretty much the top of my one and done band releases. Like, it was that good. So my expectations were retardedly high for this. It's still very good. I still very much enjoy it. But I'll listen to this, and I was like, I want to listen to the self-titled album now.
So it's one of those where it's just making you think back. And sometimes I often find this when a band releases a release that is so good, I can't, the album that comes immediately after it, I can't properly appreciate it. Like, it's automatically going to be a subpar album, automatically going to be something that I'm disappointed by. And then the album after that one, I can actually get into.
Yeah.
Because it's past, the disappointment phase. It's interesting, the follow-up to like a perfect album, and how bands do that. But all right, let me dive into mine. I'm I'm definitely feeling my beers right now. But I'm going to talk about a band that we've already talked about a little bit. Mainly, we talked about the newest album by Panopticon, Rhyme of Memory, which I do like. It hasn't necessarily clicked with me, like the Cedar Woods track or whatever the track 3.
Cedar Skeletons.
Cedar Skeletons. Thank you. That is a great song. Great song.
Dude.
I think I enjoy it all the way through. The end of the album, I can't necessarily pick out any pieces of it, truthfully. And the beginning song, Ghost of Winter, right?
Well, there's the Norwegian named intro,
Yeah.
which I'm not going to try to pronounce. And then it goes right into Ghost or Winter's Ghost.
Winter's Ghost.
And it's like between those two tracks, it's like 24 minutes of stuff, and there's like 7 minutes of actual metal.
Mm-hmm. It's the long intro, which
yeah.
I kind of like, but I do feel like it just jumps into the metal without actually building to the metal. It just goes from the intro, and then just you fall off a cliff into the metal music.
Yeah.
Somehow. So,
but like that, it's no slight. It's no slight on.
Yeah, no slight. I'm going to show my favorite Panopticon, which I think I am picky with this band. And I don't know why. Maybe it's because I would prefer to have the elements separated, you know? And my favorite is the Scars of Man on the Once Nameless Wilderness. Which
that's what I need to like get into more.
Have you heard this, dude? The double album. You got part 1. Yeah, part 1 right here, which is the more metal aspect of it.
Wait,
part 2
it was released on CD?
Yeah, straight CD.
And you didn't have to buy vinyl?
Nope, not for this one.
Shit,
dude. Because of this. I mean, this is some killer packaging, by the way. I mean, like we're talking, gatefold, killer booklet, killer like case for the CD.
Man,
see if he still has it on the Bindrune store, because
that was my big beef with Bindrune. Is like there's a lot of releases that I want to get, but it's like I have to buy vinyl to get a CD version of it because it's a package with the vinyl. And I get Vinyl's that. Vinyl's the big seller. I get it. I get where Marty's coming from, but it's like it drove me nuts. It was like I'm not a vinyl guy. I don't want to pay $30 for a fucking album that I'm never going to do anything with just to get a slipcase version of the CD. I didn't realize that came out on CD.
I did that with the Nachachwin album, which I do like. I mean, I have a record player. I do spin vinyl from time to time, but
yeah,
I'm also a CD guy. Like that's my thing.
Oh, dude, that art is so cool.
Yeah. This is worthwhile. See if you can find it.
I liked what I heard of this or of those releases, like those particular albums. I really like that one.
I just love how separated it is. I mean, like this is just a straight up metal album. Like it's got some atmospheric and some more laid back, like post metal pieces to it, but then it's not getting bogged down by anything. It's straight to your throat. It's just a lot of killer riffs and stuff. There's some cool sound bites, of course, from I think a Native American chieftain or someone. I don't want to say something wrong, but yeah. And then this is my actual favorite Panopticon release, is the part 2. Where isn't
that the more acoustic?
It is. It's the acoustic Americana country album, and it's absolutely beautiful. I think it's amazing. It's got It's got my favorite Panopticon song on here, which is shit, where is it? The Wandering Ghost. Track 2 on
Okay.
here. The Wandering Ghost. It's I don't know, it's a brutal country song about a dude who moves away from nature to make money, to work, and he loses himself in the life of being in the city and loses nature with it and the connection along with it. And then, of course, him working, destroys his body and he dies at the young age of like 40 or something. And, disconnected from what he truly loved, which is being in the mountains and being in nature and surrounded by whippoorwills and I don't know, everything else. It's such a sad song, and honestly, I think this is the most emotionally real album I've heard from Panopticon. To me, is part 2 of Scars of Man, and there's some.
Well,
So it's like a mixture of Americana, folk, country, and I think post rock. There's some post rock elements on here as well.
well, shit. Now that I know that those are actual CD releases,
Yep.
I'm gonna have to get those. I've liked what I've heard from those, but it was like I just assumed because the first release, I think, the first thing that came out for those was vinyl. Maybe that's what put me off.
Yes, I bought this one later, like I think probably the year after, because this came out in 2019. I think I bought this like 2020, so maybe this is a later pressing on CD. So
yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that. And then, do you have another pick after this? Because Dam's broken. I gotta go.
Exactly. You help me, I help you. That's how it works, man.
All right, sir. Just I will be right back.
I'm gonna stick with Bind Rune here.
All right. Yeah, because like I said, literally my bathroom, like I go out that door, I hang a steep right, and I'm there. So I will be right back.
Yeah. All good. So we got Falls of Auroras. This is Vigilance Perennial. And this is their 2017 album on Bind Rune. Once again, love the artwork. I gotta figure out who this artist is because he pops up on a bunch of Bind Rune's releases, and specifically, I think he was on Panopticons as well. But yeah, this Falls of Auroras album is, I think, my favorite. It's either this or The Key to a Distant Future, which is the album that came 2 after this. But I don't know, there's a certain level of sadness along with the traditional, like, atmospheric folk elements, It's very much nature's fleeting. Everything is fading. Enjoy it while you can. But this is my favorite Falls of Auroras album. White Granite is killer. Warm, Quiet Centuries of Rains is great too. And then the final track is awesome. I don't know. Love every single song on this album. Falls of Auroras is definitely an underrated band. And another score for Lord of the Rings themed metal bands. So
that band's awesome. I like that band.
Yeah. This might be my favorite album. This one or What Dwells in Rotted Wood is great too. But yeah, another Bind Rune mixed with Nordvis.
Nordvis is one of my favorite labels. I like that label a lot.
Yep. This is them. Another just great, like, being out in nature on like a beautiful day where you're, snow on the ground, blue sky, sun beating down, but it's still somehow like 30 degrees or less if you're in Alaska. 10 degrees probably.
All right. Actually, my stats are getting pretty low. Shockingly enough.
Well, you're
Because
almost
of the
out?
Oh, shit, no. I
Okay.
still have 15,
I've
20 albums in the stack here.
okay. I've got 2 more beers. I could go for either both of them or one. We'll see.
I'm sipping, dude. I topped off the rest of that bottle.
Oh, is this still the
It's still the ambassador.
the ambassador? Yeah. Shit.
Now, the next one I open up, if I get through this, we're still going. I have cans. I have 12-ounce cans. So I think that because this is like a fucking 22-ounce bomber. I mean, god damn.
Okay, yeah, that's 2 beers. That's 3 beers.
This
Four
basically
beers
yeah,
in one, probably.
basically. Oh god. Yeah, fucking James pointing out that I'm tipsy, and apparently I sound like the guy from TSOL.
Sounds like a compliment to me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. So for my next pick, we're gonna go back to Finland, and this is the album I really liked a lot. Didn't like the follow-up album as much, but only because they had to highlight a new vocalist they got, and they had to put in the fucking forefront and just bury the music. But
What a dick.
I'm gonna go and want to talk about winter themes, winter album covers. The first Emir album. Look at this shit.
Yeah. I
mean, this came out like
that cover.
2021, I think. But this is 2021 by way of 1993. I mean, look at
That's a good segue.
I mean, look at these band photos. Like, got the dude blowing fire, got the dude still standing dick deep in snow. Now, granted, there's probably a parking lot 100 feet away, maybe.
They're all just sitting at.
Yeah, but here's the thing I appreciated from this release, and I'll get into the music here in a second. But so let me find the Frost album again from Enslaved. I promise this is important. So
Okay.
So the original Frost album is like this kind of baby blue thing, right? And it looks kind of like this looks like something that came out like in the late 90s or mid 90s, 94, 95. Check this shit out. So this first Emir album, look at that.
Oh, yeah, that's a straight homage to that for sure.
Oh, dude. Yeah, absolutely. So there's really not much to be said about this other than if you like anything on Werewolf Records, anything to do with Werewolf from Satanic War Master at all, like this album is very much in line with everything on this label. Like very riff driven, pretty. It's not the most raw album, but it's got a fair level of rawness to it. Everything is cold, blistering. Like it feels like winter. I mean, look at that shit. Dude with the sword over like fucking snowy landscape. I mean,
nice.
Like this is like
that fits the theme.
Yeah, this album blew my fucking socks off when I first heard it. I was like, yeah, this appealed to the the 15-year-old that got into black metal in the mid 90s. Like I was like, this is absolutely was a homage. Now, granted, I get why on the follow-up album that came out last year, I get why they did what they did because they had the vocalist Corvus He sang on a few seminal Horner albums. His main band, I'm not going to try to pronounce right now. Like I'm not in that state, but they just released an album this year. But Corvus is the new vocalist name, and I feel like when they released the album, it was like, hey, we got this like all-time great Finnish black metal vocalist on our album. Please listen to him. And he is like, music's here, his vocals are here. Like it's like very much in your face, and it's like he's a good vocalist, but I got into that band because of the fucking music, not because of the vocals. And it drove me bonkers. And I was very glad to find that I was not the only one. Like a lot of other people complained about that. So I'm hoping is with album number 3, whenever that comes out, they balance shit out a little bit more. And, the music's more the forefront.
I see.
But yeah.
So album number 3 coming like next year, right? They seem kind of prolific.
Kind of. So if I remember right, which is questionable because
beer.
I'm schnockered right now.
Oh, schnockered.
But the roots of this band actually go back into the 90s, but this is like their first actual release. Like they formed in the late 90s, and they released this like just a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago. So it was like, but yeah, they released a secondary or follow-up album last year, which I was very stoked on. And actually, once I got past the very like vocal heavy production, the music was awesome. And it actually did end up on my year-end list, but like low, like way down on like if it was a top 20, it was like 18, 19 kind of thing. But the vocals is the reason why. That album was like top 3 when it came out.
It's funny how important production can be sometimes. Sometimes you don't even notice production, but other times production can literally ruin an album.
Yeah. But like,
speaking of, have you heard this one?
Dude, hold that thought. I will be right back. So yes, I have heard this. I have some things to say about this.
Oh, I'm excited.
I will be right back.
All right. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. Also want to say what's up to Eric from Austin, Texas. I am in Louisiana currently, so I don't know if you're experiencing super, super hot weather for December, but I'm trying to get in the wintry mindset. And it's tough when it's like, 80 degrees outside still, but such is life. But yeah, this is the album, The Intimate Earth by Feld, and off of Transcending Obscurity, which this is one of the newer labels that I've really started to enjoy. Like, the packaging is amazing. Like, look at this fucking packaging. It's a digipack, but this is one of those digipacks where you get what you paid for sure. And I love the luminescent like artwork and stuff. Like, that shit's killer. This is like a more modern version of Agalloch. Like, just such a time and place kind of album that, I don't know, it's got these symphonic elements, there's string instruments, but then there's also this like 90s black metal sound kind of as the backbone. And I just think it comes off very beautiful. It's all very sad and kind of depressing, but then there's a lot of melody that carries through the instrumentation. So I don't know. I definitely like this album. I was listening to this earlier today, like a couple hours ago. The Rite of Passage is a killer song. Final track, The Salt Binding, is beautiful. I don't know. What do you think, Tyler? Give me your shit take. What we got? Uh-oh. Hey, look at that! You got the. Oh, dude.
So,
Oh
funny story
man.
about this.
Yes.
Funny story about this. And actually, I have that CD in here unopened. So,
Oh, unopened.
I'm part of a group on Facebook called the Order of the Black Arts. And year before last, we actually put together a festival, right? And Feld is one of the bands that played in that festival and down in Tacoma. So I got to see them live because I had heard them. It didn't really click. And I was like, it's good. It's cool.
I could see that.
Like,
yeah.
violins and stuff. But live, dude, that's one of the best live bands I've ever fucking seen.
Really? That's fucking cool
You know,
to hear.
It takes with a grain of salt because
Okay.
I'm a fucking asshat in Alaska that hasn't gotten to see a lot of shows because not a lot of cool shows come up to Alaska, right? But I was transfixed. And it's not because they have a female drummer, like, who is like unbelievably good and like
Attractive.
I'm good looking.
Yeah. You can say she's hot. I mean,
the wife's out of town. Like I was like, oh, it's a female that plays drums and she plays black metal. I'm in love, but I'm married. And then they have a really like gorgeous like violin player who's like very adept at playing the violin. But dude, the emotion that they like put out from the stage live, I was like, yeah, I'll buy the CD. How much is the box? And they were selling the box set for like stupid cheap. I think I got this for like $30, $25, something like that.
I probably got the CD for like 17.
And I actually had
18. So
I actually bought like a tank top. It was like, but it was the Transcendent Obscurity, as you were pointing out. And they do like the fucking all over print. It's like fucking like from the seam of the collar down to the seam of the fucking hem. And it's like, it just print. And it's like, I'm not going to wear this very often, but you know what? They're selling it for cheap. It's like, I'm going to buy it anyway. Fuck it. No, Phil, fantastic. I don't like listening to the album, but live, my God, dude.
A good review is a good review, you know, like.
And it's not
everything
because the album is bad.
Yeah.
The album is not bad. It was just like I listened to it, was like, this is cool, but like I don't know. But then seeing it performed on stage, it blew my mind.
I could see how it could be different.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think
but that same festival,
it depends on being in your mood, you know.
Yeah. But that same festival, we also had like Black fucking Cancer played.
I love that band.
That's a band.
Black fucking Cancer is awesome. Holy shit.
Once again, that was a band. I was like, so a couple of my friends up here, including the main guy from Rubizol, they're like, dude, Black fucking Cancer, you gotta listen to this band. I listened to it, I was like, yeah, it's really like extremely intense black metal. Cool. But then seeing it live, I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. This is fucking amazing.
Their self-titled album from 2016 is I don't own it, but man, that album is
anyway
top
but
tier.
I'm stoked that you pulled that because I have an excuse to like flex and show the fucking like
yeah I maybe it's my love for Agalloch, but there's definitely some Agalloch on here and some other like neo-folk elements, I think, in the melodies, which I definitely dig and I vibe with.
Yeah. I just realized there's only 75 copies of these coffin sets.
See, do you know who else has all of the coffin sets from Transcending Obscurity? Goddamn Infidel Amsterdam. I follow him on Instagram. He's got a big post with all of those coffin sets. Those things are cool as shit.
It's funny because it's not like that. It's weird because they have those out on display. It's not like they only had like one or two. They had like
it's probably more than 75.
Oh, probably.
Yeah. Man, I just love the Transcending Obscurity, though. So this is one of the ones that came out this year. This is Burial Hordes with Ruins.
Okay.
Not one of my winter picks. I'm just showing off another Transcending Obscurity because,
dude, I don't like a lot of their bands, but their merch game is 1,000%
their merch game
on
is
point.
on point. This is some of the members from Dead Congregation, and yeah, on point for sure.
All right.
Here we go, though.
Super cool, man. Like, yeah. It's fun having an excuse to show that off.
So happy to help, man.
Fuck yeah. God, do I want to show this now? Fuck it. The beer
yes.
speaks. So anyway, so my next pick. Okay, this is a spoiler. This is my number one black metal album of 2023.
Oh shit, we're hearing it here first.
I'm saying it right now. I'm saying it right now.
This is a first, everyone.
And I've been saying this since it came out. But so yeah. Folklore from Further Out, Aldridge. And I love that album art. It's kind of hard to see in this camera here, but it's the main guy of the band hiking in the snow, right? No, you got in the back, you got a goat in the snow. The CD art, it's a dude hiking in the snow. Like there's a very heavy like snow winter theme to this. And actually the premise of this album, the Folklore from Further Out, is every song is a different folk tale from a different country, right? So I think there's like one from Finland, obviously a couple from the UK. I mean, the guy resides in France now, but his roots are in the UK. His roots are in Britain. But there's a certain, I don't know how to describe it. There's albums I listen to more than this that came out this year. By far. But when I put this on, like the level of musicality, the emotion, like everything went into this album. I listened to it and I was like, yeah, this is why it's my top pick. There's no doubt. Like I blame the beer, but I really can't describe why that is. Because like literally, my number 2 album for the year, I've listened to like literally 10 times more than this album. And then I was like, you know what? That should be my number 1 album. And then I put this back on. I'm like, never mind. There's a reason why I've deemed this my favorite album of the year for black metal. And I guess in my case, looking at my name there, my favorite album of the year. Because I'm just a black metal dork. But I don't know. So he has this project. He has Albionic Hermeticism. There's a couple other projects. I feel like he's borrowing elements from other projects under the Order of Eternity, and it just works. Like the black metal songs are fucking phenomenal. The neo folk songs are on this, which harkens back to getting off track here. So the very first album, full-length album of this project was a neo folk album. Believe it or not.
Oh, this is another one of those where he's jumped from neo folk to black metal.
But he's always had the element. Mm-hmm. Like all Aldridge releases have like at least 1 or 2 folk songs. But like the neo folk songs are on this are like some of the best he's ever done. The black metal songs on this is the best he's ever done. Like, so on Black Metal Daily, me and another gentleman, also part of the Order of the Black Arts page, we actually did like a collaborative review on this and the Albionic Hermeticism album that came out from this year as well. And we also got the one and only exclusive interview with the main guy for this project. Like, that blew my mind. He was like, thank you for your time. You guys are the only interview we're doing. I was like I was kidding, but dude's super cool. Like, he's very nature inspired. Like, he's all about hiking and getting out and doing his shit. Like, it reflects in the music. Like, you listen to this, like, it feels like vast landscapes. It feels like wide open spaces. It feels like cold. It feels like winter. Like, but yeah, I keep going back and forth on this. And it's like, again, my number 2 album of the year, I've listened to triple the times I've listened to this, but I put this back on and I'm like, this is on a whole different level. But I can't.
It's about impact, honestly.
Yeah, but this is one of those
albums. What hits you? What sticks with you? You know.
Yeah, but this is one of those albums like I can't listen to. Like my number 2 album of the year. I can listen to the number 2 album of the year. I can listen to ad nauseum on repeat multiple times over. This, I go through 2 times. I'm like, okay, I got to take a break because it's just so immense. And it's not because it's like super raw. It's not because it's hard to listen to. Matter of fact, it's quite pleasant to listen to. But the musicality is on such a high level. It's like I try to listen to it more than like 2 times. I'm like, my head hurts, my ear hurts. But it's like I come back to this and I was like, yeah, there's a reason why this is going to be my number 1 album of the year.
Exactly. And like for me, so my most listened to album this year was by far it was a death metal album, which was like 30 minutes long. And it's probably like, if I were to do it, to do a top 10, probably like number 5 or 4. But it's because it's like it's a 30-minute long, like fun death metal album. It's Torture Rack's latest one, Primeval Onslaught, if you've heard of that. But the only reason it's my most listened to is because of how just easy it is to listen to. It's just easy to get into, but it doesn't have the same impact as my number 1 album, which actually sticks with you. And when you listen to it, you come away with it feeling something different. And I think that's what makes the number 1 album a number 1 album versus like your most listened to album,
Yeah. And I will say this without spoiling the band, but my number 2 album, this is the thing that blows my mind. So my number 2 artist of the year, he just turned 21 this year, but he's released 4 albums.
Holy shit.
Bunch of splits. And I'm like, dude, how good are you going to get? And self-released, he didn't have the label backing on his album. So when people are going to see my number 2 pick, they're like, what fucking band is that? What label is it on? It's not on a label. He sold it himself. But god damn, is it good stuff? Like, it's just, yeah.
Man,
but that's
are you going to do a end of year video or something, or
what's that?
Are you going to do an end of year video where like posts on Instagram, or what's your
Well, I'm going to post.
Or are you doing something with like Jimmy and them?
We're gonna do a year-end thing probably in January. We're gonna do a year-end thing in January. Last year we did like a 2-part video series, but I think we're just gonna do. I think we're just gonna do top 10 this year.
Nice.
But on Instagram, I'm probably gonna post my top 20, and then same thing in my Facebook groups. I'm gonna post like a top 20.
Sweet. Something to look forward to for sure. Which I'm cracking another beer. Uh-oh. Look, I know I'm screwed. This is
French press.
The French press. So we're going from a stout to a porter, which
I like. Coffee porter, though.
I like porters, man. Porters are awesome.
Hey, I just said. Porter. I said earlier, this brewery here, like my favorite beer of theirs is the coffee porter that they have.
Yep. So this is a coffee. I think it's an imperial one. Let's see. Yeah, Imperial Coffee Porter. So this is, thank God, we're still high alcohol content. So I'm sticking with the theme. 9.4. Oh shit, that's high for a
That's good. That's good.
porter.
I'm like halfway. Well,
Wow.
I'm halfway through the remainder of this glass. I topped it off earlier.
Man, yeah, that's. I love a good coffee beer.
Oh, dude. Like, I wish you could taste this one.
Yeah, me too, man. That one sounds amazing. 11%, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 11.6. But it's an espresso stout, so it's like
It's the sharp, bitey kind of like coffee.
It's like, oh, you like coffee? And it's actually, it was funny. So
that's how I like my coffee too.
Me too. So get back on the coffee beer kick. So there's a brewery up here called Midnight Sun. Years and years ago, they did a series called the Crew Brew series. And one of the beers they had was called Brutality. So BREW Tality, TALITY, right? And it wasn't a coffee porter. It wasn't a coffee stout. It was a coffee ale. Like, it didn't have like the body of a stout or a porter. But I tell you what, dude, that shit ruined coffee beers for me, because I drank that and I was like, I just drank a straight fucking pour of black coffee and I love it. So then from there on out, I'd see a beer that would say, oh, it's coffee beer, coffee porter. I'd drink it. If I didn't get that same fucking bitterness of coffee, I wrote it off. I was like, this sucks. Like, this shit fucking sucks. So then fast forward a few years, these guys, Bleeding Heart Brewery, I tasted their Grounds for Divorce, which I love that name. But
I know.
Because like the emphasis is on the grounds because they use local coffee grounds. But that one, I was like, yes, this is what I need. And then they released this. I'm like, yeah, espresso stouts, do more, please. But one of my best friends, the guy I do the most of the hiking with, he is not a coffee fan at all. Like, at all.
And honestly, I don't get that. Like, people who aren't fans of coffee.
Right? So he sent me a message and he was like, dude, the Ambassador, I hate it. And I'm like, what? He's all, but you will love it. So I immediately replied to him. I was like, oh, coffee. I knew exactly what it was. I knew why he hated it. Because for whatever reason, he hates coffee on all levels.
Even in his beer.
Yep, even in his beer.
But that's why I initially got into stouts in the first place, was because of the coffee flavor, and just like the dark bitterness.
The roast.
The roastiness. The roast. From just the malts, you know?
Yep.
And yeah, this lives up to it. Porters are good, so this porter is an excuse for me to show off my non-black metal albums that I want to talk about for this.
I was just saying, like, you only pulled like one or two so far, and you said you had all sorts of stuff.
Well, I mean, not really. Like, actually, I'm done with my black metal now. Truthfully, for the most part, I've got maybe one more.
Okay.
But everything else from here on out, it's other stuff. So, going into post metal, I don't know how you feel about post metal. I love the genre myself. This looks like a fucking black metal album when you look at it.
I'd say it looks kind of like a epic heavy metal album, really.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could see that. This is Black Mountain by Soul, and this is a just straightforward post metal album. It's got like the beautiful instrumental interludes that build up to the intense, sludgy, like vocal sections where the guy's kind of like hardcore shouting at you, but
Okay.
it focuses around nature and specifically, just mountains and kind of preserving nature and this kind of landscape. But this is one of those like random Spotify picks where like after you finish an album, Spotify will just like start picking random songs for you. And this is one that actually worked out. Most of the time it's not good. You don't want to hear it. But this one I was fully sold on and would highly recommend, especially if you enjoy like Cult of Luna or Rosetta, or maybe certain albums from the Ocean, like some of their earlier stuff. But definitely the title track Black Mountain and Hydra I recommend.
Hey,
so honestly, James,
real,
I would recommend this for you. Yeah.
Real quick, so I'm doing, because I'm kind of fucked up, so I'm going on Bandcamp and trying to find some shit and put in my wish list, because if I forget, I'm gonna go back to my wish list at some point and be like, oh shit. So is that the one that came out in 2014? It's like 4 tracks. Tom Head and Hydra, Black Mountain.
That's it. Yep.
Fucking sweet. Wish list. I'll check it out.
Do you like post metal at all? I mean, like the Cult of Luna bands and
it's hit and miss for me.
Yeah.
There's a couple. There's been bands that played that kind of style up here in Alaska. I like seeing it live.
Yes,
I like hearing that
live
kind of
is
stuff
entirely different.
But like sitting with headphones or sitting in front of my speakers, I'm probably not quite as inclined.
I could believe it.
But no, I'm willing to give it. Like, I'm a black metal dork, but I'm willing to give things a fair shot. I mean, fuck, dude. I'm a drummer. I filled in for like a disco pop cover band. So I'm not opposed
to trying different things.
Other shit outside of black metal is just my ADHD mind is like black metal is why I really gravitated towards, and that's where I really get into. But I'm like, if other shit like really catches my interest, like I'll listen to it. Like I'm not opposed. Like I said, in the wish list on Bandcamp, so I'm gonna check it out probably tomorrow because I'm not gonna remember tonight.
No, don't try tonight. I'm going right to bed after
so
this.
Bad right now. James is already giving me shit about being drunk and sound like the dude from TSOL.
It's probably not bad.
But that's the whole point of these, right?
To me, this is why this channel exists. God damn it!
I love it
to get drunk together and fucking talk about killing metal. So, on that note, you're gonna talk about another album. I'm gonna go take a piss, and I will come back in.
Oh shit! Okay.
If you're good for it.
No. I still have a few albums left. It's just which one do I want to?
Well, how many albums are? Because I still have like probably about 10 albums left. I think
I have like 12 in my stats.
So we're doing good. All right,
man.
I'll be quick.
Okay. I think I'm going to do this as a twofer for the people in YouTube land. Because both these albums, while they both really embody that coldness, that bitterness of winter, just that blasting, windstorm, snowstorm type vibe, they're two different projects by the same guy that taken in different directions. And the artist I'm talking about is Roman Sayenko, and you probably know him better from Hate Forest, Blood of Kingu, Droog, Windswept, any number, Rottenfanger, like any number of different projects. So I first want to talk about my all-time favorite Hate Forest album, Purity. Like, it is just, this was the album. I was already a Hate Forest fan before this came out, but I heard this and I was like, yes, this is a style of black metal that I absolutely have to get into, even though they're like
Hate Forest.
So even though this band's really the only bands that really do this style in this style, right? Just absolutely driving, repetitive riffing, which is very, very common thing among the Slavic scene. But you have the songs like the Immortal ones, the Gates, like, and this is like OG pressing. So this is Super Null Records out of the UK. I bought this. God, like, I don't remember how long ago I got this. I was in my 20s when I got this. I'm 45 now. Yeah, recorded in spring 02. So yeah, been a while. But there's something about this album, this style, that just, I can listen to every Hate Forest album, but this is the album I come back to over and over and over and over and over again. With that said, again, Roman Sayenko, he has Droog, Blood of Kingu, Rottenfanger. He also has Windswept. This is probably my second favorite release of his. And this is the first Windswept release. The Great Cold Steep. And this is the album that he's done. The other guys involved in this album are his bandmates in Droog. So it's drummer. I think the only member that's not on this from Droog is the synth guy. So it's just like the bass player and the drummer and Roman Sayenko on vocals and guitars. But both of these just embody that, that Slavic repetitive riffing, very cold sounding, very driving, what have you. Like, it's just, there's something about this. Like, it grabs your attention, doesn't let go. And the thing that pisses me off about Windswept, let's see here. This is the thing that pissed me off about this album. I heard this, I was like, dude, this is like one of the best things Roman's ever put out. But then you read, created, recorded in a few days in August 2016. This is basically an improv fucking album. They improv this shit.
That bastard.
But on the other hand, though, and I'm sure the musicians, any musician that's in the chat or any musicians watching this knows that once you have a connection with a fellow musician, it's not unreasonable. It's not something it's not something that's like really uncommon, I guess. If you have a good rapport with fellow musician, and I mean, how long has Droog been around? I mean, he's been playing with the same dudes in Droog for like years and years and years, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure they have a stockpile of riffs. And honestly, I'm gonna, to my own horn, we're gonna go back to the Rubizol days. A lot of the Rubizol songs was just me and the main dude jamming, and then later refining the riffs. Like, the very first song we ever did was the closing song in our first EP, and like we literally jammed it out like in a couple days. So I get it. I get why this is the thing. But the strength of these songs on this Windswept album in particular, when you find out that they're just like, yeah, we hold up in a studio setting and we just literally shout out some songs that are better than anything you're gonna do, it kind of, I don't know, it's a little imposing. It kind of makes me like, I love you, but fuck you, I hate you.
It's just gonna be like natural chemistry, just
absolutely. But
just from what you said, that just playing, together.
Yeah.
Spell out your band in the chat or for James, the Rubizol.
Oh, James. I've told you about Rubizol before.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I gotta check just in case. But go back to my post-metal stuff. Let's see.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I already mentioned Cult of Luna, but I'm going to talk about my Cult of Luna album that makes me think of winter. This is their most recent one. Long Road North. I mean, so it's in the name, Long Road North, and it's kind of in the tone of it too. It's a very dark and bleak album, and very much centered around just the journey of Cult of Luna, and I think where they were at when they were recording this album. And I will admit, this is not one of my favorite Cult of Luna albums. Like, it's a great album for sure, but I think when I understood what this album meant for them, that's when I really started to appreciate it. And the concept behind the Long Road North is kind of like diving through a tedious task that you have to kind of get through. It's like working day in and day out continuously and continuing to move forward through a task that you feel like you've already done. And I mean, to Cult of Luna, I understand this aspect. I mean, like, this is their 9th, 10th album. I mean, they're an impressively prolific post-metal band, still really honed in on that original style of post-metal that they started back in like the late 90s. And they're still writing great music. That's got to be a little exhausting or, disheartening. And I think this is a product of that, of like, where do we go from here? And for them, the only way out is through. So they kind of double down on some of their older post-metal tropes, which it's not the most unique of their albums, but then at the same time, it doesn't need to be. I mean, Cold Burn, the opening song, is amazing. Such a highlight. I love it's got this sound effect that sounds like it's from the Inception soundtrack, from like the Hans Zimmer, like it's the boom.
Dude, Hans Zimmer is fucking amazing.
What a great composer. He has done so much for just music overall. But yeah, that's what I hear. And then An Offering to the Wild is my favorite song on the album. Gotta love it. And it just sounds extremely bleak. This album overall is extremely bleak.
How recent is that one?
2022. So last year.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, this is their most current album. So it's, I don't know. Do you know any Cult of Luna?
I mean, I don't own any. I'm familiar with the project.
Yeah.
And a lot of your Alaskan metal fans are very into those kind of projects.
I could believe
but those kind of bands don't come up here to play.
I also believe that.
I mean, I don't blame them because
Swedish.
just the logistics of bringing a bunch of shit up here. It's like you spend a whole ton of money to come up here, and there's not going to be a whole ton of people come see you play.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. But no, I'm familiar with them for sure.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite bands. Their collaborative effort with Julia Christmas, Mariner. That's one of my favorite albums, period, that release. And James just mentioned Dawn to Fear in the chat. I absolutely love that album too. So Yeah, Cult of Luna are top tier. They're also albums Salvation and Vertical, but yeah, Long Road North is great too. But this one specifically makes me think of that just depressive winter nature that I was kind of like talking about in the beginning of the stream. More so than
Yeah.
their other releases. And
Duh.
I think it kind of ties into just a band that are getting kind of tired with their own sound, but they don't they don't know what to do with it. They have to just keep making the music that they've trapped themselves with,
Yeah.
Like it's their career. Well, what you gonna do? And I don't know, it's still good, but it's kind of it's an interesting concept, I think, for a band to explore.
All right. What do I want to pull next? Like I said, I still have a few stuff. And I've been getting through my piles a lot faster than I thought because there's been multiple albums from one band, or like my last picks, like it was 2 projects.
You can slow down, man, because I got that 15% stout over here just waiting.
Oh shit!
I'm in the video on that one.
Hey, you know what? This is gonna be like the last stream where we're just gonna be like, yeah, this looks like winter album. Like we're just gonna pull out some random shit. I'm down for that. It's fine.
Down to it. I mean, honestly, we're gonna surpass the runtime for the last one, which I'm impressed. We've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Well done.
I noticed that. I was like,
well done. It has not felt like it's been that long. It didn't seem like
we've been going that long.
No, it's been like, I feel like it's been like 2.5 hours, but it's been 4 hours and 15 fucking minutes. So, cheers, dude.
Hey, man. It's cool. Hell yeah. Cheers.
I'm here for it.
Hey, I'm on this last little bit, so I'm gonna be.
See, we'll get there.
I might be going to my can stuff. Like I gotta go like smaller.
Uno mas. After this. Well,
my next big beer after this, or any one of them, are 22-ounce bombers. So I think I'm gonna go with the cans. I would
go with the cans. I would not do with the Do not pop open another bomber.
Hey, I'm shit faced, but I'm experienced.
We want to wake up tomorrow before 1.
Well, my main buddy I was talking about earlier, the one who doesn't like coffee, he was like, "Hey man, you want to do this like super hard hike tomorrow?" And I was like, "Dude, I'm gonna be hungover as fuck. Like, I ain't getting up to do that kind of shit. No. No.
A midday hike, maybe, where it's like
maybe
halfway up the mountain and halfway down.
Basically.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, for my next pick, I'm gonna go with something that was a pleasant discovery initially, and then I found out they were actually a black metal band after the fact. So I got this guy right here. I mean, how cool is that album art, right?
I do love that.
So the band's called Raunacht, and the album's called Winter Still. So it's still in some winter. So like the La Prochaine Hiver that I showed earlier, it's on the same label. Same label. I'm so fucked up. So the Antique Records label out of France. So this is my introduction to the band, right? It's a one-man band, but this is 3 extremely long, really ambient tracks. I'm not going to go as far as say it's neofolk, but very ambient. So I forgot how long this is, but like I think the shortest song on this, there's only 3 tracks, but the shortest one is like 15 minutes. And once again, it's one of those projects that I've used. I used one of the tracks in one of my old hiking videos, right? You gotta make sure. Nope, not that one.
Which one?
So this band's an Austrian band, not German. Interesting. Yeah, this came out 2021. Yeah, this is longer than I thought. So, okay. Do a little research. So this album here is 68 minutes and it's 3 tracks. But it's extremely ambient, but it is so engaging. It is so good. Like the shortest song on this album is 19 minutes. But it doesn't feel like 19 minutes. Like the ebb and flow. And there's nothing metal about this at all. Not one bit. But like you're sitting here, you throw this on, you listen to it, and then it's like 12 minutes go by, you're like, oh shit. Like where did my time go? 12 minutes went by. This is amazing. And it's just because all of his other albums are very, very eccentric, Germanic, pagan black metal. And I say eccentric because like it's kind of hard to listen to because it is so Germanic. I don't know if that makes sense, especially at this point in the evening. But
yeah, I'm not sure.
You're
gonna have to put it in the chat, and I will download it. And I'll
the other albums, it was just because they're so a lot of German bands specifically, are very eccentric, right? Like, let's think of like really popular bands like Rammstein, like album to album, like they do some like wild shit. They do some very mainstream sounding shit, but it's all very eccentric. It's all very like, if I say Germanic, I mean a specific region. I mean a specific sound, a specific style. But his black metal stuff, it goes from like really black metal to really folky to really ambient back to really black metal. It's like you're jumping around so much. I don't know if I can get into this, but this ambient album, I could sit here and zone out for an hour and 8 minutes any time of the week, all day, any day, every day. It pulls you into this scene, like the scene with the deer in the snowy landscape. Every track is like that. Like it pulls you like into this landscape and pulls you into that scenery. And it's impressive because there's nothing complex about these tracks. Like I said, the shortest track is like 19 minutes. The other 2 tracks are like 21, 22 minutes. But like you go through, you're like, where did the time go? Holy shit, this is actually really fucking good. But again, this is something I've used actually on like one of my hiking videos on my YouTube channel. And it's just, it fits. Like it fits. Like, God, I'm so nonsensical right now.
No, I mean I'm getting what you're saying, man. Like it's I want to say though that's my second favorite of the album covers you've pulled. Second to the chick with the horn or whatever.
The Vertige?
Yes. Yeah, dude. That's my second favorite album cover to that one. Just show it again with all the fucking deer on the cover. I think it's killer.
Yeah, dude. And
That's
actually,
all. That's awesome.
here is the back cover. Once again, snowy landscape. And it's just a very simplistic, like digital or digit sleeve, I guess they call it. Like, and there's the antique logo and just a snowy, wintry forest.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, this was my introduction, and put yourself in my shoes. I looked this up like for shits and grins on Metal Archives, and I'm like, why do these guys have an entry on Metal Archives? And I found out this is like the outlier. This is like the abstract album of his discography. All of his other albums are very much metal. And I was like, but very Germanic and very stoic, I guess would be a way of putting it. Like, I don't know. I'm not in the mindset to like really break this down in that way. But
it's all good, man. I'm sold on that. You gotta put that shit in the chat for sure.
Hey, and if Russell is still watching, he knows. Like, I pulled this up in our hiking metal group. He was like, "Dude, yes, that is so good." Like this is very much some shit that you need to be getting out in nature and walking a trail and listen to it that way. Like sitting in your room, it's not the same. But I will put this in the chat.
Please, thank you.
Sorry, everyone.
It's tough. It's tough to find nature trails around here. You know, like it's not the same because I'm still like kind of close to a big city. And I feel like a lot of the black metal material, you do need that separation from society. But speaking of my plight of being here in New Orleans, Louisiana, here is a local band that I think is somehow coming to terms with, making metal music, which I find relatable to this season. This is the band Thou. This is their album Heathen. So Thou they're like a sludge metal, doom metal, post metal, just everything under the sun kind of band. They just do what they want. I mean, you can kind of tell this is like their album artwork, like some weird Victorian excessive kind of piece. But yeah, Thou are amazing. They're like the bridge between I Hate God and Primitive Man, if that makes sense. But mixed in with like a little bit more of an accessible post-rock sound, especially on Heathen. Heathen is their most post-rock, post-metal oriented kind of album. It's a lot more drawn out. The instrumentation is a little bit calmer, and whenever the vocals come in, it's typically like minutes into a song. What are you saying?
Have you brought this band up before?
Yes, I have.
I would say this sounds familiar.
There's a video I did about extreme sludge metal on my YouTube channel, which I talked about this band, and they were the background music for the video, and yeah, I think they best exemplify kind of Louisiana as a state. It's very like depressive and downtrodden. I mean, truthfully, Louisiana does not have a lot going on outside of substance abuse and alcohol. It's definitely way too hot. and I think this band captures it. But then at the same time, this album right here feels very wintry. Like the vibe of the post rock and post metal elements in here makes it feel like it belongs in this season. And
Okay.
I would definitely stand by this one. They have their next album, Magus, and then honestly, James is just saying whatever I would want to say. Their collaborations with The Body and also Immeruth Rundle are great, especially Immeruth Rundle. So if I were to rank this album, this is probably like an 8.6 or 8 out of 10. But they did a collaboration with Immeruth Rundle called May Our Chambers Be Full, which is perfect. 10 out of 10.
Nice.
And it's
But
like that was a good one. It's like a very emotive sludge doom take on 90s grunge. Like that's what it is. It's like if you wanted to hear the early 90s grunge sound, like Nirvana, Hole,
I would just say those two.
Yeah.
Maybe Mudhoney,
Green River,
but
Tad, but with like
Tad,
more intense like sludge elements. Listen to this band, but specifically the collaboration with Immeruth Rundle. Like it's amazing. Which I almost picked her band Red Sparrows for this too.
I've heard of that band, Red Sparrows.
Red Sparrow. I've got a couple of their CDs, and they're beautiful. I almost picked them for this part right here. But Thou is an underrated band, and they're just great. Definitely either Heathen or the collaboration project for sure on that one.
Okay. I'm down.
Check it out. Let me know what you think.
I'm about to open another beer.
Oh, really?
Oh, dude.
Okay.
Like,
all right. This is big.
How close are you to opening your like coup de grace beer?
That close. Do you want me to do it? You ready for the coup de grace?
You know what, dude? We're 4.5 hours in. Fuck it. Do it.
All right, let's go.
Actually, where the fuck how is Jeff not commenting on this? He was commenting all over our last stream.
Who?
Making fun of us for being like shit face.
Yeah. Well, I think he's doing a stream currently on his channel.
Oh, is he? Oh,
Did you say Jeff? Yeah.
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 Gas mask. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a stream going on over there right now.
This is a little can. Like this little 12-ounce can.
Oh, you got a little whisk can.
I'm
joking. That's what I have.
I was like, I am not opening another bomber. If I want to get up and be a functional fucking human being tomorrow, hell yes. Dude,
wish us both luck. So,
dude, I'm excited to hear what you think about that because I don't know if I've ever seen a beer that strong packaged in a can.
In a can, right? Yeah.
Usually it's a bottle, right?
I'll go and introduce this. So this is my coup de grace, as you said. This is the huge Arker from Anderson Valley. Bourbon barrel aged imperial stout. 12 months in bourbon barrels. 15.5%. I don't know if I've ever had a beer that is this high ABV. So
proceed with caution, friend. I'm just saying.
Too late.
I was like, because anything I have is going to be Well, here, I'll show my final beer. Well, I guess it depends how much longer we're going, but so this is my pick. 49th State, Seward's Folly.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bourbon barrel aged imperial stout.
Like the walrus.
This year's is it's a modest 11.2. It's not a 15.5.
What was the barley wine that you fucking had, dude?
I'm not gonna open it, but I will show.
Yeah, show us the barley wine.
Ting, 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 ting. You know, these fucking bottles rattling and shit in here. Actually, I don't know if people realize, like, my beer fridge is like right here, right next to where I'm sitting.
I realize that, man.
Anyway, so let's see. Yeah, this I am not opening this, but so this brewery, Bleeding Heart Brewery, right?
Yep.
Gobble Squatch.
Holy shit! Look at that.
And this
All right,
motherfucker
one sec.
is
Let's blow this up. Let's blow this up. Oh yeah, that's sick.
So
17%. Holy shit! I never had a beer that
this
high.
guy here was barrel aged. It's a barley wine, barrel aged in Wild Turkey 101 barrels. Yeah, I'm not opening this. Not tonight. I want to get up in the morning.
Oh my god. Well, as long as you have something over a 10%, then
what's that?
As long as you got something over 10%, let's crank it.
Like you said.
So we got 15.5 right here.
I am not on that level, but my 11.2. That's been about the average.
Cheers, dude.
Fuck it, dude. Cheers.
Fuck it.
And
great streams,
this
man.
This is for James.
This is for James, our most reliable commenter.
Dude, he is all over these streams.
He's legit.
Yeah, look at that shit, fucking man.
James knows what he's about. Oh shit, that's awesome. Look at this. Cheers to Eric too, man. Popping in the chat. Cheers, guys. That's just too fucking smooth.
That's the problem I'm having.
Oh my god, Oh, this is bad news. Absolute bad news.
So, no alcohol bite?
Nope. I was waiting for it, but there's not really.
Do you have water on hand?
No.
Like, you better have some water on hand, bro, my brother.
I'm screwed. No water on hand.
Dude, that shit's gonna.
Yep. Even just from those sips, I can already tell. No alcohol bite, but I can tell. Just in the imbibing.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt in a bit.
Yep, it's gonna happen.
That's the whole point of these streams, right?
To me, I mean, this is why this channel exists.
I love it.
Me too, man.
Oh. So what do I want to show?
Yes, it's your pick.
That I can actually, like,
your pick,
conceivably talk about. It just not, fall on my face, drunk. All right, I got it. So this is one of my favorite. This is actually kind of an all-time favorite band for me. over the years, this is like, it's not OG, but this is like about as OG as I can get here in the US. Like there was an implant of a metal blade called Death Records, and they're pulling over a lot of stuff from Sweden, other Scandinavian countries, basically Invasion Records. And I'm talking this guy right here, Mythotin, King of the Distant Forest. Jesus Christ, I'm fucked up right now. So, if you like exceedingly melodic, very Viking-driven, black end metal, this is peak shit right here. Like, the riffs on this are astounding. The drumming is astounding. Vocally is astounding. If anyone in the chat is familiar with either bands like King of Asgard or the more power metal band Falconer, that is this band.
Okay, I gotta look them up.
So
what are they called again?
That guy right there, Karsten, whatever, the drummer, he drummed on Falconer. He drums for King of Asgard. And then I can't remember. This guy is King of Asgard. This guy is Falconer. And yeah, it's just like, it's uber melodic, blackened, Viking themed metal. And I mean, look at this cover. Like we talked about at the very beginning of this, before we got just fucked up. Like we're talking about. So on the cover, you see snow.
Oh yeah.
The color scheme, this purpley color scheme, it just invokes winter vibes for me, right? Like if people haven't heard Mythotin, I'm really sorry. Like I feel bad for you. Quite honestly.
I don't think I have not heard Mythotin.
Dude, Mythotin is so fucking phenomenal. But like if you like Falconer, especially like the first two Falconer albums.
Which is, I know Falconer because my brother, he's a big power metal fan. And
so
he owns most of Falconer.
So literally the first two Falconer albums is this, but with power metal vocals instead of black metal vocals. That's the best way of putting it.
See, I'm sold. How do you spell it? I'm trying to find it.
I'm gonna put it in our private chat, and I will put it on the group chat, and people can make fun of me for being just slurring my speech and just being, whew.
It's all good. I've definitely experienced this beer already. I've barely sipped this.
Dude, I'm jealous. Like I would love
shit
to be able to try that beer.
Let's keep me on Untapped, man.
Actually,
Bon Scott is so good, James.
I haven't checked any of this shit on fucking on.
I know.
Ugh.
You're not an Untapped person, man. It's okay. It's fine.
No, see,
you don't have to be.
I was.
You don't have to be
until I wasn't.
It's all right. It's
Now, Mythotin is, as far as like Viking / pagan themed bands, Mythotin is like an all-time favorite in that genre.
Sounds awesome.
Now, I will say the version of this that you will find nowadays is going to be a repress, and I don't remember right now who put it out. Admittedly, while this cover art is a little CG, back in the day, CG, Photoshop, whatever. Like, it's not the best. The version of this album and Gathered Around the Oaken Table, the represses that they did, the cover art they picked for those are so fucking atrocious that I do not blame people for not even checking it out in the first place.
That might be why. Yeah.
Like, I saw the reissue and I was like, that's really the cover art they went with it. And it's like, or they went with, God. I need a sip of beer to contemplate how fucked up I am.
Me too. And to contemplate my next album, we're going Death Doom. This is the one Death Doom pick I have.
Okay.
And it's gonna be one no one's heard of. I'm gonna assume. Let's see. I recommend this.
Do it.
This is the album. Oh, it's actually an EP. Vermin and Ashes by Dwell. This was released on Hell's Headbangers.
Oh, well, shit. That's legit right there.
Have you heard this one? Dude,
I will say, okay, probably because I'm just shit-faced right now, I have heard the name Dwell.
Well,
I've seen the name
common
Dwell,
name. It's,
but I have not heard that.
Check it out. It's sick. I think this EP is killer. It's like it's Death Doom, and the reason why it fits for winter is because of the keyboard elements and the samples that they use. There's a lot of like kind of my Dying Bride, like kind of keys in the background, and it's very vocal forward.
So kind of that churchy organ type stuff.
Almost not quite churchy organ, but like still synthesizer kind of like, you know. But it fits.
Which album or which release is that?
Vermin and Ashes. I'll type it in the chat.
No, I'm pulling up on Bandcamp right now to put in my wish list.
There we go.
Like I said, I wait, what the fuck? Oh. So on the Bandcamp page, there's no wish list option. There's one track.
What's the track?
Vermin in My Arteries.
That's a good one. So one of the issues people might have with this is there's only 6 songs. It's like 25 minutes or something, but there's multiple interlude tracks that are like ambient instrumentals. One of them is like
so basically like a really like a metal track, ambient track, metal track, that kind of thing.
Yes, essentially.
Okay.
It's metal track, ambient track, metal track, ambient, and then metal track. So it's because the second song on this album, Pathless and Dormant, is like a 6-minute long ambient song. I think it turns everyone else off, but the rest of the music on here is just killer, very, very meat and potatoes, like doom death instrumentation, but with like the keys and the synths in the background. And there's some killer riffs, and I think some really cool Tom G. Warrior vocal, like, ugh, kind of grunts, like before a riff change or something like that. So I don't know. I love this. Maybe it's because of when I found this, where it was like kind of earlier in my doom death career, but like I think this is a great little EP.
I like the aesthetic of the layout and the artwork. God damn.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
I know what I want to say, but I can't fucking say it.
yeah, that happens.
Whew.
I mean, it's just like
Dude, that
the
looks so bleak.
page of nothing.
Dude, that looks so bleak and it's so fitting.
It's the winter album, dude. It fit the concept perfectly. And I'm gonna do a twofer here real quick. I'm sorry.
Go for it, man.
Just because I think this 15% is gonna be my last beer. So surprise, surprise. You know this band?
Tombs?
Tombs. Yeah. Dude, fucking Path of Totality. Which I think this was a relapse year end lister right here.
Okay.
Like, this is such a weird fucking album. It's like post punk mixed with like black metal mixed with. I just saw you did the mama cat grip on where you're like gripping the back of the neck.
Well, he was standing up and like clawing at me to put him in my lap. So yeah, I scruffed my cat.
The scruff, scruff hold.
This is my boy Troika. He's like 13 years old. He's got 3 legs. And he's awesome.
Fucking A. I don't often scruff the cats. It's
well,
they
I see TikTok and Facebook videos like, no, don't scruff your cats. They get confused. It's like, no, that's a natural reaction. Like you scruff them, they automatically go back to like when they were kittens. Oh, mom's picking me up, and they fucking like, yeah. I mean,
revert.
I'm no animal expert, but it's like I think you're putting a lot of stock into something that's really not necessary. Because a lot of my cats they don't mind being scruffed at all. Because like I said, that's the natural reaction. As soon as you scruff them, they go back to when they were kittens. And they're like, Mom, bleh. And then they just.
Yeah,
anyway.
I gotta try it because sometimes they're just a little too obnoxious. But no, all right. So
anyway,
Tombs. This is Path of Totality. It's a weird mixture of post metal, post rock, black metal. I don't know. It just sounds bleak. It sounds depressive. It's very kind of all over the place. Like the music here does range from being a very abrasive, almost black metal sound to a lot more accessible post-punk kind of sound. And I think that might be where the uniqueness comes from, is their elements of post-punk. Because I think the musicians that are part of this band originally started in the hardcore and punk scene and moved to this.
I think that's the case for a lot of those bands.
Yeah, within the context of the United States, especially.
Yeah.
And I want to say these guys are. Where are they from? I want to say West Coast, because West Coast specifically has to me that. Oh no, they're from Brooklyn, so opposite. Which James kind of knew that, but I saw these guys live once, and they were amazing. And this is my favorite album from Black Hole of Summer is great. To Cross the Land is a cooler post punk kind of sound. But then there's still some just intense heavy metal, extreme metal tracks on here, like Vermilion and Cold Dark Eyes. God, yeah. Great album.
Nice.
And now, after this, so you're going to go, but after this, it's all... Well, okay, shit. We're moving into Funeral Doom, though. I'm ready.
Sweet.
We're ready for the Funeral Doom. Let's go. This is the final piece.
Whew. All right.
What we got?
God. Oh. Okay, I want to pull this one. So this is a band I came across last year. A Greek band that doesn't sound like your typical Greek black metal band, right? And this fits like what we talked about earlier. Like we talked about like cover art aesthetic, maybe album title, but in this case, band name goes as well. So this is Winter Eternal. Land of Darkness is the album. And like when you think of Greek black metal, you think of like Rotting Christ, Verathron, Necromantia, etc. Correct? This is a Greek take on Swedish black metal and melodic death metal. And it is really good. And actually, it's because of this band I got on a big Gates of Ishtar kick again. Because they do, well, I should say, it's a one-man band. He does a phenomenal cover of Dawn of Flames from Gates of Ishtar. But yeah, musically speaking, this is very much your No Fashion Records era, late 90s, early 2000s, melodic, blackened metal type of aesthetic. It's definitely more black metal than melodic death metal, but it has those kind of elements. Yeah, just a very pleasant surprise. Very well done. Production is great. The music is great. Yeah, and their version of, or his version of Dawn of Flames, I probably like better than the original, which is saying something. Because I really like the original Dawn of Flames, Gates of Ishtar. But yeah, if you're into, like I said, that late 90s, early 2000s, blackened, melodic, death metal, then yeah, Winter Eternal is definitely a band I would highly, highly recommend.
I'm checking that one out for sure.
I'll put it in the chat.
That sounds sick. Winter Eternal.
And they're actually
Land of Darkness, right?
I keep saying they. He is working on a new album right now, actually. Sweet. Which I am pretty stoked about.
All right, here we go. So, goddamn. So this one is finally hitting me. This is indeed not easy to drink. This is,
dude.
It's very boozy. With every sip, I feel worse.
Dude, I'm drinking my modest 11.6, and I'm just
oh my god, it's yeah, that is definitely 15.5% alcohol. Here I'm trying to segue into Funeral Doom right now, and Louis here to help me. So my segue to go back to U.S. black metal and the one, because I think U.S. black metal was really built on the backs of just one-man black metal bands, you know? Like, we wouldn't have nothing without these one-man black metal bands, and one of them is Zaster. Did you ever get into Zaster at all? Like,
yeah, I have like the first press of. I'm so fucked up right now.
Oh man, like
the suicide one.
Telepath. Oh shit. Telepathic with the deceased or something.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
God.
That's.
I'm getting that one.
That's a good one.
Leviathan.
Telepathic with the deceased. Yeah, that came after this one. A 10th sublevel of suicide is Leviathan.
Yeah.
But no, this is Funeral of Being by Zaster. This is the 2003 album right here.
Oh wow. Okay.
And it's kind of tough to listen to. It's not fun. It's not easy. It's pretty hard to differentiate the songs. They really kind of blend together, but then at the same time, man, it works. When you're in the mood for this, it fits. And I think that the darkest day of winter kind of fits. Which is funny because this is a Californian right here. Did you ever watch that one man black metal documentary on was it Noisy?
Yes.
Where they interviewed. It was
they interviewed
him,
like homeboy from Zasser, and then the Streborg, and like yeah. I saw that. Like it's been a couple years, but yeah,
it's just a trip because it's just like some bald dude in the middle of California. And you would never guess he'd be able to write like music like this. I mean, yeah. And I guess if that's not the most American thing you can think of, I don't know. I don't know what is. But
right?
Yeah. In the land where you can do anything, why not be a one-man black metal project?
Right.
But
I mean, that really seems to be the case for modern day USBM. Like it's mostly a one-man bands.
Yeah, I mean maybe it's going back to what it was 20 years ago, right? Yeah, I feel like there's always a 20-year connection or turnaround with trends, right? So
right. Yeah.
2000, this is 20 years ago. Hard to believe. So maybe maybe we're back at it with our black metal scene. What do you think of that new Decibel magazine tour? Fucking Holder is the headliner.
I mean,
right? Isn't she like a one-person black metal project? Did you ever?
Yeah, I have. Well, I only have one Holder release.
Okay, I've never like really listened.
Holder is fucking. She's fucking good, dude.
Mm-hmm. See, so you like her?
I think it was like through Paragon or one of those like distro labels. I got some like basically some demo shit of hers. But no, Holder, like she's super awesome. And apparently, again, I'm in Alaska, so I don't get out for a lot of really cool shows very often. Apparently, her and the backing band she has puts on a really fucking kick-ass live show.
That's what I've heard, man.
I love your cat, by the way.
Louis, yeah. He's obnoxious with how affectionate he is. He's one of those where it's like when you want to work the most, and when you're like, I gotta do this on this computer. That's when he pops up and is just like,
oh,
hey,
you see busy here.
can I
I'm
help?
here.
Can I help
love
you?
me.
Yeah. Can I just be your whole world? Is that okay? So
That is so cat like.
indeed. All right, what you got? As you're winding down.
Oh, dude, shit, man.
Are you winding down?
Kind of. I mean, technically, I have 1, 2, 3. I have like 7 more albums.
Dude, we're on the same page, man.
Well, I'm sipping this, so we can take as long as we need to. As long as people want to watch us.
Dude, we've passed
just
the 5-hour mark.
babble
Holy
drunkenly
shit.
about fucking black metal albums, right? Or albums in general. So my next pick is going to be Swedish black metal. It's a band I only thought I only would have heard of more recently, thanks to, social media, whatever the case. But when I was impressionable and in my late teens, I walked into my record store and this one thing kind of pisses me off. They were like, hey, some dude came in here and sold some like black metal shit that you might like. I'm like, there's another black metal fan? Because 1995, 1996, there wasn't like a lot of people that I can talk shop black metal with. But here we are, like this dude randomly sold this shit here. God, I'm fucking drunk and I have to try to pronounce this. So the band is Sorhan.
I've never seen
And this
that.
is, dude, this is a really great album. And you can see like the faces up here, and it's like it's all cold and bleak, and this kind of wintry scheme. There again, album cover like album colors. We're talking like that purple type of thing. But Idet Lemrande Morkrets Dupe. No idea what that means. But it's very cold, very straightforward, melodic, Swedish black metal. Swedish black metal is probably, I don't know, I don't know if it's my absolute favorite, but a lot of my most favorite albums come from this scene, right? So Sorhan, well, I will say that Peter Tägtgren at one point recorded drums for them for the EP. I don't remember if it came out before or after this one, but riff-wise, music-wise, very much rooted in the second wave. Okay, late 90s, second wave black metal, but yet it's still very distinctly Swedish in melodicism and songwriting and just the overall execution. Because like noise bands at the time, they were getting like, if they weren't like being like kind of thrashy, like Gorgoroth, like they're being uber progressive, right? Mm-hmm. Like Sorhan they're not as intense as like a Dark Funeral or a Sorhan, but they were just, I don't know, just kind of that middle of the road, second wave black metal. Very melodic, very driving, but yet at the same time, not necessarily a profound, like, top tier type of album. But riff wise, this definitely invokes that kind of that cold vibe and that very like, wintry, stuck in a windstorm, stuck in a snowstorm type of vibe.
Sweet.
And I think this was recorded at Abyss Studios as well.
Yes. So, do you like the Peter Tagrin production? Like the Abyss Studio, like that production style? Like, I don't necessarily mind it, but like
it depends on the album.
I kind of grew up with it, you know, like I didn't realize it was a choice.
Well, it depends on the album. It depends on who did the work. Because a lot of the stuff that Peter did was very kind of polished and very, like, you know, I don't want to say commercial, because
have you heard his band Pain? I mean, like, goddamn,
I was gonna say
just commercial as fuck.
Other than Hypocrisy and Pain, bands that he produced outside of those projects, they weren't necessarily mainstream or commercial type of bands, but he gave them that sheen, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his brother Tommy Tagrin, like, producing stuff like, I think the oh god, I'm brain farting. Swordmaster, the guy who had, like, John Nodvite's brother. I think. Now I'm probably way off, and I blame this. I want to say that was Tommy Tagrin production. It was a little more underground, a little more raw type of thing, right? But no, Sorhan fucking kicks ass. This album in particular, and I will try to put this in the chats.
Please do. I'm gonna go for my pick real quick. Let me use the restroom. So here, Funeral Doom, and this is a band I've talked about multiple times because it's a favorite band of mine. I saw them live earlier in November. It was Bellwitch.
Shit.
I mean, and I'm pulling out. This is their demo from 2011, and I think this is underrated for their discography. Like, me, primarily, I will overrate Mirror Reaper. Like, this is a masterpiece, 10 out of 10 album for me, but this one is worth listening to, for sure. Oh, there it is. But yeah, definitely check out the Bellwitch discography. I have to run to the restroom because inopportune times. I'll be right back.
It's okay. I will do my best here in a second here. I'm going to put this in the chat for the live stream if anyone really cares. All right, so my next pick, I am going to go back to the realm of neo-folk and that genre in general. Now, while I have not met this person, or met this guy in person, I'm very appreciative of his various projects. Like, he gives me kind of exclusive outlook, or I am so sorry, everyone. He gives me exclusive, like, insight into anything he is recording, and he has been involved in a couple of projects that I really like over the last few years, but this is his neo-folk project. So Dom, he's got a project called Vintergrove, and this is his newest album, Forest Hymns, and all the things I was saying about Vulcan's Men could apply to here. I don't think it's on the same level as Vulcan's Men, at least not yet. This is his third release. Again, just came out this year. House of Incantation. And yeah, he got himself like a stack of like guest musicians. Like Seth from Aussie and the Jupiter, who's also his bandmate in Burial Oath. You got the cello player from Muskox. Yeah, like he's doing some things. Like he is moving on up in the neo folk musical world. Forest Hymns and Wintergrave. If you want to hear some like very winter appropriate, chill out type of music, this is definitely something to check out. He re-recorded a couple of tracks from the Skulking Cat, which is the previous album. But otherwise, yeah, this is just very excellent, very good neo folk music from a guy who's involved in a couple different actual black metal projects. So while it doesn't sound black metal, it doesn't sound harsh, it doesn't sound like hopeless, but there's definitely a black metal background, and a little bit of that aesthetic kind of rubs off into the compositions on this album.
Dude, the look of the album cover looks black metal for sure.
Well, the logo is very much black metal.
The logo definitely.
But yeah, he like I said, he's involved in Burial Oath, and then he was involved in, I guess, more of like, you can call it more of a war metal themed project called Goat Chamber. Also out of Ohio.
Sounds war metal.
Yeah, but he's super cool, dude.
Goat Chamber.
Really good musician. Worth supporting. He gets a lot of support. It's awesome.
Sweet. All right. Yeah, definitely put that in the chat because I want to check out that one. So, kind of a public service announcement. Relapse every year has the best Black Friday sale, period. Like, their whole catalog, all their CDs are $5, and they'll do deep discounts on their records. So I was able to get this album on vinyl for $5 thanks to the Relapse.
You said Relapse?
Relapse, dude. Yeah. Do you know this one? This is Lycus with their album Chasms. Then this is like it's a cross between like Funeral Doom and kind of Death Doom with like some symphonic elements. Like, it's definitely got extra orchestral musicianship in there, and there's also some disembowelment too, where it'll go it'll go from the very slow piece to just something super sped up. But then at the same time, there's still like a symphonic element behind it, which I think makes it unique. It makes it feel more kind of grand and epic, than like a disembowelment release. But it's still very, as I said at the beginning of the stream, depressive and downtrodden. It does not feel like a happy album. It's called Chasms for a reason.
So
look at that album
what's
cover.
The band?
Lycus.
Huh.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll type in.
Like, I can read that.
Yeah.
Hey,
come on. It's right there. It's right there. It's that one. Oh, that band.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I got
Glad we know.
I gotta go release the dam again. Hold on, I will be right back.
All good.
Oh my god!
But this LP was $5 from Relapse though. So cheers to that label for being that consistent. And I swear, this is a underrated album and an underrated band. Why else would it be $5 off the Relapse? So definitely check out Chasms and really their other albums too. But this one specifically, I think, is where they kind of came into their sound. Specifically with opening song Solar Chamber, which just sounds very intense. And then, yeah, it just carries all the way through. So definitely check out this album. All right. Let's see. I'm going to pick an old album, which everyone should have mentioned. We all should have mentioned from the beginning. But you know what? Because it's fucking late in the stream, I can mention now. God damn it. De Mysterious Dom Satanas. This one I was going to talk about earlier, but like, I don't need to talk about it because it's just.
Oh my god!
Come on. This is my stopgap, like
Yes!
filling time, but like, God damn it. Is there a better song to march through like snow than Freezing Moon? Like following the freezing moon.
Oh, dude.
I love that song. And dude, Life Eternal. I fucking love that song so much too. Pagan Fears. Buried by Time and Dust.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just quickly mentioning this one, but God, love the packaging too. This is also another Back on Black.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is my God. Cohesive Thoughts.
You got them.
That
I believe in you.
album is my introduction to black metal.
This was one of my first 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I think it was
So,
Darkthrone was the first. This might have been the second, I think, for me.
So I'm fucked up right now. I'm just gonna say I'm fucked up. But
It's all good.
I remember when I first came across that album, I remember seeing it first. I remember seeing it in my local store, my local CD shop. When there was one. But I didn't really pay attention to it until, maybe a few months later, maybe a year later. There was a magazine, Pit magazine. And it was the magazine from Pit Records out of Colorado, Denver, Colorado. And there was an article in Pit magazine about Mayhem, and reading all the fucking shenanigans.
Yep. Which
Behind
there's a lot of shenanigans.
Before, I mean, not even.
This is Black Metal the movie.
I mean, it wasn't even like this at this point. The shenanigans I was reading about wasn't even like the death of Uranus. Like, it was like the death of Dead,
right? Yeah.
And then Uranus was like, I'm collecting skulls. And then Hellhammer's like, I have a piece of skull on my fucking necklace. Like, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm reading this. And I was like, I have seen that in my store. I have to check it out. Like impressionable teenager, right? But yeah, so luckily this local store, they were really cool about like they would open CDs and they would let you preview them before you bought them, right? But I remember like hit and play, and the first opening notes of Funeral Fog kicked in, and my mind was fucking blown, dude. I was like, I don't know what I'm listening to, but I have to have this. And then the vocals kicked in. I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I have to have it. And like,
Dude,
it set me
that's
off on.
awesome.
That's the album that set me off on the path, as it were.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That's so cool.
dude, and like Buried by Time and Dust,
Yeah.
like that is still one of the most impressive feats of drumming I have ever heard on any black metal album. There again, like mentioning like I don't remember what album it was, but mentioning that whole Fast to Fast. Oh, Frost.
Yeah,
But like
from
that whole
Enslaved, dude.
he was already playing fast, and then he fucking takes it up in like another step, and I was just like, what? Because before that, as like a 15-year-old or whatever, I was very much into like death metal and thrash metal. So I was used to like, Paul Mazurkiewicz, Cannibal Corpse, and like, dude from like Death Angel, like those kind of drummers.
Gene Hoglan.
Yeah. But I heard Buried Time and Dust, and I was like, I didn't know this was possible because he was playing extreme. Hellhammer was playing extreme drumming or extreme drums, but yet he was making it musical at the same time. He wasn't just bludgeoning his kit. He was actually trying to like compose around what the rest of the music was. And that made an impression. 100%.
I mean, you're a drummer that influenced the drumming.
Oh, dude,
that you did.
That album
that's killer.
So that album. So
man,
I mentioned
that's
like
cool.
So mentioning I'm fucked up, but I remember like my introduction to black metal. That was number one. My number two album was In Night Side Eclipse, Emperor. My number three album was Pure Holocaust, Immortal.
Fucking.
And then my number four album was the first Absu album.
Oh.
Darkthrone.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got it. So
a lot of speed and like fast paced black metal. Dude.
Again, people can say what they want about my picks or about like my opinion on black metal, but I got into the shit at the fucking peak when that shit was really taking off. So it's not like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Exactly. I mean, for me, it's different. I was like, it would have been probably 2012, 2013, 2014 when I heard any of this stuff, and just finding this music secondhand on like, local secondhand music stores, basically. And man, for me, Freezing Moon, like Funeral Fog was a total like miss. I was like, I don't like whatever Funeral Fog is. That shit sucks. No. But the riffs on Freezing Moon is what hooked me originally. And then for me, revisiting Life Eternal, the bass, dude, there's such a killer bass line on Life Eternal. And then from the Dark Past and Buried by Time and Dust. Yeah, this is a great album for sure. Like, man,
I mean,
top black metal shit,
dude.
For a reason.
Absolutely.
People will say it's overrated. I don't think it's overrated at all. I think it's right where it should be.
I mean, if your album made that much of an impact where future generations say it's overrated, I mean, come on.
Yep. Eric, cheers, man. Thanks for taking part.
Later, Eric. Cheers.
Thanks for hopping in, man. All right, what you got? It's or is it me?
All right,
No,
man.
it's you. It's you. What you got?
Actually, I'm gonna pull another 2023 release
I'm
that I
impressed how many
really
of
like a
these you
lot.
got. This is
So, this is on Paragon Records U.S. label, but this is a French black metal band called Alderon, and this is their most recent album, Majestic Heights, Melancholic Depths. And so earlier, like mentioned, like talking about the La Prochaine Piver, a lot of people, like when they think of French black metal, if they're not thinking of mutilation and the whole whatever the fuck their little whole circle was, they're thinking of bands like Soon Opera, this band, Vehemence, in the fact, just in that principle of exceedingly tight, very like razor sharp, riff driven, fast paced black metal, right? The one thing I actually dislike about this compared to Soon Offer is I don't remember this is like a real drummer on this album. But it is some fucking god tier guitar driven black metal riffage on this album. I will say this is far and away their best album to date. This is album number 4, I want to say. They've been at it for a while, like a lot of the French bands. But I mean, look at that artwork, like that cover art. That cover art is absolutely sick. Very much cold vibes. The CD art is very much like, very wintry.
Oh yeah,
With the mountainscape. And what's impressive is they just came out with the album last year called Arcane Mountain Cult. And that was an album that I really, really, really liked from last year. So to see that this came out, they had another album coming out, I was just like, holy shit. Like, yeah, I'm all about it. But if you're already
you got this, man.
If you are already a fan of Soon Offer or Vehemence or Cenotaph and other like French bands, Alderon needs to be added to your list. Like they're on that kind of level. 100%. That's beer talking. This is like
it's legit.
This is the black metal dork talking here. It is on that kind of level. Like 100%. And
type in the
if
chat,
you want,
man.
I will put that in the chats.
Yes.
God.
All right.
Why are these beers hitting me so hard?
Because they're like 10% each.
Because they're too fucking strong.
They're too fucking strong. They're too intense. All right. Speaking of music that's too fucking strong, goddamn doom metal with like funeral doom influences. I mean, I don't know. This might be a funeral doom album. It's kind of on the cusp. Do you know Loss?
Wait, what's the band?
Loss.
Right now I can't say I'm familiar.
They're from Tennessee. They've done it. This is their second album, I think. This is Horizonless. So they're like they're almost a funeral doom band, but then at the same time there's like death doom in there. There's some clean singing. It sounds like Shape of Despair kind of at times. And then at times it also sounds like Hooded Menace a little bit. So
Okay.
they have multiple influences, but it's just supremely emotive, and yeah, it hits for me at least. I mean, it's taken me maybe a couple listens to get here. This came out in 2017, but specifically The Joy of All Whose Sorrow, opening song on here, just check that track out. That is worth the price of entry. All Grows on Tears, track 3. Horizonless, the self-title, the track of the album, is great, but absolutely recommend this album for the coldest of winters and the heaviest of stouts. Jam it.
Whew.
Yep, we're working through it.
Yeah, my stack's getting pretty low now.
Me too. I'm down to 3.
Okay. I'm at 4. But I don't need to make it 4.
Hey, you can make it 4.
Fuck it.
I mean, yeah, 4, you know.
So this one, honestly, I don't remember where I first came across this. I mean, obviously, it was like a Bandcamp thing, right? Yeah, I'm gonna pull up ye old archives and just
Do some research.
well, just because I can't remember shit right now.
Oh man, yeah.
Like, I don't remember where these guys. Okay, so it was last year. Okay, cool. Anyway, so next pick I wanted to pull out was a band called Swedish band, very Viking themed, very pagan themed, which is really my thing. I mean, come on, I mean, wearing hammers, and that's kind of what I'm about.
Oh, you're
Ingvar,
pagan?
more or less, but I little side note diatribe thing is like, you know, I was involved in a few different like heathen pagan groups up here, but they were focused too much on the religious aspect, and their approach to the religious aspect was like basically neo-Christianity, if that makes sense. Like it was very structured.
I could see that.
It was like, well, you guys are, you know, you're not Christian, but yet these ceremonies are very much based on Christianity, but you know, whatever.
It's like
It's not
you have to do this
here
and
nor
this.
there.
Yeah.
So this is a band probably fucking like going down the depths of Bandcamp or whatever, but Hingvar is the name of the band. And this is a 2022 album called Eternal Glory. That's what it looks like there. And they're, I want to say they, but I'm pretty sure it's just he, ice cold. Like ice cold, pagan / Viking themed black metal. As you can see there's only 3 tracks on the CD, right?
Mm-hmm.
But oh my god, I am so sorry. But these 3 tracks, it's over 33 minutes. And
I see.
the last song on here, the Riding the Northern Wind, it's like 16, 17 minutes. I mean, it's big songs, but I don't know. It's kind of what you expect from like a Swedish pagan themed black metal. It's not high speed, very atmospheric, moves through multiple passages, but again, theme of the evening, cold. Everything feels ice cold. And this was actually a really pleasant surprise. Like the opening track, The Gates of Valhalla, was kind of but Thunder of Sword and Shield, Riding the Northern Wind, those two tracks, again, 3 songs, 33 minutes. So 2 tracks is actually, it's a pretty worthwhile thing, right? It's definitely worth checking out in the very least. They're on Bandcamp. I'll put it in the chats. But this is kind of shit I'm into. I'm into like the whole pagan Viking themed type of stuff. And this grabbed my attention quite well. Now, granted, came out last year, but it wasn't like it wasn't in my top 20, 25, whatever, but still an enjoyable listen, still worth checking out.
Sweet. Yeah. All right. Sticking with Funeral Doom. This is going to Britain, which England. They're all about the depressive, sad kind of genres, and it makes sense
Right.
that they would spawn this band. Which I don't know. You can't see that for shit. That just looks like darkness.
I see blackness with like a little bit of artwork.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just like, oh yeah, it's the Black Album by Metallica. Can you see the logo now, kind of?
Here, hold on.
Esoteric.
Oh, okay. I can see that now. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a Paragon of Dissonance. So, Esoteric is one of the first like really intense funeral doom bands that I ever got into. When I say got into, I mean like listened to the first song and was like, wow, that's a lot. I don't know what to do with that. I'm just going to put it over here, but then revisit it every now and then. So this is definitely an important band for me and an important album. It's a double CD because, it's got it's a Funeral Doom album and it has, 7 songs, which means it's probably 200 minutes. So it's got to have a double CD.
Where are they from?
They're from UK, which in fact Jeff has had the main guy from this band on his channel, Gas Mask and Hand Grenades, a couple times.
Great, really?
Mm-hmm.
Which album is that?
Paragon of Dissonance. This came out in
2011.
Yes, yeah.
I'm on the archives. I'm doing my thing.
There you go. Yep. You'll explain it better than I could do right now, honestly. But
ironically enough, that is not one of the albums on their Bandcamp page.
What? What? I mean, do they not want to sell it? Like, here, it's a great album. It's like my favorite one of theirs. Like, they should try to sell it.
So I am on Esoteric UK.bandcamp. Whatever. Yeah. So we have oh God, I gotta read these when I'm fucking shit faced.
I mean, you don't have to.
Epistemological despondency, the pernicious enigma, and metamorphogenesis. Those are the 3 albums they have on their page, and then there's
that's
remasters of these albums. But that logo looks hella familiar.
Yeah, because they're one of the bigger Funeral Doom, but it's specifically very experimental. Like they're not.
Oh, it's It's on Seasons of Mist?
Yeah. No, it is. Yeah.
Well, shit. What? Okay. Whatever.
This one, honestly, okay. So maybe don't try this one. Give me 1 second.
Ah, these fucking beers, man. Fuck.
So a bunch of their albums are like 2 CDs, right? And like long as fuck. Like this one. This is 2 CDs. This though, right here, is 1 CD. It's about 45 minutes.
Which one's that one?
Subconscious Dissolution into the Continuum.
Huh. Okay.
Maybe this is the one I would recommend to try to get into. I mean, it's funeral. It's still funeral doom. Still not straightforward, but there's less music overall, and I do think. Yeah. I mean, these tracks are good because these guys do like making double CDs for their albums. Man, I do like funeral doom though as a genre. Do you enjoy that? Enjoy it or? I might more enjoy the concept of it versus the actual like listening to it because
it's not a preferential thing,
mm-hmm.
but I can't say that I have disliked what I've heard. How about that? Now, funeral doom, I can say honestly, drunk or otherwise, that I do not own anything that would be considered funeral doom. But I do have doom stuff that I like, that I do own. But yeah, funeral doom, like that's not something that
like you don't have any Ahab or
nah. I mean, I listen to it as like that's cool, and then I move on. Oh my god.
Well, all right. Keep pulling your picks, man. We got like what, 2 more?
I'm down to 3. I got 3 left.
All right. I got 2 left.
This one was kind of a little bit of a reach, honestly.
Why?
And it's not one of those things where I pulled because I'm shit faced and I was like, this would be cool on the stream. Like, I had this in my initial picks. So if you like Quebec or Quebecois black metal, like Fortress, you're familiar with Fortress?
Yeah.
So the main guitarist of Fortress, he had another project called God. I have to do this shit when I'm fucking shit face. Urfolk is the name of the Urfolk. This is
man. Yeah.
This is the first album of actually the one and only album of Urfolk. It's self-titled, very pagan, but yet it still has qualities that you would recognize from Fortress, if that makes sense. This is something I was turned on to. I'm pretty sure, of course, it seems like Peter's been long gone at this point. I want to say he was
like
on post
8 a.m. over there.
I think. I don't remember, but I remember someone on Instagram posted about it, and I was like, oh shit, I need to check it out. I checked it out, and I was like, oh shit, I need to have this. And I don't know if it was like Paragon or whatever. I went through a site. I I found it through like the metal detector is what it's called. The site's
Oh
called.
yeah, dude, I love the metal detector.
Dude,
That shit guides me.
Dude, that there again. So the group I mentioned earlier from Facebook, the Order of the Black Arts.
Mm-hmm.
One of the guys is like, "You don't know about the metal detector?" I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And then he sent me the link. I was like, "My wallet is ruined. Like I will never
Exactly.
recover financially."
It's awful and it's great at the same time. It's like
Exactly.
it gives you the tools to buy whatever you want
And
for
it's
the
not even the
cheapest
fact that
price.
like it's not even the fact that I found projects that I was really wanting to check out through that site. It's the fact that it introduced me to new distro sites I wasn't aware of
Yeah.
previously. And then I searched through their fucking I was like, they got all sorts of obscure shit, whatever. But anyway, I digress. If you like Quebec black metal, if you like that kind of real guitar driven, real like melodic type of thing, this is what one of the dudes in like Fortress was doing, along with like the very earliest Fortress albums. And yeah, this is just
Nice.
quite excellent. And it's very folky. It's very pagan, very folky. Like there's real folk, like real good folk instrumentation in parts in this. Definitely a big. It's not Fortress. It doesn't sound like Fortress, but you'll recognize a lot of the qualities of Fortress in the riffing because it's the primary songwriter of Fortress.
Nice. Yeah. I only know that one Fortress album, the one with the burning building.
That's the best one.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I
that helps
have
me.
everything in the album. That album, I was like, this band's a fucking force. But yet they have not released anything since then. And it makes me sad.
Yeah. Man. Speaking of sad, here is this Funeral Doom album called Worship, last vinyl before Doomsday. Have you heard of this band, Tyler?
I have not, but I love that
Oh.
album title.
Yeah. And this was originally like, it was called Last Cassette Before Doomsday, Last CD Before Doomsday. And whenever they released it on vinyl, last vinyl before Doomsday. And it is it's fucking great. It's slow, it's dirgy, there's the keyboard parts, there's depressive vocal melodies, and unfortunately there's drama behind the scenes as well. We've got two members here. So Worship is made up of, let's see, the Doommonger, and then also Fucked Up Mad Max is the other member. Of course. So we're like, oh yeah, that's great. That sounds awesome. Sweet. And then we find out that, Fucked Up Mad Max died in 2001.
What the fuck?
He killed himself. Poor guy.
Oh man.
Yeah, dude. His instrument was the Voice of Armageddon, Invocations of Moon Cult. I don't know. And then the Doommonger was his instruments were Soundtrack for the End of the World, Worship Chants, and Summoning Formula. That's what they played. But it's very straightforward, but I think still interesting. Like Funeral Doom, you know. But once again, you have to enjoy the genre, I think, to be able to like it, you know. Like you have to just enjoy not much going on. It's just like a hit here, a couple seconds later, they're doing another thing. Very slow and drawn out, you know?
Huh.
Like, I mean, do you enjoy any, like, when you like doom metal?
So
Like, what do you like about doom
if
specifically?
I'm listening to doom stuff, I like obviously Candlemass. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
I'm fucked up. What was the band you told me about in the fall stream?
Oh,
Casket.
Crip Sermon.
Crip Sermon.
Yeah,
I got those two albums.
yeah, dude.
Fucking sick, dude.
Right? Yeah,
I love those.
dude.
So I like that.
They're a good balance between like
And
the heavy
I like,
metal and doom metal and like the epic doom.
yeah. So Crip Sermon, I've always been a fan of early My Dying Bride. Like pretty much everything up to everything.
Which
Up to
I think that will make you might enjoy this kind of because
okay.
of that. Because
Yeah,
I feel like this is
Like Gods of the Sun's last My Dying Bride album I really like. I mean, I have a couple of the other like later ones, but like the 54 point whatever percent bullshit album, like I was like,
yeah,
what,
dude.
what the
that
fuck
one.
crack with these? They're on like good shit when they fucking recorded that.
I've not even heard that.
So one song is My
Not heard
Dying
that
Bride
album.
worthy. The rest is fucking trash. Anyway, so I like that Candlemass, and then I like Solitude Aeternus. Like
That's good.
American do it.
Yeah, yeah.
So
No funeral doom though. No like
no
Evoking
disembowelment
or
and like
Thorgothan disembowelment. Yeah,
skepticism,
yeah.
bands like that. I just
Shape
never
of
got into it.
Despair.
Yeah. I mean, I might be more keen on it now than I would have been like years ago. But I just haven't dove in.
Could be another like, kind of scenery thing. It gotta be the right scene, the right hike, like outdoors.
Absolutely.
Like I do think they lend themselves to spending time in nature versus being cooped up.
Yeah.
Like I definitely have strong memories with Shape of Despair, where one of their albums with just being outside doing like a camping trip. And yeah, it's good stuff. But
Nice.
what you got? You got like one more, two more?
God, my camera's up here, and I actually have two more, like from my initial piles that I pulled
That's
out.
impressive.
Yeah, because I was like, fuck, there's like 40 albums, but a few of them were like multi-album type of deals. So let's see here. I don't remember where these guys are from, so let me real quick. Let me summon the archives here. I want to say that this band is from Brazil, I think. Yes. Okay. That's right. Again, stick with the theme, and I mentioned earlier, like, be it album title, album art,
Everything
color,
ties in.
color scheme. So this is actually a very highly atmospheric black metal band, on Northern Silence Productions from Brazil, called Altrest. And what is the name of the album? Follow the Cold Path.
Oh, it does look
I mean,
familiar.
you've
Yeah.
probably seen that album art.
The album
Like it's
cover,
kind
yeah.
of it's I'm not in the state to best describe it, but
Looks like a
it's
tree walking.
it's highly okay. I think this will work. Modern day, highly atmospheric black metal. So there's probably I could say there's some post elements in the sound. Um, and like I said, I'm so faded right now that I'm actually trying to remember what the album actually sounded like. But it's very, very good. It is a 2023 release, but it's dense. I think that's the best way to put it. It's musically very dense in the atmosphere. Like what you see on the cover, right? And what you see, like, when you expand the artwork and you see the back of it, this is what you get. Like, this is what you're gonna hear when you listen to the album.
What
It's just
a
and what's
denser
impressive
package.
is what's that?
Like it's denser, it's tougher to digest. Like,
I wouldn't go as far as say it's tougher to digest. It was just like, God, this should have been like the early album to pick out.
oh man.
But no, when I say it's dense, it's just the atmosphere is very dense. Like it's very enveloping. Like you listen to it, you're just like fucking absorbed by the atmosphere that's being created by the music. And it's very impressive by, for all intents and purposes, a very tropical country, right? But it still somehow produces a very cold, a very wintry atmosphere, which is what we're looking for in tonight's post. Correct?
Indeed.
And
No argument there.
again, I've already said it. I'm fucked up. I apologize. It is another
It's good.
2023 release.
Put it in the chat. I'm ready for it.
All right,
this is my last pick right here.
I got one more for myself. So
all right, so I'll do one, you'll do one, and then we'll be done. And dude, we're over 6 hours. What the fuck?
I know, I'm looking at that. I'm like,
this is stupid.
This is awesome.
Yeah, it is. All right, so my last one, like you thought Funeral Doom was, retarded and like unnecessary. Wait till you get to the drone pick. This is a Sun album, and if you can't tell, it's signed. We got the Lord Greg Anderson, I believe that's his signature. I don't know. I bought this one used with the signature already on there, but it's like 666. The Lord is what it says right there. But this is the black one. Have you listened to any Sun?
I have tried.
It's
I don't get into it, man.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
No, I mean,
well, it's
like
it's not crazy. It's just
it's like any musical genre. Like I think you really have to not necessarily be in the mood for it, but you have to be like your brain has to be receptive of such a such a style.
I think you have to be in the mood for it personally. Like you just can't. Which I mean, same thing you're saying. I guess be receptive, not turn it off, because it's very one-dimensional. Like that's the purpose of it, is to be one-dimensional and to be just dark, So this is one I would, man, I would fall asleep to this album right now, probably right after the stream ends, and whenever we're done, I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna fall asleep. Try to finish this beer.
Dude, I'm staring at my beer
This is
glass.
gonna be a bunch of noises. Man. But you're gonna wrap it up. What you got? Your final pick, man. This is it. The ultimate winter album.
Oh God.
Or the final one we will show tonight.
Well, the final one I will show. This is actually my third album from the Antique label out of France. But so Eminentia Tenebris. This is their brand new album. Just came out a couple months ago, I think. 2023 release. Rise of a New Kingdom. Again, going back to the beginning of the stream, I talk about color schemes and what the album art presents.
Oh, this blue.
Got that purples and blues, man. And you got a little bit of that snowy action underneath the horse there. So this band, on this album, it's a two-man band. But one of the guys does drum programming, which, this guy was doing previously anyway, so I don't get the point.
Mm-hmm.
But while La Prochaine Hiver, Vertige, or more like your looser, very atmospheric black metal. God damn. I can't wait for people to watch this later. Eminentia Tenebris. This is very much like your Sonoffer, Alderon, Vehemence type of French black metal. Exceedingly tight guitar playing, top tier shred level type of guitar playing. The riffs are come fast and furious. The shreddy solos. Programmed drums are it's probably one of the only things that makes it fall lower than the Sonoffer album, because it's programmed rather than real drums. But otherwise, if you're already a fan of Sonoffer, Behemoths, etc., then you will absolutely like this. I will say, however, you go and check this out. The opening track, Black Moon Arrival, it does not give you a preview of what to expect for the rest of the album. It's very, dare say, industrial, I guess.
Industrial.
The vibe of it it does not scream hyper melodic, exceedingly tight, fast, furious black metal. It's kind of industrial. It's kind of basic heavy metal. And then from track 2 on, it kicks you in the nuts, and it bulldozes you. It's, yeah. This is
sounds sick.
It's super awesome. And honestly, excuse me, but French black metal for me as a whole for 2023 has absolutely been killing it. I got a few bands that are going to be in my year-end list that are all from France. Probably at least, have to think about it, 4 bands, 5 bands.
Shit.
From France.
Fuck yeah.
I
guess the question: do we need to do a year-end stream?
We could. I mean, I know I'm gonna do one with the
Oh yeah,
Jimmy
that's
too,
you are. I forgot you already said that. Yeah.
but I mean, it is what it is. We can do like top 10. I'm down to repeat myself.
I'm up for whatever, man. But dude,
Actually, that would be fun because I'm gonna be shit faced trying to describe why these albums are like on my top, top whatever number list. So I think we do have to do that.
right? Like, I don't know. I'm game. But we'll talk about it for sure. But I'm done. I got all my stuff out. I finished my beer.
Yeah, I am almost done with mine, but I'm not in a hurry to finish it, but I don't want to waste it either.
Well, no rush, man. You got anything else, or
I mean,
if not, man, it's all good. It's all good. I'm looking
I'm
around.
sure I can find. I'm sure I can find other things, of course, but like this stuff I was excited to like kind of show. I was like, yeah, this is kind of shit I need to like share in the stream. But
Dude, 6 hours. It's fucking crazy.
I'm fucking shocked.
I don't think I've ever done a stream this long. I am impressed. Because I didn't think this one would be this long, truthfully. I thought it was gonna be about the same or shorter than the fall one we did. But
way shorter. Because I think the autumn one was like 4 hours.
it was about 4. I was like, man, that's a long stream. This won't be about like 3. I bet it'll be about 3 hours. Yeah. No way go to 4. Let alone fucking 6.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm shocked. And actually, part of me, I kind of I hope Jeff like watches this later. Is like, I'm kind of pissed he's not commenting on this because last stream Jeff was like, "No, you guys are gonna get fucked up," and like, "You guys are getting so drunk." Like, there's none of that commentary. That I'm kind of disappointed.
but we did it. We did it anyway.
Oh, dude,
no commentary at all. Thanks for everyone who was in the comments. Eric and fucking James especially, fucking the warrior, and then Peter in the beginning. Which, goddamn, it's what, like 6 a.m. or 8 a.m. there. So,
oh, dude, yeah,
I understand that for sure. I mean, shit.
I was like, fuck, dude, it's almost like 5 a.m. where you're at, right?
Yeah. He hung in there, man, for at least an hour or two.
Yeah, my main hiking buddy, he was like, dude, you want to do this, like, insert hard ass hike tomorrow? I was like, bro, I'm gonna be fucking hungover. Like, I ain't doing shit. Now I can say I don't know if I will actually be hungover, but I am not gonna be motivated to get out and do real difficult shit tomorrow or later today, whatever, what have you.
Yeah, me too. I'll be hungover. I can guarantee that because it's almost 4 a.m. here. Holy shit! So, dude.
Wait, so you're only 3 hours ahead of me?
Oh, what time are you? Like,
I'm at 12:46 a.m. my time.
Yeah, it's 3:46 here.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. So You're one behind Pacific time, I guess, right? Because it's like
Yeah.
Central Mountain, Pacific, and then Alaska. Yeah.
Alaska has its own time zone. And actually, where the fuck was Rick?
He popped in for like a second.
Did he?
Yeah.
I missed it.
He was like, "What's up?" And then that was it. I was like, "Hey, you know, it is all good." Man, this is the stream though. This is what I like. This is what I enjoy. Just a bunch of beers and fucking talking about metal the whole time. And then when you're not talking about metal, we're talking about beer. And you have the same enthusiasm and knowledge of beer that I would want. So, man,
I mean,
I'm saying
I had my Taps card once upon a time.
Exactly.
Like I was serving at like beer festivals and whatever.
Fucking dude. Exactly. So I'm telling you, we'll you want to do spring, you want to do summer, I'm game. Like,
dude, yeah, let's do it. I don't know why I will pick for those, but I will do my best.
You know what? You might be screwed.
A little bit.
We'll get there later. Right now, we're still in December, so
yes,
we'll see. Maybe we'll do some for end of the year. But dude, for anyone who's gonna watch this shit, good job for getting through 6 hours. Longer than I would have ever thought. Tyler, appreciate you, man.
All right, buddy.
Cheers, all.
We'll see you later, man.
Peace.
Later.
Later.